Welcome, everybody!
Hello,
to
the Speed Run Tournament.
Yes.
Speed Run Zone.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh my God, Speed Run Zone, Speed Run Tournament. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well and dandy. Welcome.
We have another great show for you guys today. We got another very hype, big, and high stakes tournament today. We're going to be diving into the Sundered Doctrine.
Sundered Doctrine. And guess what?
What?
$1,500 is on the line.
And not even just that too, but we'll also be raising money for a good cause too. If you guys type !donate, we have some, I'm going to say the word, emblems that you guys can earn.
Emblems through donating to charity. !donate for anybody who wants to snag some for themselves. And enjoy the show, guys.
Yeah,
it's going to be a lot of fun.
It is. We're super excited. Thank you again for allowing us to be a part of this. Once again, we've been a part of the tournaments in the past. This is actually the first one we're going to be doing that's pertaining to a dungeon. We've done Crota, we've done Salvation's Edge.
Yes.
We've got to see world records happen over and over again. I remember on the Crota when it felt like world record after world record after world record. Salvation's Edge was very similar to that, and very excited today to see if maybe we see another world record.
And I have a good feeling that we will. Whenever there's high stakes on the line, a lot of incentive in terms of a cash prize for a winning team, I feel like that's some extra level of, I want to go for this and I want to get this thing now because I got to win.
Yeah, no, I would say so, and I think that that's going to be the interesting balance today between going for it and hopefully not, overextending and then getting yourself eliminated because you tried too hard and then you ended up not getting a time at all. So we'll see how that balances out today. We also have an amazing co-host today too with us that we'll bring in here in a second too. Who's that going to be, Mr. Owen?
That is going to be the Aegis Relic. I would say, one of the legends of speedrunning himself. Has a massive YouTube channel as well that you guys can go check out. And, I mean, he knows everything about endgame, I would say, on every level.
He definitely does. So let's also bring him in here so we can say hello to him as well.
Yes, we will. All right. Hello?
Hello.
Mr. Aegis, are you here? Hello?
The man that needs no introduction himself, as Evan just said, absolute legend within the community. The reason why we know what to use in the end game has been a part of some of these speedrun tournaments himself as well. Mr. Aegis Relic, how are you doing? How are we feeling today about the tournament? Do we think we're going to see some more world records? I know that when it came to Crota, when it came to Salvation's Edge, over and over it felt like every second was a world record. How are we feeling about today and how optimized this record is?
We got a record broken today, but that's always nice to see. We'll see what happens,
Yeah, no, most definitely. And so we are going to be getting started, guys, in about 12 minutes. I'll take a quick moment to talk a little bit about the rules, but we're going to be having 3 rounds today. Each time that it's going to be an hour where all the teams are going to get to run as many times as they want. And then after that hour, if they're already in the middle of a run, they'll be able to, I believe, of 10 minutes to complete that run. Each round is going to come to a close. The first round, we're going to eliminate 3 people. The second time, it's going to be 2 people. And then the final round is going to be where it's for all the marbles and all of the prize money and all of the prestige.
All of it, yeah. So, yes, Aegis, tell me a little bit before anybody in chat is going to see this world record potential run or just in general the speedrun for Sundered. Tell me a little bit about Sundered. So what are some things that you like, some things that you dislike in the speedrun itself?
Sure. Sundered is a little interesting because most dungeons don't feature a Titan anymore. Titans have historically been used in speedrunning as kind of like a specialist role, especially in dungeons, because Titans have always been the owners of, OP melee builds, whether we're talking, Syntheseps throwing hammers, or we're talking shield bash, or any of that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But now, Titans, obviously, they provide some utility through, like, Storm's Keep and stuff like that. But in a lot of dungeons, a lot of players are going to favor Warlock and Hunter for movement purposes, because obviously they have access to well skating, shatter skating, heat rises, what have you. But Titans actually do feature in this dungeon. There are 2 Titans for most of the runtime of this dungeon. So, those of you who are Titan players out there, you're going to get to see your class represented, which is nice.
That would be me.
Yeah, of course. And the strategies for this dungeon, I would say, they're pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have some unique strategies in this dungeon, some cool stuff that we'll definitely get to feature and talk about. I'm not going to spoil too much because obviously we're going to get to talk about it, yap about it during the tournament itself. But if you're interested in watching a pretty cool puzzle encounter and first encounter, some very unique boss kills, right? Obviously, Lockset is not your typical dungeon boss. And some pretty good pace when it comes to dungeons. There's not too much downtime in this dungeon. Then yeah, I think you'll enjoy watching Sunder.
Agreed. With the world record now well below 10 minutes, I mean, these runs are going to be flying.
For sure, right? Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, the current world record is, I think it's like an 8:09 or an 8:10. I believe the team that has the record right now said that they are going for a 7, so like a high 7, like a 7.5x or something like that, a sub 8. So this dungeon is pretty close right now, world record wise, to where it needs to be with the current strategies. So if a record gets broken today, just know that the run will have to be pretty good.
Yeah, and I would say with Sunder now being out for, I'm just trying to do the math, it's been a fair amount of months at this point. Like, there's been a good amount of time to take the record down versus, I think, I'm trying to remember with Salvation's Edge how many weeks we did before we ran that one. I'm trying to remember in perspective.
I think it was a couple months. Yeah, I think it was a couple months.
Gotcha. And with that being said, I think this is actually a good time to transition and talk about some of those teams that are going to be trying to go for some of these world records. So let's talk a little bit about some of our participants, starting off with Team Tau Ceti, with Yakim, Heroes, and Conrad that have the current record as it stands right now for Sundered. And that's going to be the team that we're going to be looking out for sure. Also, Heroes has the Salvation's Edge record as well. And Conrad likes chicken nuggets. He also put that as well. Maybe
Yes.
He doesn't like chicken nuggets. Who else do we have, Evan?
We also have Team Lil Pekka, which is Larry, Henrique, and Meso. And this team currently holds the 2nd place for Sunder Doctrine right now.
And then we have Team and Go.
And Go.
That has the 3rd place record.
I love that name. Every single speedrun video that you ever watch always begins with and go.
Yeah, and that's Baguette, Fresser, Panghofflin, and German. Who else we have?
We also have Team Glorpin with Toast, Jojo, and Robski. They hold both the 1st and 2nd place for Vow world record.
And then this next one, actually, this really, really excites me seeing one of the names here on this team. I'm excited to see all the names, but Team Unk Status. I see Mr. Spop himself. Takes me back to watching all those Leviathan speedruns. With that being said, we also have Nico and Mega Metal as well. And then next we have Team Minions that has Trig, Curb, and Walter. Walter and Trig have the current Salvation's Edge record as well, so I'm assuming they ran with Heroes. And then we have Trig that has some really, really good placements in the solo Nightmare Hunts as well, 1st and 2nds.
Yeah.
What do we got after that?
We have... Sorry, I'm just sorting out some technical things.
Phantom 1 is
some
next.
Team Phantom 1. Derek, Fugelman, and Biggs. Biggs, of course, we talked about for the world's first Sunder Doctrine in general. Congrats again to Biggs. Derek plays 6th in the solo raid tournament himself. Biggs and Derek also have the first duo 1-phase Tanix and trio 1-phase of War Priest, both with Strand Titan. Derek and Biggs also have done some duo and trio Flawless Master Raids together, as well as a ton of other solo encounters.
And then next we have Team Frog with Tymo, we have Paul, and we have Yukon. Yukon is a 10-second Google Minesweeper. So he's going to be the person to beat. I mean, that's actually insane. I saw that and I was like, what? And then Tymo and Yukon are also Travelers Chosen team members as well, which shout out to Travelers Chosen, who's helped sponsor this event and make it into what it's become with having prize money for teams and support and all the incentives that you're going to see that you're going to be able to donate for charity. Just a lot of different things that Travelers Chosen does. We'll talk more about Travelers Chosen as well. Actually, we have Luckstruck here. Are you here?
I am
Well,
indeed
Shark,
here.
I think
Hello, guys.
this transitions into it well. Why don't you tell a little bit about Travelers Chosen while we still have 5 minutes left here?
Yeah, so the Travelers Chosen, we're basically just a community of streamers. We have a team, and we try to, help fund projects, help make things happen for the community. We are known for running the checkpoint bots. So if you see on Twitch, we have a lot of the checkpoint bots. And those are, the ad revenue from those, they go to help funding projects like these. We do the prize pool. I even threw in some of my content creator emblems. If you can see those there, I don't know if anyone wants that new one. It's available. But yeah, and that's kind of the stuff we're doing. We're trying to push the community, trying to help create new content just for everyone, just to make the space more fun.
No, I love that, and it's good to hear from you again, Luckstruck. So guys, make sure to get in there, make sure to donate for a good cause. There's so many amazing creators a part of Travelers Chosen. I believe if you type !SRT2, you can get more information and join, I believe, the Discord as well.
Yep.
So definitely make sure to do that. And then the last team that we have is Team IDK.
Team IDK.
And that has
Vespertine, Hexel, and Milky Gore. Hexel, duo goes to the deep record. And there you go.
And that rounds out our team. So a lot of different teams to look out for. We're now under the 5-minute warning. With that being said, we do see a lot of these teams starting to get ready. One thing I do want to ask, Aegis, since you have done these before, what's kind of the mindset going into a tournament like this where obviously you want to really perform well and have a really good time, but you almost don't want to go too crazy where maybe you never get a time on the board? Like, how do you find that balance?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I think in the format for this time around, it's gonna be, only like what is it, like 1 hour rounds?
Right, yes.
So I would say definitely try to play for getting a run in and getting consistently like at least one run in that's sort of semi-decent and not really going for a crazy time. With the Salvation's Edge speedrun tournament, obviously we had one big marathon of a time slot. And so teams had a really big time bracket to go for like a pretty solid time. But this time around, it's a lot shorter of rounds. So I would say just playing for consistency, keeping a level head and making sure to not run it back to too much RNG is probably the way to go, at least until the last round.
Right. So it sounds like try to be consistent, get a run on the board, and then maybe once you have a run on the board, then maybe start trying to go a little crazier.
Yep, exactly.
Cool. One other thing I do want to talk about too with the last 3 minutes that we do have, there's also a charity incentive outside of the emblems that we haven't yet talked about. I believe for every $500 donated during the stream, viewers can bring a team back from elimination. So that's something that I want to bring up as well. As if we didn't already have enough great reasons to donate, there's another one as well.
Again, everybody, ! Donate. Check out the charity link. Go donate there. It'll update in real time, and you can bring a team back from the dead. So that makes it even more fun.
Yes, it does. With that being said, we are now at the 2-minute warning. So, last moments here in terms of just like last minute prep, last minute traditions, just anything in general. What do you kind of do, Aegis, before you start this could be day one, this could be tournaments, just in general, just to make sure that you're not I would say overstressed and just ready to go. Like any rituals.
Yeah, give us
routines?
some game time rituals.
From the man himself. We're putting you on the spot.
Oh, sorry, you're talking to me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was testing my mic, so I didn't hear your question. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, no, you're all good. What I was gonna say is now that we only have the last 2 minutes, and I'm sure everybody's getting a little jittery. I wanted to talk about some of the routines or maybe rituals you have, whether it's for day ones, for tournaments, just in general when it comes to kind of staying calm and collected before big days.
I would say, don't try to sweat it too much, right? Especially first round, when the stakes are not so high. Only bottom, 3 teams, I believe, that are getting eliminated in the first round.
Correct.
So, just go over some of the pain points with you and your team. Give yourself some encouraging words and, just keep calm. You've done this before, maybe hundreds of times for some of these teams, and it's just another day at the farm,
Well, we know Aegis as the hare, since he moves very fast, but he also has a very turtle mindset. Slow and steady does, in fact, win the race. Enjoy your time, relax, and you'll make it.
Yeah, another thing, too, at this last minute, and we'll talk a little bit about it as the tournament does progress, but it is interesting, the parallel between speedrunning a raid and speedrunning a dungeon. Obviously, it is half the players versus a raid. Is it a little less, I guess I wouldn't want to say chaotic, but what is a little bit of that difference when you are going from obviously speedrunning a raid where you do have 6 players to now doing a dungeon that is a little bit, I would say, on a smaller scale?
So your question is, what's the difference between like a raid and a dungeon for this kind of thing?
In the sense of just like communication aspects, does it feel a little bit less chaotic when you do have less teammates? Like just in terms of what goes into like speedrunning a raid versus a dungeon for somebody who might not know as much?
Yeah, okay, that's a fair question. I think one of the biggest factors that maybe the casual viewer is not as aware of when it comes to watching dungeons and raid speedruns is dungeons, you know, it's a little bit lighter on the mechanics compared to raids. And I would say dungeons, it's a little easier to recover when things go wrong, and players tend to be more focused on their movement and their execution, right? So dungeons in theory have like a higher maybe execution ceiling, and even in a context like this when you're kind of playing for consistency, so players can really kind of go the distance and try really hard and kind of show off their skills, whereas raids a lot of the time it's about strategy and again like playing for consistency and just making sure everything goes off kind of without a hitch. So dungeons, you know, hopefully you're going to be able to see some of these players, especially once they're comfortable and maybe they have a time that they've kind of sunk into the leaderboard and they think they're not going to get eliminated. Maybe they'll really go hard in the paint and try and get a crazy time.
Well, you heard it first from the man. I think that we're now at the top of the hour, so this should be starting here in a second, I think.
I think it is time to mostly begin. And right now, guys, you see all the overlays on there on the screen looking nice and pretty. Shout out to Cobra again for designing some of this stuff in the background. Your Nan for making the graphical assets in general. Again, everybody from SRT, thank you. These look amazing and we're very, very appreciative.
Yes, as always, we're just 2 clowns in the front of the screen. Aegis isn't a clown, but the 2 of us are.
Yeah, Aegis is not a clown. I know,
so
set the record straight.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys letting us be a part of it. It's always such a great time getting to watch and see so many amazing people from the community put some insane runs together. So we're really, really excited for today. I think the teams have gotten started, so I think we're underway.
Yeah, I think it's time to start. And I think, so we can basically unmute one of these POVs.
Yes.
We should be good to go. It should be working.
Okay.
There we go.
And while Evan gets that going, what I do want to do, like I always do, I want to challenge everybody in chat. I already see that we're at $820 raised for charity, which is insane. But I'm going to push for at least by the end of this round, let's at least start off getting that to quadruple digits. Let's start pushing already.
Yes. And guys, let me know how it sounds. If you can hear the runners, they're a little bit quiet in general on their stream, but I just want to make sure that everything you guys can hear them.
All right, so right off the rip, let's talk a little bit about the beginning here, Aegis.
Yeah, sure. So as you can see, all of these teams are going to start executing on entrance, and now they're on first encounter, actually, my bad.
Yep.
So first encounter is pretty interesting when it comes to dungeon speedruns. I'd say it's one of the most complex when it comes to strategy and routing. So for those of you that don't know how first encounter works, essentially you have these 4 rooms that are in these corners around the center room where there's a wheel, where there's kind of like a puzzle or a riddle that you need to complete, right? So that's why this encounter is called the riddle. And essentially what these players are doing right now is they're roaming to all 4 of these rooms, and they're looking to complete a phrase that they know exists on the center wheel, right? So the problem with this encounter is that you have 3 players, one of whom will leave on skip, which we'll see in a little bit here. So you essentially have 2.5 players that you need to cover 4 rooms with, because your potential, light sources may need to direct into any of the 4 rooms. And so kind of handling this, delicate juggling act of where your players need to be is a real challenge and is going to actually make up a bulk of the RNG in this run. So a lot of players actually, outside of a tournament kind of perspective, outside of a tournament context, you're actually going to see them run it back repeatedly until they get a good first encounter. It's a huge pain point in the run, and definitely something that is going to cause teams a lot of heartache and headache, and we'll see how they are able to deal with it.
Perfect. And you kind of read my mind too. One of my next questions was going to be, in these runs, what were some of the, let's just call them quote unquote run killers, but it sounds like we might be watching one already.
Yeah, so the 2 biggest potential time losses in the run that I've talked to most teams, the first one is first encounter RNG. So to make things a little bit more clear, right? there's 4 rooms, right? And the bottom left, and top right rooms, they all require an equal number of, I guess, lens sockets. Let's call them lens sockets. So they all require the same number of lens sockets to actually activate the wheels in each of those rooms. But the bottom right room actually requires an additional one. So anytime a team gets a bottom right room and they're not adequately prepared for it, i.e. they don't have the lenses pre-placed in those sockets and they're not ready for it, it's just automatic, like a lot of time loss. Right, so that's time loss point number 1. The other pain point in this kind of dungeon is going to be in the next section after this, which is the transition between first and second encounter. I'm sure you're familiar. There's like an ogre and some wizards called preceptors. Yeah, exactly. So those wheels, you either need to spin them twice or 3 times, right? And so if you get what's called a 2-2, then you only need to spin both wheels twice. You only need to enter 2 sets of knowledge. Whereas if you were to get a 3-3, that's 2 more wizards you have to kill, which in a run that's under 10 minutes, that's a lot of time to lose.
It's a big time
basically
loss.
Nothing.
And I don't want to cut anybody off, but we do have an $150 donation
Let's
from
go.
Jake already. So thank
Let's
you
go.
so much. I do appreciate that. Like I said, guys, I want to see us get to that quadruple digit mark as soon as possible. So thank you so much for that. We're now $30 away. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, but thank you so much, Jake.
Holy.
Yeah, no, wonderful stuff.
That's insane, man. Yeah, I really liked how you put the first room, and I really appreciated that you broke it down in what I can only describe as a voice that gets trained by YouTube, by doing YouTube long enough. I felt like I was listening to an Aegis video, which was beautiful. But yeah, one of the things that I watched very recently was actually the solo version of this speedrun. Myself and I know Mr. Glad and a bunch of other creators came together and put together a big prize pool for the solo version of this, and seeing some of the struggles, seeing some of the just the stuff in that bottom right room like you talked about, lens RNG and some other funny bugs that I saw along the way. Like, I don't know if there's been some funny bugs that maybe you want to talk about in this encounter. I don't know if they actually even were really bugs, or if it was runners just getting angry at the fact that something wasn't working the way that they wanted to. But yeah, this room has definitely cost a lot of runs.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know how Destiny 2 is. When it comes to speedrunning, there are definitely, there's always the Destiny factor, let's just call it, when you are speedrunning in Destiny, things that you can't expect.
Yes.
But of course, the best teams are always the ones that can handle themselves and stay composed and deal with whatever kind of issues might arise, unexpected or not.
Right, and I think one of the nice things about this run too, at least for the beginning part, is it's nice when the run killers and the RNG is at the beginning. So like you kind of were alluding to, a lot of times when it's not a tournament, people are resetting a lot. But the nice thing, I guess, about even in the tournament, you still kind of can reset at least a little bit, maybe more than some of the other tournaments we've had where, let's say, if a run gets killed, let's use Crota's tournament for example, you're U'd. It's a little bit more painful than maybe resetting a minute in here.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the differences between reset pain are they're definitely notable. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And we actually are seeing a team right now. Oh, never mind. They're about to reset, I think, maybe. Aegis, can you explain how this second encounter works in a 3-man setting versus a solo setting for these teams?
Yeah, for sure. So, lock set is a bit interesting. I mean, obviously, you're going to play for a 1 phase when it comes to playing with 3 people.
Right.
And you're kind of just using the flavor of the month splash damage supers that are the most appropriate. This boss... Yeah. This boss, for those of you that are not familiar, is a little bit special. It has the same damage modifiers that Atrax does. So full debuffs don't correctly work on this boss, weakens do, and a lot of weapons, for example, that do crit damage, as you've probably seen in Bungie's known issues list, have a little bit of kind of variance that you wouldn't expect, like different scalars. So your typical weapons, maybe like rockets, Queenbreaker, etc., they're not really going to feature as much on this boss, especially because heavy ammo is very treasured. People are saving it for that transition to the 3rd encounter, which actually I believe one of the teams is on 3rd encounter right now. So
yep, they're zooming.
They are, yes. Team Glorpin.
So yeah, pretty impressive from these guys. But yeah, you're basically just using tick damage sources, flash over, crazy OP bolt charge this season, and then of course you're using Geomag Chaos Reach to try and pierce through and hit all 4 of those Shriekers at the same time, with a T-Crash on top toward the end to kind of splash those shriekers and do a nice big chunk to the health bar.
Makes sense. And once again, I feel like this is going to be I would say it's going to become very, very common during this tournament. But once again, I'm going to cut in and say thank you so much, Rob, for the $200 donation.
Go, man.
We're now already above $1,000 raised. I really, really appreciate it, everybody. We're still in the first 10 minutes of this tournament, and we're already now above $1,000, guys. So thank you so much. I'm going to keep on challenging everybody here. Let's see if we can get to 1,500 before we get to the halfway point of this first round, which will be 30 minutes.
Dude,
thank you guys so much.
At this rate, are we going to hit 5,050 minutes?
Hey, I mean, anything's possible. Hey, let's push as far as we can. Let's just take it one step at a time. Let's keep pushing. But I want to say thank you guys so much for already donating so much to a really great cause. This is going to the Bungie Foundation. As we mentioned, I believe a $500 donation can bring a team back from the dead. There's emblems to get. And let's talk about damage here for a second, and then we'll come back and talk about Aegis. You want to add anything here to the damage?
Well, I mean, as you can see, I mean, there's I think like one or two teams that are already doing. Oh, one team has already finished a run. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there's so many teams are going. That's why it's running so fast. Even if we spend 2 minutes talking about donations, I feel like I took the whole.
It's gonna be nonstop.
It's already about to be.
Aegis, I need you to speed run this explanation right now.
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
that's on explaining.
Yeah, that's two teams that have already actually killed the final boss. So impressive.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, the final boss when it comes to damage is basically just Bull Charge and Queenbreaker. There was a team before that was opting to have one person on like Lumina and like a machine gun. I don't think all teams are necessarily doing that right now. But yeah, it's pretty standard stuff. I mean, compared to Lockset, where the kill looks very different from your average Destiny boss kill, you have kind of just people, you know, plinking away with Queenbreaker, and when the boss gets slow, you T-crash him, and he falls over. You know?
Right,
So,
pretty standard bake.
Pretty standard stuff, yeah, pretty standard bake.
It's interesting to me though, Aegis, because in my time of watching the solo has a lot more Lord of Wolves, as well as the team base. It looks like a lot more Queensbreaker. Is there any reasoning for certain things with solo versus a full team setting?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think in solo, because you're kind of gathering all the risk in one person, you can use a strategy like Lord of Wolves and just kind of rely on yourself. But also on solo, you have to do triple the mechanics, right? So you have to go and do all of those mechanics from the left room, the center room, the right room, depending on your RNG. And then the people in, you know, trio, there's not as much movement involved because you can just rally on Queenbreaker and then go into the left room, and then you're not really doing much movement from there, right? You just have to do your mechanics for whatever symbols that were called from middle. And so, you know, people can afford to be on a more maybe consistent damage option, whereas people in solo, the sword is really helpful for speeding up those mechanics and getting to all those rooms quickly. And then, of course, you have your full, you know, special ammo in your energy slot that you weren't really using during the encounter. Very, very high total damage as well, might I add, from Lord of Wolves compared to something like Queenbreaker, even with Particle accounted for.
Makes total sense. I mean, right now we're seeing most teams at the beginning here, but we do see one on Lockset, bottom right, we do see Heroes, which is going to be one of the teams we're looking out for anyways. We're going to get to see that second phase damage, or excuse me, first phase damage phase, and we pulled it up now. Yeah,
We are, yes.
And you got to evaporate it.
In the time of a refresh, the boss is gone. So that's very fun. Aegis, I know we talked a lot about just differences in the speedruns for this one, speedruns for that, but what is kind of something out of your own personal opinion that makes this dungeon a really, really fun speedrun for you personally?
So I'm a big fan of mechanics encounters where players who route correctly and route intelligently and play smartly are rewarded, right? And I think the first encounter of this dungeon is among the best in every single dungeon. I mean, there's 9 dungeons in this game now, I believe. So yeah, I mean, it's one of the best out there, which is, you know, pretty impressive given, you know, just how many dungeon encounters there are. And yeah, so I'm a big fan of the first encounter. The second encounter, there's a bit of waiting to be had. We're going to talk about here, you know, probably later on in this stream. But in lock sets, teams actually dunk to put kill on the third wheel instead of on the fourth wheel, like people are used to. And so, or sorry, instead of on the first wheel like people are used to. And so that gives you a very, very short window for damage, but starts damage very quickly, which is kind of like a little bit unorthodox. Like you're not going to see that in like an LFG run. So yeah, lock set, a little bit interesting, a little bit of waiting. But I do think the first encounter is really like the star of the show when it comes to this dungeon. The rest of it is pretty standard fanfare for dungeon speedrunning, I would say.
Gotcha. And guys, we are working on the audio. Thank you guys for typing in the chat. We will get that adjusted here in just a second. And in the meantime, too, Anonymous with the $160 donation. I believe Cavatrol also had a $30 donation in there as well, guys. We are now, wait, and then another $250 donation from Viper, too. We're now at $1,610. Bear with us on audio, guys. I think we just got it fixed, I believe.
Got it. Oh my God. Sorry, guys.
Feels
there
good
we go.
there. I'll just, I think it was just so much love and so much energy and so many donations in chat. It just blew up the audio. And here we do. We have another final boss here. Here we go.
There we
Let's
go.
see.
Karev, time for you to die again, buddy. Yeah, I would say that actually, out of personal opinion, I think Sundered might be my favorite dungeon that they've ever made, just because of the amount of creativity that goes into, hey, you can choose to fight, at least the first boss, you can choose to fight the lock set just whenever you want to. And like, even if you're not having the best damage phase, like, oh yeah, well, we can make it up in the next one. There you go. And an 8:43. That's an impressive time in the first hour. I mean, heroes, we already know.
We know to be looking out for this team. I mean, I believe that's Tal Seti, and we're going to be watching them a lot. It is interesting that you brought that up, Evan, and I'm going to ask another question here, Aegis. Let's talk about, so it's the contest era, I'm going to call it, of dungeons, which would just mean this one, and then obviously Vespers Host as well. Since we didn't do a Vespers Host speedrun tournament before this, we talk a little bit about the parallels between this speedrun and Vespers Host for somebody who might not know really much about dungeon speedruns.
So this one and Vespers Host. I mean, Vespers Host, it's been victim to a couple patches from Bungie recently. So its speedrun has looked pretty different. I mean, there's a team recently, shout out to them, that was actually able to beat the pre-patch record. So the Vespers Host leaderboard is now like on split, so it's kind of just one merged leaderboard. I would say Vespers looks pretty different from this one though, I gotta say. For example, Vesper, you have a pretty long entrance section, especially after patch, but the whole team does the entrance, right? And then you have the first encounter, which the mechanics are entirely skipped using the puzzle core dunk bypass. So for those of you that don't know, instead of doing the actual first encounter in Vesper, what you do is you go into the transition after. Some of you have probably done this to farm loot or seen a video or two on this, but you can dunk the cores in the puzzle between first and second encounter, and for whatever reason, they count as first encounter core dunks. So it skips the entirety of first encounter, and then you can do second encounter and third encounter. I guess there's a little bit of a parallel because second encounter damage, the meatballs, they are very different. Let's just say the damage meta is very different there from your average boss. So you can say kind of, there's some parallels to Lockset here. You have a weird boss as your second boss. But I would say Puppeteer damage is definitely a bit more challenging than Karev, right? Let's say. And then obviously the mechanics before Puppeteer are obviously very time consuming as well compared to
long. I think everybody in the community was a little bit surprised by having to do the exact same, like break the shield, but for both halves. And I think they definitely took that feedback with Karev and they made it so the whole shield gets melted, or what we saw on day one, which was figure out the puzzle of how to melt that shield. Shield only went down and then it went right back up, which was, I thought, a really cool plot twist.
Definitely was.
That was definitely frustrating for some teams to think that they had gone to damage and then only to realize that the shield had just regenerated and that they'd wasted their time. So
yes, exactly.
Definitely, that was the biggest struggle for sure on Thunder Day 1.
Now, Aegis, one of my other things that I often think back to with Vespers is, like you said, in that first encounter, you used to be able to, I don't know if you still fully can do all the different core duping, just so you can get the nukes dunked in really quickly. But all the oobs were really fun in Vesper's first encounter, and the oob just to get all the way through to the hallway to second encounter, and even skip the first encounter entirely for a little bit there. Obviously, Bungie's patched quite a bit of things in there, including the first boss has had some damage reworks or patches that have made the first boss a lot more, in my opinion, frustrating. I noticed that with Sundered, though, and everybody who's watching will notice, you don't really see people leaving the map.
Right, that was actually going to be my next question too, Evan. I'm glad you asked that. The traversals and the oobs, like the parallels between the two does seem very great, let's just call it.
Yeah. Sundered is definitely more of a direct dungeon compared to Vesper, I would say, or at least Vesper in its original form. There is going to be one person who leaves on skip. I don't know if we actually have a skipper POV here because I'm seeing what Titan. That's a lot of Titans. Oh, actually, yeah. Team Phantom 1 and Team IDK:3. They do have 2 skipper POVs on screen. So eventually, at some point when these teams are reaching first encounter, which both of them are on their way to first encounter, so give it like a couple minutes, you will see them leave on skip and they will go out of bounds using a pretty cool skip, which we'll talk about when we see it. But for the most part, yeah. It's going to be Hexel, so Team IDK:3, and Fogelman, so Team Phantom 1.
Okay. While
Both
we're
the
getting
hunters,
them up,
basically.
Anonymous, thank you so much for the 50. We are now at $1,710. We're already approaching the 2,000 mark. And
that was fast.
I know, we're not even at the halfway point, y'all. So I'm just going to keep pushing. I know I keep moving the goalposts, and I'm going to keep moving the goalposts. So call me out on it, but I'm going to keep doing it.
That is insane.
Let's see if we can get to that big 2,000 mark before this round is over.
Because what do you mean we're already at almost 2,000?
We're already almost
what do you mean? What are you doing?
What I mean is we're already almost at 2,000 before round 1. This is insane.
Oh my God. Okay, well, let's go, everybody. Like we're showing out big. I feel like this 5,000 mark. Now, don't call me crazy, but I feel like it's getting hit within the hour at this rate.
At this rate, I mean, you wouldn't be wrong. I mean, we're on pace for at least 4, at least at this point. We'll see if the pace continues, but overall, just want to say thank you guys so much for all the support so far. This has been insane, and we're excited to see how this continues. We've already seen some solid times so far. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more, so just excited to see how this continues to play out.
Well, and I love, like, I know this first encounter on day 1 for a lot of teams was very much like, oh god, where do we go? How do we navigate? What do we do? The second I saw these mirrors, I was like, oh yeah, it's just Zelda. I was like, oh yeah, this feels like this is the Zelda. Yeah. This is the Zelda mirror puzzle. Yep. Like immediately, and it clicked. And I think, like, knowing that this was I think our first ever true, like, I guess you could count Prophecy, our true puzzly dungeon was a really cool feeling too. Like I don't think they've ever done a full puzzle dungeon, and this is the closest that you're gonna get for a dungeon that's a full puzzle.
I mean, the encounter is called Solve the Riddle, which I don't think you can say for any other dungeon. That's for sure.
No, don't think so. I think, like, I remember Prophecy only having the only time where I was like truly stumped on a dungeon's mechanics for a little bit, but then it started to click once you notice that there's all the, like, black goo on your screen for the shadow and then white light. So
right, for sure. Also, I don't know if the fan noise was coming from me. I'm sorry if I was, like, a little bit distracted during the first segment of my. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you're totally fine, man. No, you sound great.
I think it just had us doubled for, like, a quick moment when the donations got crazy. It was like one thing at this, and then our audio right at the same time just exploded.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, because for the past, like, 20 minutes, I've been, like, installing 2 different fan control softwares to, like, fix my SSD fan, which has been really loud. So I was really distracted while I was commentating, but I'm, like, fully here now.
Oh, no, you're good, and the quality's been top tier. It's been
okay.
Like,
thank you.
Video level audio quality.
Yeah,
yeah, I've literally been, like, installing, like, 2 apps, like, while I've been talking. So yeah, it's been. Yeah.
With that being said, Zombie Slayer with a $50 donation. Thank you so much, Zombie.
Let's go, Zombie.
Now less than $250 away from the big 2,000.
Yeah, for sure.
Man.
And so we do see lock set bottom left right now.
And you can see here these. Yeah, and you can see here these teams are kind of just, like I mentioned, Lockset has a little bit of downtime. These teams are kind of just sitting here waiting for it to open. But again, if you dunk on that third wheel, it is a little tight, right? I mean, teams won't, like, with practice, teams won't mention it as being too difficult. But it's certainly not something you could tell, like, an LFG team to just do, because it definitely does take some coordination. But yeah, as you can see here, damage is starting on Meso's screen. We have a couple other teams making their way to Lockset as well. Hexel and Fuggle, they're on their way to Lockset as well.
It's been so interesting in the Sundered era, seeing so many of these, like, fan favorite old school weapons come back, seeing Anarchy, seeing Queen Breakers, seeing Lord of Wolves.
Yep.
It's like going back in time.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Boss is evaporated again.
Boss, yeah, one refresh and the boss literally just fell over. So
Yep.
I think it's also funny that like for the speed run, you have to like perfectly time when to play golf just to get out of the encounter.
Yeah. So an interesting choice here for those of you who are maybe trying to do this dungeon a little faster at home. There are certain weapon types that are a lot better at shooting the balls than some of the other weapon types.
Get some
And
ball tech.
speedrunners, speedrunners have found that tapping a trace on the airborne balls, playing some airborne golf is the fastest way to go about things. So yeah, people are right as the encounter ends, they're looking in the sky trying to get some nice airborne ball shots. And get a hole in one.
That's a quote of all time.
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
I did notice that Miso did basically Team Lil Pekka. They killed themselves with the glacial nade there. Is that just so they can get quicker through the load zone? Is that like a
Yeah. So that's a good question. In Destiny, man, okay, I would have talked about a lot of this stuff if I wasn't installing stuff. Sorry. We'll get through it.
We got
have
plenty of time to talk about all
We
this.
are still
Yeah,
not even at the
exactly.
halfway point of the first round, even though it feels like a lot of time has passed. So now's the
right.
better
I mean,
time
some
than
of these
ever.
teams are progressing like very fast. Honestly, like
Yes.
I see one team has a high 8 already. I mean, that's very impressive. So yeah, when it comes to Destiny, when it comes to speedrunning, there's a tech that's been kind of more popular in the last couple of years. It's called default spawn manipulation, right? So some of you might have heard about it. I've talked about it plenty in speedrun breakdowns. It's present in a lot of different speedruns and raids, dungeons, etc. But basically the way it works is Destiny as a game is every activity is composed of a bunch of different load zones, right? So maybe the first encounter is going to be a specific load zone. The second encounter might be a different load zone. And when you hit load zones, generally speaking, when you see the text in the bottom left change. So you see how it says on Toast's screen right now, flooded inspection?
I do.
So that's an example of a load zone, right? So the way load zones work is that all of them have these default spawns in them. And so what a default spawn is basically when you get into a load zone, like when you enter a new area in Destiny, maybe you go to a new encounter and you die and you haven't set your spawn anywhere, the game has to set you somewhere, right? It has to res you somewhere, right? Otherwise you just not have a spawn. And so default spawns, if you enter a load zone and you block off your default spawn using stasis crystals, and the game is like, oh wait, we can't spawn you there because it's not a valid spawn anymore, it's being blocked.
Right.
There's fallback spawns in some load zones in Destiny. And a fallback spawn is basically, hey, if this guy's default spawn is blocked off, we're going to put him here instead. Okay?
In my
And
last
so-
video, that's how I got into Bragugia Forge.
Yeah, exactly, right. So yeah, I mean, lots of community oobs have also been found and kind of worked on using this method. And so what they're doing for these transitions is a lot of the transitions in Sundered, and Sundered is, kind of like, say, like a fortunate dungeon to have these fallback spawns be so favorable. Some activities, either the load zone does not have a fallback at all, or the fallback does not send you anywhere useful. Maybe it sends you only a short distance away from where you blocked off your spawn.
And now, Aegis, real quick. I'm sorry. I want to just shout out a team. Team Minions just hit an 832.
Which is 3 seconds off of record. I did see some questions in chat about what the world record is. It's an 8:29, and then just on top of that too, I want to cut you off. Then and if you cut off Aegis, I'm gonna cut you
All
off
right, you
now.
cut me off.
A $250 donation from Zed, putting us above the 2,000 mark.
Are we already over 2,000?
Okay.
Already over 2,000.
Already at the goal.
At the halfway point. So
Good stuff, guys.
Once again, I'm gonna push the goalpost again. Why not 2,500? Why not just get halfway to the goal?
Why not?
Before the first.
Why not?
The pace that we're on is absolutely
Oh my
insane right
God.
now. I want to say thank you guys so much for all the support. Z, thank you for the 250. Before that was Zombie Slayer with the 50. You
Let's
guys
go.
are absolutely killing this,
Let's
guys.
go.
Seriously, thank you. Let's see if we can get to 2,500. And yeah, Aegis, the floor is yours again.
floor
But
is yours,
a lot
Mr. Aegis.
was happening there while you were talking.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I feel like I was trying to.
I didn't want to interject,
and
but I was like, this team is about to gold.
This is like a world
We're at
record pace.
832.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
very
That's their
close to
PB.
the world
Yeah.
record. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like 3 seconds off submitted record. So like pretty impressive stuff from them for sure. Congrats. I think that's off the backs of another PB as well. So Walter D2, that team Minions, like they're definitely working hard and
They're very close right now.
looking very consistent.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so good stuff from these guys. So like as I was saying with default spawn manipulation, basically, again, sometimes these fallbacks can be very favorable, right? So when you die and you block off your spawn with stasis crystals, sometimes that backup spawn is going to put you somewhere really nice. And so in the case of Sunder, there's actually 2 different DSMs that are used. The first one is after first encounter, when that chest spawns in and you drop down the hole and it says flooded inspection after first encounter is over. That one actually puts you into what we call the ballway, right? So that one's going to put you into the ballway, and then your skipper can then start doing mechanics, and one of the Titans also hits a checkpoint that's required to progress the dungeon. The other DSM, which isn't using Salvation Script, the first one you saw using Salvation Script, you saw some of these guys pull it out. The second one with the whole Glacier Nade, that one, the spawn is in a tight tunnel, right? And so because the spawn is so small, you don't need a big stasis GL like Salvation Script to cover all of the spawn points. One Glacier Nade is enough, and they actually throw it at head height, as you saw, because that's enough to block your spawn. You don't need to cover the floor necessarily. You can just cover head height, and the game's like, whoa, that's too short for a Guardian to fit in there.
Like, where do we put him?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And that one actually puts you right before the door leading to the final boss. So very, very favorable DSM in this.
Is there anything DSM wise other than stasis that mostly gets used? It seems like it's more or less stasis, glacial nades, or salvation script. Just because of the collision, I'm guessing they count as objects.
Yeah. It's stasis crystals, and on occasion you'll see player bodies used to fill gaps in stasis crystals. Yeah, so someone can't spawn like on top of you.
Reminds me of making the spawn points in Halo 3 Forge and just like letting them sit there and then doing all those different things with the trip mines to break everything.
That's old school.
That is old school. And I actually remember, Mr. CB, you have used DSM before in some of your older videos to get into Niobe Labs.
No, I mean, that we took it even a step further. I mean, shout out to Froggy. I mean, that was a whole thing within itself. If anybody ever wants to dive into Niobe Labs, I mean, you gotta take, DSM, do a lot. You do a little bit of DSM for what's it called, for Bergugia Forge, but getting in Niobe, I mean, we were going quantum.
Yes.
Like, we took it way further. It was so cool. I mean, the tech that's in this game that I would say 99% of players don't even know about.
I'd say 99.9.
Probably 0.9, right? That's fair. 99.9 it's insane. It's so cool. So it's cool to see it implemented in speedruns.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Froggy. If you're ever curious about any sort of oob on any sort of activity in this game, really, and you want to listen to silky smooth, buttery voice narrate while you
made for radio.
His voice is peak.
Yeah, exactly. While you get some instructions on where to go, and Froggy's your guy. Shout out Froggy on YouTube. Go. It's Froggy and then a bunch of numbers that no one remembers.
So he told me when we were doing Niobe, he said the numbers have significance, just no one knows what it is.
So, did he tell you what it is?
No, I don't. I don't know what the numbers are.
Wait,
I don't know.
Maybe it's a trade secret.
Maybe it's like the Froggy sleeper agent code. He says the numbers and then he knows exactly where to go.
I have no clue, but that is his secret hero identity.
Okay. And you know what? More power to him, because he keeps finding new ways to get out of the map, to break the game in some cool ways. But yeah, I think default spawn manipulation is definitely one of the more interesting, I don't know if I'd even call it text as much as I'd just call it mechanics for speedruns. It's very very helpful, and yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you first see it, but as you keep playing the game and you kind of realize, oh yeah, Destiny is, you can break the game pretty badly in a lot of ways. So default spawn manipulation is one of those tools. Aegis, what is another tool that people will not really recognize unless they're really closely paying attention in this speedrun?
In this particular speedrun, okay, I mean, there's quite a few of them. You might have noticed a lot of these players are an ex-Dearest in First Encounter, right? That lovely moth grenade launcher that we all love so much. So speedrunners like ex-Dearest because it does impact damage like Mountaintop does, except it fires infinitely without needing to reload, and it does a lot of self-damage, right? So when Bungie actually tuned ex-Dearest's self-damage values, it kind of made some speedrunners annoyed, because you used to be able to one-shot yourself at 0 resil with ex-Dearest if you just shot the floor, which, as you can imagine, dying instantly in a speedrun with a special weapon so you can still be on a sword is very, very helpful, right? So some of these players are an ex-Dearest. Obviously, they're not one-shotting themselves anymore, and also being on 0 resil in an encounter like this is probably not a good idea anyway, but they are 2 or 3 shotting themselves, and they're doing it as soon as they place a lens into a socket. And the reason for this is because you guys are probably aware, if you played Destiny for years, you followed maybe Cheese Forever or similar channels, death duping is a big thing in Destiny, right? Fusion duping back in the Scourge days. Classic, right? So what they're doing is basically they're filling up a lens socket while they got a lens on their backpack, on their buffs, and you can see in the top right, actually, I don't know if you guys have the same stream overlay as I do, but Toast just did the tech, right? So he basically lined himself up with this socket, he got himself to 1 HP, and right when his interact prompt was about to fill, he died with Exteris. And what this actually does is it successfully inputs the lens into the socket, but also drops the lens on the ground. So you can dupe the lens without having to go kill another subjugator, which is obviously big time save in this encounter. It also means that during the downtime between rounds, you can handle lenses and distribute them effectively between players so that you don't need to worry about, getting subjugators and reading and dealing with that. You can just worry about your lenses between rounds, and it makes the entire encounter strategy a lot more productive.
Makes total sense. And so we're seeing in the bottom left right now here, Team Minions on a nice little pacer here so far. Hopefully I didn't curse them. We'll see how this continues to go. We're getting to see right now, like this is perfect timing.
DSM.
Yep.
Beautiful use of DSM here.
And the thing about DSM that you have to be a little bit careful with is that Destiny in Witch Queen. So this is this is like game engine stuff, right? So this is something that I don't think really any content creator covers.
This is, if we were 99.999%, now we're adding an extra 999 in there for the people that do not know this one. Go ahead.
So speedrunners are among a small group of players in the game that notice a lot of stuff that gets patched that Bungie doesn't include in their patch notes, right? So
I'm thinking like Pit of Heresy Boulder.
Yeah. So that's like an example, but another big example is that the Witch Queen DLC, among many of the changes that it brought to the game, made spawn setting extremely aggressive in Destiny. So whenever you enter a new load zone, right, if you touch the ground, it will set your spawn. And before Witch Queen, you could walk around a fair amount, and it would be actually quite difficult to set your spawn. But after Witch Queen released, if you enter a load zone and you stay on the ground for just fractions of a second too long, the game will set your spawn there. So you'll notice a lot of the time when doing DSM, now Sundered, I will say, the spawn locations are very close to where you enter a load zone, so you don't need to be as careful. But if you ever watch another dungeon speedrun or another raid speedrun where DSM is used, players are jumping like there's hot coals under their feet. They're playing hot potato, they're jumping on the ground so as to not set their spawn when they're doing DSM, and that's because of this Witch Queen kind of game engine update that made spawn setting super aggressive.
Gotcha. And something that wouldn't be, relevant to 99.9% of players. Obviously, they usually will not talk about those things, but the 1%, it's so important. So you almost wish there was like speedrun patch notes. You almost just wish they just leave it alone. You wish they just leave it alone.
You wish there was like everything
at the least, at the minimum, if you're not going to leave it alone, just be like, hey guys, letting you know, so you're not just blindsided.
Give us the full patch.
Just so we're not blindsided.
It seems like maybe the highlights make it into the TWID, and the full patch doesn't.
And so I don't know how much time they have to save here on these next two encounters here. They don't have their time save, but what I will say is this is a really good looking run here.
Are we talking about the Team Minions run?
I'm talking about Team Minions here. I mean, they're only 0.4 behind, and they've obviously Grev still. I don't know how much time, that wiggle room they have there, but we'll see.
I see Hexel running into a wall full speed for something. Is this also for DSM?
Frosties. No, it's
Frosties.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Explain the Frosties situation here, because obviously we've seen a lot of Titan POVs. Haven't seen a lot of Hunter POVs.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk more about the Hunter POV as we talk more about these runs here and these teams. Frosties is used in speedrunning to just get your abilities back when you're on Stasis Hunter and you have nothing better to do with your time. A lot of the time in Destiny, when you're doing like a skip from one encounter to another, there's actually it's kind of surprising, honestly. There's very few encounters in this game where you are gated to skip. So gating is like a speedrunning term that means like, what is the limiting factor at this current time in your run, right? So for example, let's say you had a theoretical encounter. You have two people doing the encounter, one person doing the skip. Is the encounter going to finish first, or is the skip going to get to where they need to be first? So that would change what you are gated to. So if you're gated to skip, that means the encounter is really fast, and so you're going to be waiting for the skipper to reach the next encounter before the dungeon can progress. Whereas if you were gated to the encounter, the skip would get there early, they'd have nothing better to do, and they could maybe, put on Frosties and run into a wall, and then the people doing the encounter would be what you're gated to. So in Destiny, we try to balance it, right? Because obviously, if your skipper stays in the previous encounter and can help out for longer, that's obviously going to save you time. But obviously, if it means that they're going to be later on skip.
Here too. It looks like we might be on world record pace right here. Yeah, just want to
let's take a look. Yeah, let's take a look.
Quick second. We're already 3 ahead. We're going into damage. It seemed like they got to damage fast. I was definitely I locked in a little bit closer to when they started damage, but it looked clean. Let's see here. We might be maybe possibly world record launch, please. They're kind of slowing down. Can we get those T crashes out, please? T crash out! Come on!
Here you go.
Wait,
I think they might have to retime, but
it needs to be verified.
Is that might be world record? I think by 7/10 of a second.
If that is to be the time,
I think that's world record.
If that doesn't need to be retimed and that is the time, then that is a brand new world record.
World record!
The first world record that we have seen of today.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully one of many today, because that was close.
Yes, it was.
And
at 1 second.
Needs to be retimed.
Yeah, but we might have just seen our first world record, which is super cool. Also, Silken, thank you so much for the 130.
Let's go.
Y'all so cute. Thank you. Know you.
Let's go.
Thank you for that, guys. We're now past the almost 2/3 mark. We're about to be under 20 minutes. We're almost at the big 2,500. Let's keep pushing for that. We've seen world records. We've seen tons of money be raised. We've heard such amazing commentary from Mr. Aegis. Thank you so much for that too. It's added to this so much. And I'm so excited to see how this continues. Like, this has been crazy so far.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, seeing a world record by 1 second. I mean, that's definitely some cinema gameplay right there.
Yes.
Tough.
Yes. How tight would you say the world record is right now? Obviously, we said we want to see some world records today. We just saw one within the first hour of the event, but I will say, like, every single record is different. How optimized is this one in particular?
Yeah. So if we're talking about the submitted world record, which is the 29 on SPEEDRUN.com,
yes.
That one is not super optimized because, like we mentioned earlier, there are teams going for a 7, right? So a high 7.
Right.
So, there's 30 seconds or so of wiggle room. And for those of you who are familiar with speedrunning, the sum of best for some of these teams is like a mid 7. So like a high 7 3x to a low 7 4x. So like a 741, 742, something like that.
Yep.
So that's the combination of all of the best kind of segments of the run, right? So it would make sense that a 7 is possible. But certainly, during the tournament, like I said, if someone gets a 7 or even like a low 8, that would be very impressive. I believe there is a team that is running among this roster today that has an 809 or an 810, but it's not submitted. So,
oh, wow. Which
yeah,
team
yeah.
is that?
Yeah, I believe it is the Heroes Blood team, so Team Tau Ceti. I believe they have,
Gotcha.
Yeah,
We'll be on the lookouts. Right now, we know that Minions has the best time of the day.
Yeah, definitely best.
It is the submitted. It would be the submitted world record, in fact. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff for sure. Yeah, looking pretty good from these guys. I mean, I gotta say, the Team Minions consistency has been pretty impressive so far. I mean, they've gone I think 3 PBs back to back.
Yep.
Or not back to back, but in short order.
They've done super well, and especially within this first hour, you have a lot of time to still be a part of it. They're for sure secured on making it to the next round. But
I would
think so, unless everybody puts up a crazy amount of time. Not to ultimate casters curse them, but
I would imagine they'll make it to the next
I would imagine they make it to the next round, but at the very least, like in the first hour, they've already proved a time that is, if it gets timed correctly, maybe it's the world record, the official one right now, if they submit it. The unofficial world record, like you just said, is on the bottom right POV for us, Heroes Blood, aka Team Tau Ceti. And I mean, an 809 is really impressive. I think a sub 8 is insane.
It'd be wild. What I will say is, just to go back to kind of what we were talking about at the beginning of the tournament and the strategy at the beginning kind of being getting a time on the board, it does seem like a lot of these teams are now getting a little bit more loose and comfortable now that they probably know, okay, we got a time on the board, now we can kind of go for it a little bit more. I think we're kind of seeing that transition.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I'm seeing some of these teams definitely just in the flow stage, just chugging it out, just pumping out these numbers. So, props to them, especially this early into the entire tournament's duration. Like they're definitely approaching it with a level head, and yeah, impressive stuff from them for sure.
Real, we have now.
See these guys. You can definitely see these guys have prepped
Yes.
quite a bit for this.
Well, when there's a big prize pool on the line and a big amount of charity money to be raised, we would hope so, and it looks like everybody is.
Yes, they are. An exclamation point donate. You guys can donate to the Bungie Foundation. A $500 donation, I believe, brings a team back from the dead. But then we have a ton of different emblems that can be earned by donating to the Bungie Foundation as well. If you type exclamation point donate, we are now almost at $2,500 already, which would be the halfway point of the goal for the entire tournament in the first round. And we'll also go to Team IDK right now, who is on their damage run
Their Karev
for
kill.
Mr. Karev. Let's see how this goes. Not
Looks
sure what
like-
their time is, but we'll see
I'm
at
just
the end.
gonna
maybe.
full screen them real
Yeah,
quick.
yep.
Go.
And as you can see here, I mean, they're doing the classic well swap to prismatic for their facet of courage
And there
conversion
goes
here.
the Bundy.
Yeah,
I don't
it goes.
think
Yeah,
they
there
don't
you go.
have splits up on the screen, but
I think he just said that's our PB. Wait, let's listen in.
the timer just hit
I wonder
9
what that
minutes.
means. Oh,
I wish they had the splits up on the
yeah,
screen.
I'm not sure what they got. I'm sure that somebody's keeping track of it, so it'll pop up on the leaderboard whenever it gets tracked.
Yeah, shout out to our verifier team. Do let us know what you end up finding out.
Yep, and with that being said, it's a good time to shout out just everybody behind the scenes as well. These types of tournaments would not be possible without everybody that's been putting these events together for months. Obviously, the day of a tournament just kind of shows the end result, but there's so much that goes into making these tournaments what they end up being. So big shout out to everybody in this community that's turned this event into such a cool opportunity. Not only showcase some of the best talent that our game has to offer, but also raising a lot of money for a good cause. This has been awesome so far.
This has been amazing, and yeah, I couldn't have said it better. Everybody behind the scenes, tip your cap. You guys are amazing. And yeah, we have a lot of speed runs to go still. So ultimately, right now, I do notice that teams, like you said, have gotten into a rhythm, so to speak. But every team has that thing, that one small ad that just bothers them, the one small boss, like mini boss in a side room, maybe like the ogres that are really frustrating to deal with, maybe some of the even the dread at the very beginning that are annoying to deal with. Aegis, what would you say is like the enemy or the obstacle that is easy to forget but can absolutely ruin a run in Sundered?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the dread. I think most people would agree, and especially people who are solo challenge players would definitely agree that dread are the most annoying faction of Destiny enemies to deal with in general, and also in a speedrun, because they pull you, they freeze you, they slow you, and if there's one thing that a speedrunner doesn't like, it's their movement being restricted and or changed away from their intentions. So, you know,
Tell me you don't like a
sometimes-
glacial nade blowing up and instantly killing you,
I mean, you know,
Being yeeted
you
across
might.
the map.
or being thrown. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just getting hit by a dusk field in first encounter, and just like being late to one of your lenses, or having a subjugator just suspend you mid, shoulder charge, or just any of these things really, that it just can be a pain, right? You don't really think about it as like part of your strategy or anything like that, but certainly something to worry about for sure. Very annoying.
Yes, and it doesn't help that the boss also pulls and yanks, as we see with Team
As we see on Meso's POV.
Yes.
Right on cue. Right on
boss
cue.
immediately with the threadlings and pulling you, and it made.
Oh,
made
they're
the
running
fight
it back,
more
yeah.
interesting.
Yes, they
they're
are.
resetting.
And it does look like we have a little bit of a pacer from Team Talsetti. We'll see where the split lies. They're 7 ahead. They are running on a little bit higher splits. They're running on 845 splits. At least, no, actually, is that Karev? Yeah, what's the way at the end? Okay, they hadn't named it Karev. They named it Mission, so I wasn't sure at first that's what it was. But all right, with that being said, they are on a decent pace here. So let's see how this run goes from Team Talsetti.
Yes.
Yeah.
and-
So, go ahead.
No, what were you going to say?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So some of these teams, there is a program you can use in Destiny that kind of watches certain white pixels on your screen in order to automatically split, so that when runners are running, they don't have to like manually split everything. And so the splits are a little bit more accurate. Yeah, exactly. So other games, you know, they have programs that can like read the game memory in order to automatically split. But obviously, Destiny with BattleEye and, you know, being like a PvP game as well, you know, you can't have the game having its memory be read. So a lot of us use this program that just instead just like watches your monitor for certain white pixels, whether it's new objectives, like in the top left, we just saw in Team Tau Ceti, that new objective can tell you whether an encounter is over and stuff like that. So you might have been wondering why they might have named it Mission. It's very annoying to automatically split a boss death. And so instead, what they're probably doing is splitting the mission complete banner that appears after Karev dies.
Gotcha,
and so that's why their split might be a 45, because mission complete happens a while.
Yeah, no, that makes sense too, and that's funny. That makes me remember whenever I run Mario 64, what we use is black screens every time Star runs, and then auto split. Check when the screen goes fully black and then split.
Yeah, that's a great analog. Yeah, for sure. I have a friend who runs SM64 in his spare time, and you know he's told me similar stories. So yeah, definitely a good tie in there.
It's cool to see the parallels, because you'd think that now that we're in a game that's from this, you know, century, that we wouldn't still have to use frames on like the screen. Like it makes sense on a 30-year-old game, but here we are with the game still
some
being
things never
serviced
change
now, and some things don't change. Exactly.
Yeah.
And actually, we're seeing a kill here from Tau Ceti. Can this be the best time of the day? Let's see it right now. Come on.
They're gonna really need to bake. I don't think so.
This is not best time of the day. But it is.
It'll at least secure them a spot, I think.
Yeah, this is a run that will get you to the next round.
This is a next round run.
Yeah, 100%.
There we go. 34.
834.
And
okay, so he actually does just manually split when the boss dies. Okay. So I don't know why he's named it Mission then, because they're not even getting mission. Yeah, there we go.
Maybe it's the mission to get the best time that they possibly can.
And that could be it. That's their best time of today. They were at an 8:43 before. They're now at an 8:34.
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, congrats. It's surprising to see, not one, but multiple teams this close to the submitted record, even beating the submitted record this early on. So I'm really actually, I wasn't sure whether a team would be able to get like a low 8 or like a 7, but, my hopes have definitely gone up, seeing these performances from these guys. So definitely good work from them.
Right. Bar has been set very high very quickly. And with that being said, we do only have 10 minutes left in the first round. So we'll see if teams can get in one more run. You're gonna see the jitters start kind of picking up again from some of the teams that are just at the cutoff. You see Lil Pekka, they need a run that's at least 7 seconds faster to pass Team Glorpin. So we'll see if they're able to do that. And we'll see what happens there.
We'll see if they got it in them. And one thing that I always find very interesting with speedruns and kind of a lot of the end game, even like low man solos, all those sorts of things, tracer rifles get used by the highest level players more often than I see anyone else use them. Obviously Spire the Watcher was this week's Rite of the Nine dungeon, and everybody knows who's used a trace rifle in those encounters, how helpful it is to just get those nodes hit. So why trace rifles in this dungeon, Aegis? Is it a similar effect that Spire has?
So trace rifles, yeah, trace rifles are just like a high total ammo count, high fire rate weapon that you can use to spam objectives, buttons, whatever have you. That's pretty much all it is, and they're special. So it means that instead of losing all your ammo by swapping to like an auto or something like that, traces have a huge mag, right, 100+ mag, and they're special ammo. Again, you can swap them to Izzy, you can swap them to really whatever you want, and not have any penalty. So the main reason people use traces is not because like they're DPS against red bars is crazy high or anything like that, or they're crazy good for ad clear. It's really just, we need to shoot some buttons and I don't want to lose all my ammo. And traces are really easy to use.
Like
they feel really nice.
Auto, basically, at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's nothing too crazy. I mean, it's just like, rocket sidearms are projectile based. You could miss, the target can move out of the way, it's annoying. Maybe their explosive damage doesn't interact with something correctly, but traces, they're super consistent. And in a game like this, you want something that's consistent, and maybe if you miss by a little bit, not really big deal. You got 100 in the mag, just shoot one more, right?
Right.
Well, we are at about 8 minutes, so teams that do want to run need to get their resets in and go quick.
Yes, and just a recap on the rules. Once the time does hit 0, if they do have a run already going, they'll have 10 additional minutes to get that run done. And then if they don't, we're moving on.
Okay.
Moving
Does
on.
every team have a completed run right now? I do not have access to the leaderboard right now. I'm not looking at it.
I see it.
Every team has one?
8. I would have to see
8 total on the leaderboard. You'd have to
Okay.
ask behind the scenes.
At least on what's visible, yes, but fully we would have to confirm that.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's good then. So we have some competition, and then we have some people that are, at risk of getting knocked out. So let's see what happens.
Right. The teams that I really want everybody to focus on is Glorpin and Lil Pekka, because that's where we could see the flip happen. That could be the difference between going to the next round and going home.
So who are the top 3 right now? Is it Ango, Glorpin, and Minions?
So we got Minions with an 828 at number 1. We have Talseti with an 834 at number 2. We have Phantom 1 at number 3 with a 908. We have Ango with number 4 with 912. 5 is Glorpin with a 918. And then just on the outside looking in is Lil Pekka with a 925. So 7 seconds right now is the difference between moving on or being eliminated.
And CB, you'll see your top 2 teams on the screen. Glorpin, Lil Pekka, those are the teams that are fighting for that last remaining spot before the knockout. So pay attention to those 2 teams. The rest of the teams that we have up here are already in. We have Talseti and we have Minions on the screen as well at the bottom. It looks like they're going to keep it calm, so we're going to go to a different POV instead of Talseti here. Looks like Talseti is pretty confident with the fact that they're going to get to the next round.
I think they're feeling pretty good. With that being said, while Evan's doing that, guys, we are getting so close to the big 2,500 mark. Let's keep this momentum going. Type ! Donate if you guys are interested in getting some emblems and donating to the Bungie Foundation. What an amazing start, though. I mean, I think I set the initial goal was to hit to 1,000, I think, in the first round. And you guys have more than doubled that. So great work. And let's keep raising some more money for a good cause.
Let's go, guys. Keep it going. Everybody, ! Donate. Check out the charity link. And please let me know what you guys are thinking. Alrighty, everybody. With that being said, we are in, I guess, what you would call the witching hour. We're in the hour where things are going to get insane. Things are going to go really fast. I mean, even faster than what is even believable with these speed runs, because I'm seeing stormtroopers left and right fly through the screen.
Yeah, we're only gonna keep seeing more and more of those.
And now, technically, you could have Darth Vader
that's
soloing
canon now. This is canon.
You can have Darth Vader getting a world record speed run, and that would be canon.
All right.
We have to start, huh?
Looks
Like
like
we're already starting to kind of hear some of the
we have
more
to start
anxiety in
now.
people's voices. I can kind of like hear.
Yes. Glorpin, Lil Pekka trying to hold on. Which team will pull it off? Lil Pekka is at Karev with 737 on the screen. Is this doable to take over Glorpin's 918?
If their
That
possible
might be
time
close.
save, their possible time save says 0. If that's accurate, then even if they golded, there's no.
Kill Guardian like
Yeah, that does seem a bit rough.
Yeah, unless we're looking at like an over 20-second gold, which I just can't. I mean, anything's possible, but
And if it's possible, it's possible.
yeah,
right?
I don't think that this will be the one. So with that being said, I mean, we'll see though. We'll see. Who knows?
It just
Yeah,
is
let
the
it ride.
RNG of which symbols that you have to cleanse or turn on in that final room at Karev such a big impact on time. I know you talked about some others, but I don't remember if we talked about that one in particular.
Yeah. So I've talked about this team with teams before, and honestly, I was surprised to hear that Karev RNG is not that bad. I would say the teams were more complaining about him like moving around a lot during damage and just being annoying. But yeah, like Karev RNG is like, it's the worst you're gonna have is like, I don't know, one of the side rooms has to get like an annoying symbol where you need to like shoot the threadling cruxes, but for the most part, it's not
It's
nowhere near
14
as
at
bad.
that point, right? And
One
here
Yeah,
we go.
yeah.
Wait,
I can't. I mean, I was reading their splits and it said they had 0 time save,
but
but
it
they're
looks
about
like
to do
they're
this.
about to do it.
I don't know
Lil
what they're.
Pekka
I think
off the
that-
top rope.
I think they're gonna make
Did
the
it!
flip. I don't really understand their splits, but they were able. I don't know what they're running against, but they said they had 0 seconds to save and they were down 20, but they just made the flip.
They did. Lil Pekka has overtaken Team Glorpin.
Yeah, I'm just. There you go. I guess you can't always pay attention to the splits. A 908.
I think they were.
Let's go, Salt. Thank you for the raid. You're in at the right time, Salt Raiders. We are watching
Oh my gosh! So
an
now
insane turn of events. Team Glorpin, Team Lil Pekka, they are flipping right now. It's being, it's going to be updated on our leaderboard.
Yes,
Lil Pekka
it
has
is.
overtaken Glorpin with 5 minutes remaining, or 2 minutes remaining, but about 5 minutes remaining on Glorpin. So Glorpin's got to have a run of a century.
Yes, and also Mickey really with the $50 donation, getting
Let's
us now
go.
10 away from the big 2,200 mark. Thank you guys so much for all the support. What a flip! Yeah, that's crazy. That's
Let's
crazy.
go. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they were splitting against like maybe their actual PB and not their tournament PB. So that might have been why that was.
That makes sense because
Yeah.
I saw the 0 time save and I was like, well, I mean, it's probably wraps then, but they hadn't reset, so we probably should have realized then the fact that they were still running.
Yeah.
That there must
Yeah,
have been
exactly.
a chance.
And I believe Team Frog might be calling it over. I haven't seen Team Frog launch back in. They were in last place on our leaderboard, at least our remaining leaderboard. We see Team I don't know is also going for their final time potentially. So again, the top left, top right, and bottom right are all going for a run that matters so dang much right now. Glorpin is in the hot seat. Team I don't know is in the hot seat. So yes,
Right, and the crazy thing about Lil Pekka's run is they went from 6th to 3rd. Like not only did they
That was
get
huge.
into the top bracket to move on, but they did it convincingly.
that was very, very impressive. I am going to actually put on Team and Go here, just because I think Team Frog is calling it over right there. Congratulations, Team Frog. You guys played very, very well.
Very good day.
All right, here we go. We have POVs up. Okay, it looks like Team and Go might be also taking a little break right now for the next
Well,
round.
we are now at the end of the hour, so if you
Yes.
don't have a run going, it's not even a
over.
break. They can't.
They
Yeah.
can't.
So right now,
so maybe we'll just keep them up just so we can maybe hear.
the main team we want to be looking at right now is Glorpin, as Lil Pekka is already in. So it's just really, we can go almost full screen here on Glorpin. As even if Glorpin passed Lil Pekka would still be in. So
All
this
right.
is really it right
This
here.
is it.
This is it.
Team Glorpin, show us what you got.
They need a 9-12.
9-12. And
And per the rules, they have until 10 minutes after the hour, which they have plenty of time to finish a run within that time. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting here.
Aegis, what can you tell us about what they're going to need to do? What's their biggest time save it looks like here? What might be their biggest issue going on right now?
Well, I mean, they have passed their first encounter, which is obviously a big hurdle. They did lose a chunk of time there, but it should be recoverable. It should be recoverable, and you know, well, if it's not, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Okay, their DSM goes off without a hitch. Earlier, there was an example of what I mentioned on Toast Screen, where someone actually did set their spawn in the load zone outside of the crystals and was unable to be rezzed into those crystals to successfully complete that DSM. But it's nice to see them get over that hurdle. We're going to see them end up starting the second encounter in a little bit here. Toast, as you can see on screen, is just waiting for his teammates to finish those two wheels that I mentioned. Obviously, those wheels can cause a lot of time loss. We'll see here in his splits. Should be starting second encounter any moment now. There you go, joining allies.
I heard him say it's doable.
So right now, I mean, they're 19 behind. They're running against the 9 minutes. So right now, if they stayed exactly on this pace, they'd be at a 9:19. So they need to at least save it. I think 7 seconds. I think 9:12 is what we're shooting for here. So they got to chunk off some time. It's going to start here.
It's gonna get intense right here.
Let's start here. Let's just go through each one, Aegis. So now that we're at lock set, where can we save a little bit of time here? Like, what's going on in their brain? What can they do to even shave maybe 1 or 2 seconds?
To be completely honest with you, Lockset is one of the most consistent encounters in this dungeon, so they're probably not.
To be honest, it's locked. That was your opportunity to say it was locked.
It's locked.
I was trying to.
Lockset's pretty locked. Yeah,
setting up the
Lockset's
caster
pretty locked up.
little pun. Sorry, continue. I was just setting it up.
Yeah, no, of course, of course. Yeah, lock set is it's kind of a you know, ironically as you mentioned, kind of a time locked encounter for the most part because you're just waiting for the eye to kind of watch your third lock and then open, and then your damage is kind of mostly the same for the most part. So
Aegis, with that being said,
Oh.
unfortunately they're not locked here, or actually they got locked in the lock set.
Indeed,
It looks like
indeed.
the run is over, and that looks like that should be the end of that. That looks like that should be the end of round 1.
Indeed.
All right. Well, with that being said, let me throw up our leaders on the boards right now. We have Team Minions in first place, Team And Go in second place, Team Tausetti in third place, and Sibi, who's in fourth place for
We
me?
got Glorpin in fourth place and Lil Pekka at fifth place.
Lil
That was
Pekka in
our
fifth.
top 5. What an amazing first round. Aegis, I know you said you weren't sure like what to expect at the beginning in terms of if we would be getting, you know, near world record times. And I mean, we saw some craziness from this first round. What are your kind of thoughts now that we've seen the first round? How are we feeling? Did this kind of exceed expectations? Like, I feel like this was a pretty
Yeah, I
crazy
mean,
first round.
Like I said, pretty impressed. There's like, you know, what is it, 3 teams or something like that with pretty close times to target, and yeah, just honestly beating my expectations in the first round. That's all I can say. Yeah, for sure. This dungeon is not like one of the most consistent out there, or like one of the easiest to run, I gotta say. So definitely like, you know, pretty impressive stuff for sure.
What about you, Evan? How do you feel?
I feel good, man. I mean, we already saw what would be, if they submitted it, technically the world record. We've heard a lot of sub 8 being very, very possible, very achievable, and we've seen a lot of tech that I think is really cool for a lot of people out there. I'm feeling good.
Agreed, and I think that's the cool thing too. I think there's so many people that, you know, I'm sure maybe might think about running a speed run, or you know, or whatever the case might be, but don't really know where to kind of start, or knowing what communities are doing things like this. But I do love that these events kind of showcase not only how amazing everybody is at the game, because there's just so many talented players, but also making this hopefully a little bit more approachable as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So I believe we have a countdown on the top right that I believe is the break that the runners are getting in between to kind of take a moment, maybe drink some water,
Now-
maybe take a bite of the sandwich.
The other thing for the runners that did get eliminated is we do have the charity incentive that if $500 is donated, it'll be brought back from the dead.
That is true.
And what is our charity goal looking like right now, Mr. CB?
So we are almost at our halfway point right now. I believe we are at $2,190, I believe. So we are, which this is insane, by the way, too. Thank you guys so much for that. We are $310 away from the halfway point. I think that's going to be our goal for the second round. Is first, let's see if we can get to that halfway point, and then let's try to shoot as close as we can to the big 5. I think overall on the day, I just want to make sure that gold progress bar is completely filled by the time we crown a champion.
Yes. I mean, if the first hour speaks in volume to the rest of the hours that we have remaining, which is 2 hours total remaining on this, then hey, who knows?
You never know.
knows?
You never know. I'm excited to see. I mean, we're gonna find out really soon. Like we said, the first round was insane. The second round, I think a lot of those first round jitters are gonna be gone. So I am interested to see if we do see, I would say, an increased level of play, or maybe nerves set in even more now that's the second round. You never know which kind of way it'll go.
I think A, you never know, but B, I think after that first hour, maybe even more nerves set in, just because there's less competition. There's more competition because there's less competition, if that makes sense.
Well, we do have somebody who's been in some of these tournaments and that has set some very insane times under pressure before. Mr. Aegis, how do you kind of go about pressure as these kind of stack up? Do you like, how do you deal with nerves as, you know, you get to a second round or a finality to a tournament? Like, how does that kind of go as somebody who's been there?
Honestly, you know, raids might be more intense as an activity because you have 6 people, you know, there's like a higher demand for consistency, but I've never been in a tournament where there are 3 rounds back to back of just having to go through the gauntlet again twice more, right? So
Right.
all of your previous attempts are kind of like, you know, that you have to just go for it again, right? It's like the ultimate test of consistency. So I honestly can't speak to that, and that in itself is like pretty impressive just on its own. So I'm kind of excited to see what these guys end up cooking in this next round. The first round already, you know, like I said, pretty impressive stuff. And if these guys can handle the pressure the same way they did in the first round, we're gonna definitely see some pretty, you know, tight competition here. That's for sure.
Right. No, you're very, very right on that. And interested to see kind of where that ends up leading us. I mean, I think the countdown actually just zapped to 0. So I don't know if it's about that time, but we're gonna see here in a second.
It looks like it's about to be that time. I'm waiting for the signal.
Yeah, we'll wait for the signal. One thing you did say that was interesting there, Aegis, that I was about to respond to, but then I saw the timer at 0, so I just wanted to check. But you are right. You brought up a good point. It's like it's a test of consistency. It's a test of endurance, but it is also interesting that, let's just use, for example, like the minions, they set I set the team minions, but we'll call them the minions. The minions, they like obviously just set the at least speedrun.com world record.
Yes.
But now if they don't submit a good time in the second round, they're done. So it is interesting that you kind of have to erase from your memory what you did. You can't really just be like, whoa, you know, we got the world record, now we can just cruise.
Yes.
Like that won't carry you in this round. They could be eliminated even with being the world record team.
Yeah, bit of a roller coaster for sure. Yeah, I mean, you got the sigh of relief, and then you got to put the blinders on again.
You
And then you got the sigh of relief.
And then speaking of right back to it, we're right back to the donations. Tyrant with I believe it was the $250 donation, getting us to $2,440 before we started. $60 away from the halfway point. Thank you guys so much.
Let's go, man. Hey, and listen, everybody, we're gonna see teams careening around this dungeon, going for it left and right, ready to go. So hey, don't move anywhere. We're about to get started here really soon. And one of the biggest things that I love that they added into the light and has been a part of every single, it feels like, activity once you get comfortable, the mountaintop, man. The mountaintop is like back, and it's the ultimate, like, hey, speedrunners, go have fun.
Right, and it does go back to kind of the point that I was making too. It's just like I watched Sundered Doctrine, and if I was to have like, say I was in a coma and then I woke up, I would know if it was 2019 or if it's 2025. I mean, we got mountaintops flying, we got Lord of Wolves, we got Queen Breakers, we got Anarchies. I mean, you couldn't tell me if I had just woken up out of a coma what year it was. I would still think we're in.
I know.
Shadowkeep.
I know. We've seen, and you know what's funny?
What's that?
It's like you said, Mountaintop, Anarchy. The other thing that we've seen is something else that was produced in the year of Forsaken, a lot of thunder crashes because of Curious of the Falling Star, of course, with the extra damage. But the thunder crash in general is just, originally it wasn't used by everybody. It was just kind of a gimmicky.
It's funny. Yeah, you kind of remember the introduction of it. It's like, ugh, like I don't want to use this.
Yeah, the introduction.
And then the chest piece, I mean, honestly changed that super forever, to use like your words.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've ever had a super exotic that straight up just doubles the damage of a super. So, I mean, I guess Nighthawk is kind of similar, but yeah.
But outside of Nighthawk, it was very unfamiliar. So yeah, that was definitely new.
And also, CB, I got an update. The
What's that?
team roster goes Minions, Ango, Tauceti, Lil Pekka, and Phantom 1. So Team Glorpin is also going to be gone here. Unless there's been...
Wait,
It looks like the leaderboard has been updated. It looks like Team Phantom 1 actually overtook Glorpin after retiming everything and getting everything set up. So it looks like those are your 5 teams that are participating right now.
Oh, there you go. It's just such a tight race. You just never know. So with that being said, most of the teams are sitting at the starting screen. So we should be seeing this begin, I would assume, soon.
It's starting right now. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, get locked right back in because we have another hour, and only 3 teams will be surviving after this hour.
Oh my gosh.
Unless you guys bring him back from the dead with a charity donation. You guys have been going insane. Guys, what's the new goal? You know what, CB, you always say this, and it always seems to magically happen. What's the new goal for the hour?
I want to see at least a 3 on the screen.
Let's
start there.
Okay.
I'll if I need to move the goalpost, I will. But first, I just want to see a 3, and we're about $500-ish away from that. Luckstruck with the $1. I see you.
Luckstruck with the $1. Big dollar from Luckstruck.
I mean, if we had everybody throw a $1 in and chat, we would be there. So let's keep this going. I think the donation support was out of this world in the first round. Let's definitely keep this going. I think it would have such a nice ring to it that the speedrun community went ahead and just smashed the $5,000 donation goal right out the water. And I just want to say just thank you guys so much for everything so far. Make sure if you are donating too, guys, there are a bunch of rewards you can claim. They're on the screen on this beautiful overlay that we have. Shout out to everybody that made these. They look amazing, by the way. But make sure to claim your rewards, and let's get back into the gameplay.
Let's go. We're seeing teams reset. They know that, hey, first round, things, you can be a little bit less cautious about your time. If you're not feeling this run, it's got to be the run or no run on some of these now.
Honestly, I don't know if I fully agree. And I would be curious to see what Aegis feels about this too. Like, I guess kind of like also weigh in on it. But like for me, because this is like more or less a full reset, I almost in my brain, at least if I was to go about it now, granted, I'm nowhere near the player that any of these teams are, so I wouldn't even be there. But let's just say hypothetically in some very alternate universe I was, I would probably go about getting a time on the board. Like, I think I would try to get a time on the board, kind of like what worked in the first round, and then kind of go from there and try to optimize. But Aegis, what do you think? That would just be how I'd go about it.
I mean, it really speaks to the confidence of these teams to, okay, basically what they're running back to, by the way, is very first round, right? There's, if you get a bottom right as one of your first rooms, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it is, it's kind of Jover, because basically between first and second round and between second and third round, you have some time to manipulate your lenses during your downtime and maybe fill in or pre-place, as they call it, some of the sockets that lead to bottom right. So if you were to get a bottom right, you wouldn't need that many lenses to fill in the path to successfully complete bottom right. But first round, you don't have that luxury, right? No one is near bottom right, actually. In fact, you have one person go top left, one person go top right, one person go bottom left. No one even goes to bottom right because it's such a bad room that if you do get a bottom right, people just run it back because it's just an insane, I mean, it's just kind of how speedrunning is in some encounters where like your strategy is designed around getting the good RNG, if that makes sense, right? You don't play for potentially dealing with bad RNG because it's just that punishing.
Especially
so yes,
at the beginning, right?
Right. So yes, on one hand, it does speak to the confidence of some of these teams to be like, yeah, we know that we're going to be able to complete a run where we do get that good starting RNG, but it's also that some of these teams might not even have plans to run for that bad RNG at the very, very start of the run. And of course, you only lose like, let's say, I don't know, 2 minutes to the entrance plus the load times of starting again. So it's not the worst thing in the world to run it back this early, but definitely they are definitely a little confident, and like you said, kind of the pressure is definitely increasing for these guys, and they're definitely trying to aim for a solid time to set. So
right. With that being said, we got We Beefing Luckstruck with the $2.
Okay.
Okay.
All
nice little one-up contest.
I wonder how Luckstruck will respond.
Luckstruck, you've been challenged here.
Luckstruck, you will be challenged here, so please, by all means,
it would be great if we just had it would be great if we just had a train for the rest of the tournament going $1, $2, $3, $4, $5.
Let's keep it going. I mean, who's gonna be We Beefing with Luckstruck?
Exactly. Yes.
we could get like a little third party.
Yeah, so third party comes in the beefiest Luckstruck. All right, so again, we're seeing a lot of teams kind of figure out getting that delicate balance of, do we continue this run like we said, or do we, hey, bottom right isn't really in our favor, so we're just going to reset immediately. But yeah, I feel like this dungeon, outside of the very first encounter, has relative consistency that I find myself very happy with that consistency in this. And I know there's a lot of people that don't watch speedruns often that see things like an oob and then they go, oh, that's unfair, that's this, that's that. But
$250 donation from Anonymous. Don't even know who it was, but thank you so much. He's also beefing, maybe, but we're now at $2,693. We're now $307 away from the big 3,000. Continue, Evan, but I saw that and I had to interject.
No, that's a good reason to interject. If anybody wants to beef even higher, by all means, beef even higher.
Please beef, indeed.
I just want to say, I think there's a lot of people that don't watch speedruns very often that see things like oobing and other raids and dungeons, and I personally find it amazing, and I know there's a lot of people that do, but some people, they go, I feel like that's a little unfair. Why don't you guys just run the route as fast as possible? In Sundered, because there's almost nothing that requires oobing by any measure, it's really fun just to see that teams are just fully going for it. It's just optimizing the arenas that you're placed in.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a bit of speedrunning lore. I mean, we have a couple. We have quite a while to talk about this same
I love
activity. here,
speedrunning
so
lore. Hit me
I'll
with
give you a
it.
little speedrunning lore because I don't think anybody in like the general speedrunning viewership
Oh
audience.
god, so you're saying this is another
aware of it.
0.99999% of people
Yes.
that don't know this?
Yeah. This is for sure. So, speedrunners themselves have actually had this debate before, because obviously, I mean, I think the big misconception that maybe some people who are more casual watchers of speedrunning who say, oh, you know, oobing is cheating and stuff like that, there's this conception that speedrunners actually skip encounters when they are in fact just skipping the sections between encounters, right?
Yes.
Right.
Which, yeah, you can't actually.
Yes.
There's been only one encounter like skip that I have been aware of in my years playing Destiny, and it was actually before I started playing. You used to be able to skip Vorgith by going out of bounds in the Shattered Throne dungeon, but
I
that
think-
encounter is also
Do
like
you
a
count
minute long. So
Vespers do you count that first encounter of Vespers as well? Because you dunk the nukes in the hallway to the first boss, and it counts as the first encounter nukes.
I suppose that counts in some way as well. But the Vorgith skip was you literally did not have to even
Right,
complete an
yeah,
objective
yes,
related.
yes.
Like there was a checkpoint after Vorgith out of bounds where if you hit it, the actual encounter itself just like did not even need to be completed in any way, even by like replacing its objectives as you do in Vesper with like the cores from the puzzle. It just
Right.
would completely skip over it and forget that the encounter even existed. So, you know, in that sense, you know, speedrunners don't really skip encounters for the most part. I mean, the Vesper thing is kind of the closest thing we've gotten since then. And it is still obviously like a bit more work than just like, you know, hitting a checkpoint out of bounds and that being it. But yeah, there was actually a controversy with DSM, right? So those of you who are speedrunners and were probably there maybe a couple years ago when this was happening, DSM was it was being discussed whether or not it should be allowed in speedrunning or not, because there was this group of speedrunners that were more traditionalists and movement focused, which is a crazy thing to say about a speedrunning community. There's like traditionalists, but yeah, there's like these two camps
purist.
where
Yeah.
yeah, they're purists, and basically, the big contention was Last Wish. So Last Wish, there was a DSM, the big DSM that started everything, that was found that basically allowed you to skip most of the Shuro to Morgith transition.
I remember that.
right?
Also, here's
Yeah,
one right here
exactly.
happening top right as you're talking
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, exactly,
DSM.
right. And so people viewed movement and doing transitions as like a form of skill expression, and so they said that, you know, it kind of goes against the core of speedrunning to allow this tech that basically just allows you to bypass the movement of kind of speedrunning. But ultimately, we came to the conclusion that like speedrunning is about going as fast as possible. And even if the tech might seem a little kind of cheesy, you know, there's a lot of stuff that we do in game that kind of borders on DSM. We do spawn exploitation, and that's been kind of not frowned upon in Destiny 2 speedrunning for a long time. So ultimately, it was a very close vote, by the way. But now, you know, I can't really imagine Destiny 2 speedrunning without DSM now. It's such a
Right.
core part of Destiny speedrunning. And the thing is, it's like DSM isn't applicable everywhere, right? Bungie sometimes designs, you know, load zones, like I said, which don't have favorable fallback spawns or don't have any fallback spawns. Fun fact, if you block off your spawn using crystals in a load zone that doesn't have any fallbacks, it just spawns you on top of the crystals, so it doesn't even do anything. So there are plenty of examples where DSM isn't used, or it's slower, or it's not helpful. So there's definitely still plenty of movement sections that you see in raids and dungeons. I mean, the entrance of this dungeon, for example, is a good example where you see 3 people, you know, kind of flying through the air with their swords and, you know, going to the end as quickly as possible. But, you know, it's DSM is part of the speedrunner toolkit, but I just thought that was like a, you know, cool bit of lore
Yeah,
for
no,
you guys
it's
to
definitely
chew
very,
on.
very cool. And I've always thought it just, I mean, I love all of it. I mean, as far as you can take the game to the brink, I think is the core of what
Yes.
speedrunning is. And so I've always loved, like, if it's moving, if it's DSM, whatever the case is, just seeing how far the community has taken it to do the ultimate objective, which is going fast. I love it. And I'm just going to cut everybody off for a second as we see the first completion of the day
Top right of
coming
your
from
screen,
Tau
ladies and gentlemen,
Seti here.
Tau Seti.
Looking like they're on pace for a sub 9 if they're quick.
If they're quick, Tau Seti can get the sub 9. And like you said, hey, it may not be the world record, it may not be the best time of the day, but if you're getting a time in round 2 to play off of and really try to improve that time, then it can be really good for you.
We'll
And
see them finish this here. I'm gonna read off a couple donations
Sure,
after
sure
2.
thing.
We got Cod with the 30, Savage Bull with the 3, Got Beef with the 1337. We're now at $2,739, guys.
Oh no.
Oh
Like they-
no!
Did they get it?
Wait, I think they
Oh,
did,
oh, Boston
but they
did.
Oh,
definitely.
just barely.
Hey,
Okay.
Oh my
I
goodness,
think that's
that was
a
close.
907 or a 906.
Yeah. They lost
Wow.
a little bit of time there for sure, but they did get a time on the board. We'll see how long that time stands.
Time is most definitely up there, but it's not the one that they exactly wanted, even given the
Oh,
situation.
look at that unvoiced roll. Oh my goodness.
I didn't even-
I was
That's a
looking at
crazy
the
roll to
donations
get
for
for
a
that.
moment. What was it?
He got a
he
he got a
put it in his
fluted assault mag redirection honing unvoiced. That is a crazy roll to get out of a speedrun tournament run.
There you
Oh
go.
my
Something that
God.
people spend months trying to get right there.
Just casually
I
get
want
it.
that.
Hey,
I don't
so
even have that.
if you guys are trying to get God rolls, the secret, sign up for the tournament.
Yeah, you just got to speed run.
Yeah,
You
sign
gotta
up for the tournament. You get that tournament RNG.
Yeah,
He's probably celebrating in his
you
comms
get
right now. That's
rewarded.
excellent.
Yep.
And we are rapidly approaching the $3,000 raise mark.
Yes, we are 200 and roughly $61 away. So let's go ahead and hit that big 3,000, guys. Let's see if we can do it before the 40-minute mark.
Let's
That'd be
go,
really,
everybody.
really cool.
Let's go.
All right. We got one time on the board so far.
We have Fuggleman on the bottom left of your screen at Karev right now. They're in here at about 8 minutes, so let's see if they can put up a good time themselves.
Yeah,
Again,
the
getting a
team
time on the
also-
board might be more beneficial than getting the best time.
Right. The team to look out for too, though, is Team Minions, as
Yes.
they're at the top left.
Yes, they are. Also on Karev.
Yeah, and that's right now. Look at their time. I really want to
Wow.
put some emphasis
That is-
here.
that's a good
Yeah.
That's looking impressive.
Is this correct? I'm seeing Excluded saying Glorpin is back. Is that true? Did we revive a team?
Yeah, I guess I do see them, so I would imagine.
Right.
Okay,
We're
I mean,
throwing
let's,
Glorpin up on the screen.
Yeah. Yep. Indeed.
Glorpin
will
is
do that on
back
mine as
and
well.
better than ever. Come on, Glorpin. There you go. And they're already at Karev with about 9 minutes in right now, going for their kill.
All right,
We'll see.
we have Mark Peoples with the $50 donation. We are now $211 away from the big 3,000 mark. Let's keep it going. Yeah,
Wow.
the Glorpin was revived.
Glorpin.
All right, here we go. We are seeing a boss big from Team Minions. Looking good so far. Maybe we actually no, there's two at the bottom left two. We have Phantom 1, so we'll also look there.
Phantom 1 and Minions, but
But
Minions
we're
is about
seeing
almost a minute ahead.
Uh-huh.
And we
Also, something interesting. Go ahead.
No, you're good. What were you gonna say?
Something interesting I want to point out is Team Phantom 1 in the bottom left is the only team that's actually using glaives to kill Karif, by the way.
yeah.
I know most of the time we were saying, the standard stuff is just kind of,
Yes.
using Queenbreaker. Everyone's kind of using the same stuff. Team Phantom 1 is actually using 2 Winter Bites and 1 Tractor with a legendary close to melee glaive on Karif, which is, it's unorthodox, but it
It's a
seems to be
decision.
working
It's a
well.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
I mean,
solid
this season with
time
the-
for Minions too. 838 just to
Yeah.
highlight. Very solid.
Yeah, pretty good PB from them. Is that our top time for this
Of the
slot?
second round,
of
yes.
this round, that is definitely the top time. And 8:38, 9:07 is the other time from Team Taustetti. I want to see another time go up on the board here. It looks like Phantom 1 should be there as well,
Yep,
9:31. And then who's the next closest up right now? It looks like
Teams
and
are still
go
kind of at the
maybe.
beginning a little bit. We'll kind of keep an eye out. Yeah, and go is
Looks
probably
like
the
and
only
go.
one, so we'll keep an eye out for them. Anonymous with the $2 donation. Thank you so
Let's
much. We
go.
appreciate it.
Beef with Luckstruck, all you guys want to. 2 $3 donations, $4 donations, $1, even 50-cent donations go a long way, everybody.
They do. All right, so we're seeing lock set now.
The good old Zoetic. It's poetic how good the Zoetic lock set is, isn't it?
I would say so.
Yes, I think it's one of my favorite encounters that Bungie have ever made. I really, really enjoy Zoetic lock set. Even though on day 1, of course, during the legendary moment, we were told that
What was told again? It's
commune
even
extends
it was
the
commune
DPS.
extending.
Yeah, commune extends damage.
yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to my mod Baconator for that one.
It was so funny
Yeah.
because after I once we were done with Dungeon Zone and I we got some rest. I woke up. I was like, what are all these notifications about?
Yes.
I can't believe you said that commute. I was like, I don't even know what's being taught me. Then I realized it was a command.
People were like, yes, it was in the command.
I woke up to so many messages that morning. Like, how dare you? I was like, I don't even know what I did.
Hey, but
Okay,
we
Tau
always,
Steady in the top right looks like they're out of first encounter with pretty good pace.
that looks like an
Yeah.
impressive
So-
time out of first encounter. And we just saw Team and Go finish out the Zoetic Lockset themselves, use those trace rifles, position it well, break the stasis crystal, and here comes the DSM. Hear it a little bit. See if they can get it for him. And we see pretty consistently with these teams, you know, a lot of slug shotties, a lot of trace rifles, and the good old Salvation's Grip. I never thought I'd see the day where Salvation's Grip is actually an exotic that a lot of people use. I know it's for tech here, but it's actually a pretty good exotic now. Took a little bit of time to get there, but it's back.
Yeah, it's always just a
Yeah.
matter of when.
It's always been an exotic that's been used mostly for, well, speedruns. So if I remember all the way back then, Deepstone Crypt, you used to be able to get out of the side room with Salvation's Grip and go and fight the boss that stored the health for Atrax.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
chilling.
Yeah, just be just hanging out. And then they put him in a box.
yeah. It did, yeah. Atrax is quite far away now. That
Yes.
that box. Yep.
All right.
Even too far away for speedrunners to want to interact with her for the most part. Very difficult to get in that box now.
So we are at Karev for Team and Go. Still looking at a pretty good pace for Talsetti, so we'll keep an eye out for them. We also have Lil Pekka in the bottom middle. That's also on lock set as well, so we do have quite a few runs going at once here.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting because the top middle and bottom middle POVs are both splitting against some very tight splits. I think actually the bottom middle is splitting against some of best, if I'm not mistaken.
So they're
that
playing
one
like they're
thing?
doing like a normal day of runs and not an actual tournament.
Maybe. I mean, most people do not split against some of best.
Not even
so that
some
is-
of best are people usually, because you would just think you get demoralized and just seeing red.
Yeah, all the
time,
red.
Right? You
Just a whole lot
it
of
would just
red.
be
Yeah,
exactly. Literally, just be playing with Cardi, literally, right? It would just literally, your day would always be ruined. Everybody would think you're always not on a pacer. You might be on world record pace and it's still red.
Yeah. You would end the run and it would just be red, and you'd be like, oh well. I mean, I guess that's
record.
easy.
Yes, can't even tell. Here we go. All right.
We see a Karev on the top middle of your screen, a Zoetic Lockset on the bottom middle of your screen, and some
Wow, look at
really
that
good
chunk.
splits from Talsetti on the top right. Looks like
Wait, did they not kill Zoetic?
looks like they didn't kill
Oh
Zoetic.
no.
Oh, look at that health
Look at the
bar.
health bar on
It
Zoetic.
doesn't even exist.
All right, whip out the
in that-
colony. Whip out the colony.
They
Pull out the
are-
colony, try to break that shield.
Oh,
That's a
they're
good callback on colony, and go with a 918.
Dude.
That would actually push them to third place right now on the leaderboard.
Yep.
That is rough.
That's tragic, man.
Yes, and good shout out on the colony. I don't know if it can do the same things that it used to do, but that exotic
No, I
used
think
to
that's
just
been patched.
ignore shields.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. I wanted to give a little shout out. Bosses back in the day when they were immune, if they're like 1 HP, you could explode yourself on top of them with
yes.
colony, and
Mhm.
and they take some damage. But I think that's been patched.
I still remember every single Minotaur in Vaulted Glass. So if it wasn't getting pushed off, it was getting colonied out.
Yeah, the old Prometheus lens and that.
Prometheus lens,
Yeah.
yes, everything.
We got your broken friend with the $30 donation.
Let's go.
Putting us now under 200 away from the big 3,000, guys, just at around the 40-minute mark. Let's see if we can get to that 3,000 mark before 30 minutes, guys. I know we can do it. Also, we got a great pacer here with Talsetti. We might even want to possibly full screen this maybe, because they're on a bit of a heater here.
They are, yeah, they are.
All right, and here we go. You're good. All right, let's
Is
watch.
that minus 28? I can barely see it on my screen.
We're gonna go full here in a second. It's minus 23. Oh my gosh.
Minus 23. Yeah.
Wow.
That's still
Okay.
pretty impressive.
Yeah,
This-
this is
this
Might be a
be-
tournament record.
Yeah.
This will be tournament
This
record,
be another
best potentially submitted record
Yeah.
if they get this to go their way. Here we
Yep,
go.
Here
Come
we
on.
go. Lock in. I got T Crashes ready. Queen breakers are popping. Let's see the T crash. And yeah, that's most definitely another.
That is
Oh my god.
824.
824.
From Team
Tau
Tau
Ceti.
Ceti.
Good lord.
Wow.
New at least submitted world record.
Beating
Holy
their
cow.
beating their 907 from previously in this round. I wonder if that unvoices a god roll. Oh, I didn't even see it.
No.
No,
No.
that one's
Oh
that
my
one's gone.
gosh. 824.
I mean,
824,
honestly,
ladies and gentlemen. That's impressive.
I'm impressed.
And
I'm
on top
impressed.
of that,
yeah.
a $250 donation from I don't even know. Is it DIT? Is it Diddy? PSO? I don't know what it is. But thank you for the $250 donation. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's over 3,000.
That is insane.
Holy.
For round 2, for anything in general, but for round 2 to be over $3,000 is absolutely bonkers. Absolutely unheard of.
Unreal.
Yep.
Oh,
Pretty crazy stuff.
oh my
Unreal.
goodness.
Wow.
Holy.
Wow. Well, guys.
Well, we're gonna throw
We're-
some teams up on the screen.
And while he's doing that, I'm gonna try to push us even further, guys. Why not 3,500 before the end of the round? All I want to see, that
wow.
big 5,000 before the end of the tournament.
Oh wow.
And I know we got it.
Oh wow.
Oh man, that was crazy.
That is absolutely insane.
All right, so Evan's
Yeah,
throwing
man.
up some other teams on, and
Yes.
yeah. How are we feeling, Aegis? I mean, that was an insane run.
I mean, impressive. Yeah, I'm really just like back to back. We're just getting, mid eights tournament records. Pretty good stuff. I mean, in the raid speedrunning tournaments, we've had tournament records. Oh no.
Yeah.
I think heroes just fell off the map, but we've had tournament records, but they've been set like maybe once or twice. But this is just from different teams, just multiple times, just overtaking each other. Just you look like we got a competition on our hands,
Right.
So it's looking pretty good.
And it looks
So while we
like,
take some time, good.
it looks like we are $120 away from reviving another team.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, let's see it. So while we take some time to recover from that pretty crazy tournament record, let's just take a look at what people are doing in first encounter. So top middle here, right? You might be wondering, how do people deal with the subjugators? If you've been paying attention until now, the Titans are actually on Peregrine Greaves, right? And because you're defeating a mini boss here, it actually refunds your entire shoulder charge, and it's able to one-shot the subjugators. So while it is a little bit annoying, like I mentioned, like these subjugators can dodge out of the way at an unexpected moment, cause you to miss your shoulder charge, which can be a lot of time loss. For the most part, it's really convenient to be able to run around on a sword, not have to use a heavy weapon like, Parasite or something like that to be able to handle these subjugators in a timely fashion. So that's another reason why Titan is actually pretty good for the start of this dungeon. A lot of the time, Titan is not really preferred for mechanics or for movement. But, DSM enables people to carry a lot of Titans through this raid and bring them forward by having them not do the movement sections and not doing the skips. And then Peregrine Greaves is actually giving Titans quite a bit of an advantage in this first encounter as well when it comes to doing those mechanics very speedily.
It is actually really cool that Titans went from their last year's narrative. I want to say this year because it feels like it has been all a part of the same year, but this yearly of Destiny, this annual Destiny expansion, feels like Titans went from yes, Strand was insane, yes, the Banner of War aspect is definitely a thing, to they're not very useful for Salvation's Edge, to now you feel like you can't not see a Titan in every activity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've gone from, what have we gone from? Let me think. We've gone from, at least while I've been playing the game, right? We've gone from throwing hammers, which have had like 4 different versions.
Yes.
Right. We had Shield Bash, right? We had Shield Bash with like Worm Gods.
Yes.
We had Strand, pre-nerf Strand, like Banner of War. And then we had Consecration, which kind of still exists too, but Consecration meta.
Yep.
And now we have Storm's Keep. So it's gone Titan to Titan to Titan. Yeah, I mean,
Titans
it's been a lot of stuff. That, Titans have
I'm
brought
glad
the
to see our resurgence because it was a little rough. Salvation's Edge, let's just say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that boss definitely not a very Titan-friendly boss,
Not
for
at
sure.
all.
And then, of course, we had a pre-nerf Still Hunt as well.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yes, the good old Still Hunt.
Everybody's
Mhm.
favorite. The lore accurate weapon to kill the witness. So, Aegis, what would you say out of all of these encounters right now, given the fact that some of these teams have to save some time, where are they getting the most stumped? Is it that first RNG? Is it the in between? Is it not getting your DSM correct? What has been the main stump that you've paid attention to in this round?
From what I've seen so far, it's you're eating most of the time loss in first encounter. You're either running it back or you're kind of biting the bullet and kind of taking the time loss and just running it through. By the way, the top middle team, if I'm not mistaken, is on pretty insane pace.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, because they're splitting against an 804 and 801, and they're minus. So, and they're already past first, right? Which we talked about as the biggest RNG. And they got a gold split 1-2 transition as well.
We're gonna go and full screen them right now.
Yeah. Throw them up. Let's see what they got. I mean, this could be like actual record if they lock it up in here.
I mean,
these
are trying to go for sub 8 splits.
Oh my god, they got the kill too.
Okay, they got the kill. Ooh, the kill was pretty rough for the
that was a little scary. They did eat a little bit of time on it, but with running on 804 splits, they can afford a little bit of time.
Yeah. I mean, this is, if they complete this run without any insane mistakes, they're definitely going to be front runners for this segment of the tournament for sure.
Right.
So,
Just one other question for you. This is actually for me. I'm sure you've probably explained this part, but just re-explain for me the reason why there's a bunch of stasis crystals on the doorway of the boss before, like right after they get the kill, that they break those crystals. What are those there for?
Yeah. So good question. So because they're all on swords, they have a lot of access to heavy ammo, and because they're skipping most of the transition, they're able to kind of not need too much sword ammo, so they can afford to go sword, salvation, sword, right?
Yeah.
So the warlock, actually, the one that rejoins, so the hunter actually swaps to a warlock in this run. We'll talk about this when we talk about skip at some point during this tournament.
Yep.
But yeah, so the warlock, when they rejoin on Delicate Tomb and Geomags in order to farm up their Chaos Reach, and because obviously Chaos Reach can hit all 4 Shriekers, great for damage, right? But the big thing is, obviously, they have full heavy ammo. So at the end of lock set, the Warlock actually swaps to Salvation's Grip, but not for DSM. It's actually to make stasis crystals on the wall, and there's a stasis fragment called Whisper of Shards. Sorry, I can't believe I forgot that.
No, you're good.
Whisper of Shards. Yeah, it's called Whisper of Shards, and when you break a stasis crystal, it gives you a huge boost to grenade regen. So you'll see the Titans, or at least one of them, swaps to Stasis Titan. It swaps to Behemoth with Whisper of Shards on, and they break the stasis crystals that the Warlock creates using Salvations in order to get that Glacier Grenade on time for transition that you saw them using for DSM. So the Titan with the Ganoras and the guy that was basically throwing the nade at head height, he doesn't get that grenade just naturally over time. It has a long cooldown, right? So that's what that's for. He just uses Whisper of Shards. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's actually insane. And one of the big differences between something like a solo run and a team run is being able to use stuff like that with your teammates and everything coming together. And I think it's something that separates Destiny runs in general from a lot of the runs out there that you'll find.
Agreed. And here we go with Krev damage time. We will see that they are, at least right now, this is a run that can get them into the top 4 for sure. They could eclipse Phantom and their own time, possibly. Yeah. So we'll see how this goes.
Secure a nice top 3, but a more confident top 3 if they get it right. And it looks like,
I think they should be good for a sub 9.
There you go, sub 9. Wow,
nice.
So Phantom 1, Glorpin, and Lil Pecker have quite a bit to catch up with right here.
Yes,
so
they do.
We will actually have to see. I'm going to throw all these teams back up on the screen now that we watched that run. They were doing really well. What do you think lost them a little bit of time that they might want to make up for, Aegis?
Are you talking about specifically Team and Go?
For specifically Team and Go, yes.
I mean, I think their splits might be a bit odd because the rightmost splits, if I'm not mistaken, at least I think I'm seeing correctly, we're splitting against an 804, but the time was not accurate.
The thing that I think ended up happening, I thought the same thing, Aegis. I think they had their sum of best on the right, but I think they were still comparing to I would assume
like
maybe
PB
splits. I think
yeah,
so.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just having their sum of best segments on the sides, I guess they could maybe just compare it mentally. Just be like, okay, we're
I think that makes sense because most teams, use a live split layout that has those two reversed. So I was like really confused because I thought they were splitting as an 802, but apparently
Which
that's
would've
not
had
what was
them on a
happening.
heater. So
Yeah,
still
yeah,
a good
yeah.
run, but not on sub 8 pace.
Yeah, so in that case, yeah, I mean, they probably lost. I mean, they obviously lost a lot of time on their log set kill because their T crashes didn't kill. They had to like hold Trace down on the boss for a long time.
Right.
And I think their 2-3 wasn't perfect, and their first encounter wasn't amazing as well. So, definitely, I'm kind of surprised because Destiny speedruns and just speedrunning games in general, right? You have this stage where you're kind of running to like not make any major mistakes, right? You get a run and it's like not maybe the perfect run, right? You don't have like all gold splits or anything like that, but you've done all your strats and it's like a decent time. Maybe it's like a mid 8, maybe it's like a mid to low 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's like, you're happy with that. But then after that, you start trying to go for good segments. And I'm kind of surprised because a lot of these teams are already in that transition section between, oh, we got a time with like no crazy major mistakes, and oh, we're going to go for like a crazy time now. Which for a tournament, I thought it would be, most teams are just going to try to get through a run with maybe just one mistake. But a lot of these teams are actually getting through runs for the most part with pretty good performance and mostly just RNG being the determining factor or like slight differences in execution, but no like crazy mistakes. You know what I'm talking
No,
about?
100%.
So,
I mean, as you said,
yeah,
I mean,
most of these teams are
Talsetti
kind of in that state.
Yeah, they're headed back to Karev. I don't see on Conrad's. I don't see his split, so we'll throw somebody else on Talsetti.
There's two different POVs for Talsetti.
Yes, we'll get the other one up right now. And while we're doing that, guys, we just got another donation, $250 donation, I should say, from Men. And that puts us at $3,321. We are now less than 200 away from the big 3,500. Let's go.
Let's
go.
This is insane.
It is. Guys, we're not even at the 20-minute mark yet, and we are now so close to the 3,500 mark, which will put us halfway to 4,000. We want to hit that 5,000 by the end of this, so let's keep pushing.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
I think Team Minions is actually about to match their previous time. Okay, never mind. They're -1.
Oh my gosh, good.
Wow. They're just
1
barely, just barely edging out that time.
Every second counts.
Yes.
That could be the difference.
That could be the
We'll
difference.
see. You never know.
Okay, Talsetti looks like they are potentially on a decent run here. Ooh, I don't think it's going to beat their PB. I think they lost a lot of time
We're gonna
on their
full screen it for
transition
a
to
quick
final.
second here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time they're going against is an 8:23, so I mean they're gonna have to.
We're gonna have to,
zoom.
Yeah.
You have to zoom.
Yeah.
Damage
They are
is gonna
splitting
have to
against
pretty much be
45.
started now. I don't know if this is beating that 823.
Yeah,
don't
that's a
think
bit
so.
rough. Yeah, he's looking for another
Yeah.
Scion. Yeah, this might be a.
Everyone.
We'll see. I don't know how bad their boss RNG was on their actual on the 45 they're splitting against. So I mean, let's take a look, I suppose.
Yeah, no, it can't hurt. Pull it back up.
We'll see how this one ends up going, but
Ooh.
it
I
looks
don't
like
think they're killing the boss in 20
unless they
seconds.
discover some new damage
Yeah,
method in
if-
this moment, then
Right,
Wait for
like
the
some
T-Crash
massive
chunk.
chunks. Yeah, we need to see chunks like we've
Yeah.
never seen chunks. If this is gonna be done in the next 10 seconds.
yes, the bolt charge is going burr, but Hellion bolt charge. It is cool to see like all the elements of light and I guess darkness subclasses too kind of coming together in these runs. Like I think it's the goal of the very, very top of the end game players to use all of the elements that we've gotten over that 10-year journey and put them together here. I'm excited to see one day, if it becomes a full mechanic you can use wherever, how many Metroid balls are going to be running around in Edge of Fate.
We shall see. We shall see. And there's the time. They're gonna jump right back in. They already have a time past that.
They reset so
we do see
quickly.
another one. Bottom right, we have Lil Pekka. They haven't got a time on the board yet, so they just got their first time, a 9:25.
9:25. So that would not make. I mean, that would
Well,
actually
there's a
put
top
them
five,
above
so yeah,
Phantom. That would put them above Phantom there. So,
Yeah.
wow.
So pretty solid time.
Indeed.
All right, and with that being said, guys, exclamation point donate if you guys want to not only donate to a great cause, but also take advantage of claiming some of those emblems as well. This has been an insane start to round 2. We've seen some crazy times already, and I think things are gonna get super close here once we kind of get a little closer to the buzzer.
Oof. Yeah, top middle there. That's
Well,
pretty rough.
yeah.
That's the dread I was talking about, the dread factor. Bro
Right.
got suspended in the middle of 5 attendants or something.
That's like, let me just stand here still for 5 seconds while I'm getting blasted in every single direction. That's just the pain
Yep.
of the dread.
Yeah, pretty rough.
Ugh.
Pretty rough.
Well, the nice part about it is, though, kind of like we talked about before, the only saving grace is it's at the beginning.
Yes, it is.
So.
And it looks like because we have hit the goal, that Team Frog is actually back. And I don't know if it's for this round or if it's for the next round.
I would assume now.
But
I guess they have just I don't. We're just gonna run with it and hey, let's keep it going.
I think they get the remaining time on the timer, so they're
remaining
on like a
time,
time
okay.
crunch.
They get a
Yeah.
solid 23 minutes and then some if they start a run. So, hey, welcome back, Team Frog. We knew that you were hopping around ready for this to go.
Yep. Remember, guys, every $500 is another team you can revive. These teams are coming back from the grave, literally, thanks to you all. So you guys are saving lives here.
Yes. You guys are saving
Saving lives
lives
with donations.
with charity donations and also
Yes.
with speed runs. So
It's like a double whammy there.
Yep.
I love it.
double
Absolutely
lives,
love
double
it.
lives.
Yes.
Save a life in the game, save a life in real life.
Ooh. Team Glorpin losing a run.
Oh,
Yes. I'm gonna
Yes.
take some teams off the screen just because my PC is not very fond of this.
Mhm.
It does look like everybody, at least right now, seems to all be at the
Yeah,
beginning. So,
I think
yeah.
I think we could probably do with taking off one of these
Yeah,
teams
at
that's
least
for
a few,
sure
yeah,
in
yeah.
there. Maybe minions here.
And something cool I can point out here on entrance
Yes,
now that we have a
please.
little bit of downtime.
Yeah.
You'll see that the I don't think I've ever seen this before, but obviously some activities respond to your catalyst progress or your quest progress in certain kind of with certain weapons, for example.
Yeah.
So the bait and switch catalyst for the finalities augur linear that comes from this dungeon obviously unlocks certain rooms that you can go into in order to interact with like certain symbols.
Right.
And you'll see when the hunters are starting entrance that 3rd tier initiate is a buff on the left side of their screen because they've actually completed the catalyst. And because of that, it allows them to access this room under the bridge that they can use, which is normally used to discover a worm, right? Which you guys are probably
Right.
familiar with.
Yes.
Catalyst. Yeah, exactly. So they can use that room as part of their transition route, which
That
is kind of
cool.
interesting.
That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Because normally, if you went, where the Titans are going through this waterfall, it's a bit of a longer stretch. You have to make like 2 corner bends before you can make it to the main section where the hunter is. But the hunter can actually just cut underneath the bridge and go into that worm room and jump up and take an alternative route. So that's kind of interesting there.
Pretty cool.
a
So
little,
catalyst tech,
So yes,
basically.
catalyst tech.
Yeah,
I-
catalyst room tech.
I remember
Must
when
have
everybody.
catalyst if you want to speed run.
Right. I remember when like the code trying to solo Crota was still trying to be cracked before the finisher, obviously. I remember people were looking at the Necrochasm Catalyst, and if anything could be done to take advantage of that. Remember that as well. Obviously, it didn't end up panning out to I think the same degree, but yeah, it is cool being able to see like what lengths speedrunners will go to be able to save even a few seconds.
Yeah, people in D2 have definitely been trying to use the Necro Catalyst puzzle and bring one of those swords forward to Crota. Yeah.
It would be so
That's,
sick. It would be so sick.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. In speedrunning, we tried, but unfortunately, at the end of Iryud, she just like eats all your swords. Yeah, kind of sucks.
It's always your you ruining everything.
Let me go ahead and draw your attention to
Okay.
team. Do you have them on your screen? Yes, you do. Team Phantom 1, because we have a hunter POV here. You'll notice
Yep.
instead of on a sword like his teammates, he's on Navigator and a rocket. So
Yes.
Navigator is just to, I think some of them were creating like grapple points in the middle to like grapple melee some of the ads, because his exotic slot is basically open. But he's on a rocket, and you'll see here, yep, he's about to rocket grapple.
Rocket grapple.
Yeah, he's going to rocket grapple, and he's going to silence and squall, change his
Ooh.
loadout, and instantly shatter dive. Okay.
Beautiful.
So this is another tech that, again, you guys mentioned, asking about some tech that maybe people are not aware of if they don't like speedrun or pay attention to speedrunning. This is another one. It's called getting past a pushback. So a pushback bypass, right? Destiny in general is every activity, the play bounds are dictated by a pushback, right?
Yep.
So in some encounters, you'll probably run into joining allies or turn back, you know, like when you try to leave an area, it'll give you that turn back noise and kill you eventually. But on the outer regions of every single Destiny activity, there is a pushback. And if you try to go into the pushback, it will, as the name suggests, push you back.
Right.
And even if you sword swipe or shatter skate or well skate, these pushbacks are very, very persistent. They're very, very aggressive. And a lot of them are very thick. So they're very hard to get through as well. So it's very, very hard to get through a pushback. But one of the things that can get through a pushback is a super. So some supers actually force the game's code to keep your position kind of locked for a brief period.
Right.
And so this pushback, which normally it forces you out of
takes
its
priority
volume.
over it.
Exactly, right.
Oh, wow.
And so if you enter a pushback with enough speed, you can get through it if the pushback is thin enough and you went through with enough speed.
Right.
And so Silence and Squall is probably the super that's used the most to get through pushbacks. You can use Needle Storm and T-Crash and Blade Barrage, but Silence and Squall is like the one to use. There's a lot of pushbacks in this game that you can get through in order to do skips. Like you can skip from Shuro to Morgith. So keep your eyes out for like a Last Wish speedrun this season that uses that.
We
You
saw
can
one
do
in
it
Deepstone, I believe, too, on first encounter to get from downstairs to up. I believe we saw that as well.
With
Yeah, there's
up.
similar
Yep.
tech using
It
supers.
looked
to,
pretty. It looked at least pretty similar. I don't know if that's exactly, but it was using the
With
exact
the
same
new Hunter super, yeah.
yeah. When we were
Yeah. Storm's Edge can be used to clip through like ceilings and walls as well. That's a little bit different because those are like still within the play bounds.
So I guess it's not
and
really a pushback. It's more just, I guess, let's just call
it's
it
a breach.
a
Yeah,
like a breach.
yeah, people call it a breach.
Yeah,
exactly.
I guess
Storm's Edge is
probably
actually,
not
by
as
the way,
thick,
I don't. Storm's Edge is not used a lot in Destiny 2 speedrunning, but it is new tech, and it is one of the things that has been introduced fairly recently that has actually made a difference in speedrunning. I don't want to spoil too much, but the current Last Wish strategies, which are very different from the current record, involve going out of bounds during Queen's Walk by using Storm's Edge to breach through Riven's lower jaw. So yeah, so definitely some cool stuff going on there.
Riven just cannot catch a break.
No.
Yeah. In this particular instance, though, what's going on is there is a pushback ceiling above the first encounter of this dungeon. And if you use a rocket grapple to give your Silence and Squall a lot of acceleration, and then you cast Silence and Squall as you hit the pushback, it forces you to stay in Silence and Squall while preserving your momentum into the pushback. But because there's a turn back outside of that pushback, which goes and wants to kill you, you have to make your way back down into outside of the turn back, but also outside of the pushback at the same time. So it's a bit tight, right? It's a bit tight. Basically, what you're doing is you're getting through that pushback and you're getting high enough that you're into that turn back, and then you're quickly swapping to stasis like you watched that skipper do on Phantom 1, Fuggleman, that POV.
Right.
Yep.
You shatter dive down so that you're still in
So
the
you don't
technical
get
play
killed.
bound.
Yep, so you don't get killed.
Right.
Makes sense. Very, very
Right,
cool.
right. So yeah, pretty
Guys,
tight
anybody
stuff.
doesn't know a lot about speedrunning, there is a lot that goes into it. I mean, so much. It's so cool.
And this is, I mean, there's like we said before, 99.999% of people, self included, do not know a lot of these or intimate and intricate small details of speedrunning. But on top of that, there's even new stuff that Aegis is like, yeah, not even the speedrun like highest tier speedrunners would know this piece of lore. I feel like I'm just listening to essentially a speedrun lore master right now. So I mean, Aegis, like, just by all means, if there's even the smallest fraction of a small change that happens somewhere, let the whole community know that's watching.
Yeah, I mean, so something that's actually pretty cool that I was gonna bring up, but we don't really have anyone that's close to getting.
Unfortunate death from Team Frog.
Team Frog.
Do they
Just
still
went
kill the
down.
boss? No, he's leaving. Okay.
They're resetting. They got about 15 minutes left. 8:42 at the boss.
Yeah,
So.
guys, let's also try to get that 3,500 mark before the end of this round too. Exclamation point donate. I know we can get there.
Sir.
Yeah.
Exclamation point donate.
So normally we have a team at some point, given that there's like 7 teams simultaneously running.
Yes.
Normally we have a team that is, getting close to final boss at some point. But unfortunately, during the time I wanted to talk about it, there are no teams that are going to final yet. I'll just talk about it anyway. I mean,
yeah, why not?
Why not?
They'll
Yeah,
be there by the time you get there. It's not like this is a long run.
yeah, maybe that's possible.
Yeah.
You might have noticed that there are some POVs here that pull out a Ganora's axe, so the Arc Iron Banner Slug shotgun, a Ganora's axe
yes.
at some point, and they're using it on the transition for something. Now, speedrunners actually were very, disheartened to learn that rocket sidearms do not deal self-damage anymore, or they didn't for a period of time, which was unintended by Bungie. It was restored recently.
Yeah.
But during that week or so period where, you could not use rocket sidearms to die, very popular option by speedrunners to die using rocket sidearms, because they're, again, impact damage like exteriors, except they're not exotic, right? So you can use them whenever you want.
Yes.
So during that period, people were struggling to find an alternative. And people were like, well, we used to use ricochet rounds to die back in the day with like Ikelos SMGs, Seraph rounds. People used to shoot the walls to die. That was a popular thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so people were like, well, what about a special weapon, right? So first we looked at snipers. We looked at Supremacy. That's an example. We looked for maybe an aggressive sniper, which has ricochet rounds. And we discovered, not super consistent, not great, right? And then people realized that Ganora's Axe is the only non-sunset, or technically, like, I guess sunsetting doesn't exist
I know
anymore,
what you
but
mean. No, like
non-sunset-
from the old
Yeah.
days. From the old days.
Post-sunset,
Yep.
post-sunsetting slug shotgun with ricochet rounds. And so if you ran into PvE speedrunners during the last time Iron Banner was out, that's probably why they were there. They were trying to get a Ganora's Axe with ricochet rounds.
Ricochet
Ricochet
rounds just to
rounds.
die appropriately in runs.
And it
So,
one-shots you. It one-shots you against the wall.
Lengths we go to just to get something, just to die faster. That is the
Yep.
beauty of speedrunning.
Yes.
As we see
Yep.
top left Glorpin getting their lock set kill, we'll take a look at their pace as they go into Karev.
Yes, and again, the teams right now that, at least as the leaderboard is updated to our fullest extent, Glorpin and Frog both need a really good time right now. They are both absolutely like hoping that they can stay in this one again.
We shall see.
I mean, you'll get to see what I'm talking about on Toast screen, perhaps. There you go. He swaps to his Ganoras right now. He's breaking these crystals to get his grenade back. You see improved ability regeneration. That's the Whisper of Shards I was talking about. You see his grenade icon is just zooming up there. He is going to get his Glacier Nade way before he needs it. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. If you aim at a certain spot on a wall at a certain angle, you can one-shot yourself, which is great because it has enabled actually a change in how this transition is done, which I'll discuss in just one moment here. He's going to throw his nade, he's going to aim down, and he's going to res his teammate and shoot right when the res meter fills. And that timing is a little precise because
There
when
you
you res
go.
someone, you get an overshield. When you res someone, you get an overshield. And if you get that overshield, Ganora's doesn't one-shot you, I believe. So you need to die as you res your teammate, but before you get the overshield.
Oh, so you don't
in order
want
to
that
die.
time. Gotcha. One thing I will ask too, Aegis, on that is you said that Ganora's was ultimately a substitute while the rocket sidearms weren't doing self-damage. But you did say that was recently restored. Did we just kind of, once we went to Ganora, decide that that was more optimal and not revert back once they did restore that self-damage? Because now they do damage again, but we're still seeing Ganoras. Can you talk through that too? Like, was it more
Yeah,
optimal?
for sure. Yeah, for sure. So I would say Ganora's is a better weapon to use when you have time to set up. There's no enemies flinching you, because if you miss your shot with Ganora's at all, you just don't do any damage to yourself, right?
Yeah.
So you need a good wall, a nice flat, clean wall, right? And you don't want to be flinched, and you don't want to be under any sort of pressure. You want the time to like line it up and be able to just shoot yourself really quickly. Whereas rocket sidearms and Exterius, if you're able to weaken yourself, which pretty easy in most encounters, it's fairly easy to just like shoot the ground and die like really quickly.
Right.
So it's about quality of life. Ooh, unfortunate from
That's
Team Glorpin.
unfortunate from Glorpin.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, he was just about to get his heal clip reload, or not.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on the Solar Rocket Center, but
This-
oh, he is. Yeah, he was just about to get his heal clip reload. Oh, very unfortunate. But I think he did get his work done, so not too bad. Not too bad.
Yes, and they're going into this. Their time to beat is 9:31 for them. I'm gonna full screen them just for 1 second here, but 9:31 is what they need to beat in order
Here
to
we go.
make the cut. Let's see it.
Come
Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Lorpin, this is the time. If there was a time, this is it.
Literally back from the
10
dead. They
minutes
were
left.
revived.
Lorpin, let's see it. 9:15, 16, 17, 18. I think they should be able to do
It'll be,
it.
it should be, yeah. If it is going to be close, if they don't speed this up a little bit. Oh, they might not.
This is close.
I don't think so.
This is close.
I don't
crash out.
They better
9:30,
It's on the screen.
9:31, 9:32.
I think that's a
they
2.
just missed it.
I think that's a 2.
They just missed it.
Oh,
Yeah, it
damage
was
kind of
crazy.
stalled there a little bit.
Just barely. But they have enough time to go right back in. You gotta go.
Oh my gosh, dude.
This next time is gonna have to be the time for
Oh my
Glorpin.
gosh. And now we have Team Talsetti. Let's
Talsetti going
take a
on
look here
another
too.
run. Heroes. We'll pull up heroes full POV, going for a damage 810, getting into damage.
Here we go.
This is looking like, at the very least, another very impressive time.
Yeah, they're just showing that they're consistent. Like, there's no.
These guys are just farming.
Right,
Just farming
exactly.
the boss.
Literally, there's no danger of being eliminated here. So they're just showing, their level of consistency.
Rev is getting aura farmed right now. Is what is happening.
Rev getting some clears.
No, they're farming their god rolls, as we saw.
Yeah,
They're just trying to get some extra rolls.
That's true.
All right, there we go.
Rev dead 841. That is another great time from Team Tausetti. Okay, who is the next closest? We see Team Frog getting started.
We have
in there. I see Lil Pekka.
Lil Pekka.
All right.
They currently have a 9:25 as their time. They're number 4.
Here we go. Lil Pekka going in at 845 on the boss damage.
Okay. Their goal is going to be just to try to get lower than their own 9:25.
Bolt charge, Hellion coming together with the weakening from the Queen Breaker's bow. Here we go, man. This is what it's all about. Lil Pekka, 925 is time to beat. Like
I think
you said, they should be able to beat this.
This should make them a little more comfortable.
This looks very beatable to secure a nice solid 4. Oh,
Karev deciding to run away.
Karev!
Doing his best Nezarek impression.
Karev, get back here. Oh my god, wait. And that is a caster's curse.
That's
That is a caster's curse.
That's
if I've
a
ever seen
caster's
one.
curse.
That is a
That
caster's
is a
curse. if I've
caster's
ever
curse.
seen one.
That-
if I've ever seen one, that's a caster's
That
curse.
is, and we're seeing on the bottom left, Team Phantom 1 with the glaives out, 940 from Team
940.
Phantom 1.
So they already have a 931, so that won't get them any further,
The
but they
team-
are still at number 5.
Honestly, the team to watch right now is Team Glorpin, because they are in desperation mode, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think
Team Frog as well.
Well, what I was gonna say though is I believe they only have 10 minutes after the timer, so they will have not another 17 minutes of runs basically. So there's plenty of time. So even if they don't get this one, I just want to let everybody know they do have time to reset, try another one. So just something to keep in mind for the rules.
Time is ticking. Glorpin, if they get a good time though, and they do make it up, I mean, then that means Phantom 1 is also in the hot seat. So Phantom 1 has to fly through here too.
Yes, they
Phantom
do.
1 knows that it can't just be just Glorpin going for it. It has to be them as well. So nobody can really take a break now except for Tausetti, who I still think are just going for runs for the fun of it. I could be wrong.
I mean, they just want their loot.
Looks like
Can't
they're going to
blame
the moon. looks like Tausetti's going to the moon. They're getting
okay.
everything set up. So we're gonna take Tausetti off the monitor. Team Ango is still going for it, so we'll leave them up. But yes,
We're getting very close to the next revive a team goal again. So we're about 300 off of that. Remember, we are trying to hit that 3,500 by the end of this round. We have another 6 minutes to do that, guys. Exclamation point, donate. Let's go ahead and hit that 3,500. I know we can do it.
Let's
We've
go, baby.
hit such an
Let's go.
incredible number already, and we still have a whole nother round to go.
get it, man. Get it. Everybody who's watching at home right now, exclamation point, donate. Consider donating and consider checking out all the incentives that you can get, all the incentives that, on top of that, the runners can get to get back in, and above all, for a good cause, man. That's the main reason that we're doing all this.
Yes, it is.
$1,500 total for the winners of today. The top 3 places will split that prize pool. $1,500, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, shout out to Team Travelers Chosen for, again, putting some big stuff forward.
For sure. Yeah, no, this has been an incredible event. Obviously, it's not done yet. There's still so much more to go, but so far, this has already been crazy. We've seen multiple world records, at least compare it to what's on the submitted times, which is insane. We've seen back and forth. We've seen teams revived. We've seen lots of money donated. This has been great so far.
Yes, I agree. And right there, just for style points, if you notice, Team Frog landed right on the edge of Zoetic. Just, didn't even try to have to stick the landing, just knew exactly where it was going to be. Team Frog going for it. Warlock's out.
And they don't currently have a time submitted, so it would be really nice to get something on the board here.
This should be their time submitted on this one. This one's looking pretty good. long as, you know, I don't just cast or curse them. Or...
Yeah. We've learned our lesson.
Yeah.
None of
Well,
that.
I don't know if I have learned my lesson, to be honest, because I just said it. But
We'll see.
I try to not speak in definites when casting. I speak in it. It looks like maybe, possibly,
yeah, potentially.
We'll see. Like you try to speak in non-definitive language.
Yes.
So that if anything happens, I said maybe.
Maybe, yes. You can't blame me. You can't put me in caster jail for that. Yeah.
But you never say this is a guarantee. This is a done deal. They got this in the bag. I stay away from all of those comments because we've casted. We've cursed too many moments with belts on the line, and then it's instant guilt.
Yeah.
Instant guilt.
Yeah.
Like I probably should have just kept my mouth shut.
All right. Well, Team Glorpin is back at Zoetic Locks at 5:15 going into it. Do we think that a 5:15 is going to be doable to push them over a 9:31 going into Zoetic? I guess it is, but we'll see.
We will see.
I do like this emote. I don't know where you get this one.
I think it's from Year of Prophecy pre-order because I think I got that on
Yeah,
Steam as well.
Yep. So anybody gets that, get that. You get New Land Beyond and everything else.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Do you think New Land Beyond will show up in any speeds, Aegis, or do you think that's just a funny weapon? I guess it does take
I
time
honestly
to build
think
up.
I honestly think it's probably more useful in speedrunning than it is for like average content because in speedrunning there's a lot of instances where you just want to be able to one-shot a red bar or like maybe a mini boss just really quickly.
Yeah.
And New Land Beyond is like very ammo efficient and it kind of like Izzy damage, like you know how speedrunners use Izzy to like one shot maybe like a specific ad from really far away that has like a good chunk of health.
Right.
Yes.
Speedrunners do that a lot, right? But Izzy, you can only do it like 5 or 6 times and you have to hone it every time. Whereas New Land Beyond has like I don't know like 40 plus shots, and a lot of the time Izzy is like a little bit overkill, right? So because New Land Beyond does like I don't know like half the damage of like an Izzy. It's like still good enough for a lot of those cases, and you don't actually need to worry about running out of ammo or anything like that, or having to hone ahead of time.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see by maybe the next speedrun tournament if that's everywhere. Maybe New Land will be everywhere. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah,
Thing is
maybe.
very, very strong. All I can say. And here we go with Team Glorpin. They almost had a little bit of a stumble there. If you saw, they didn't get proper golf ball RNG, so they had to kind of work it in, and
They weren't able to get the burn.
They weren't able to get the DSM either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oof.
That
Death
is
there.
rough.
Yeah, a little bit off. So that's the downside of using Ganoras, right? Like if you're even like a little bit off of just perfectly reflecting the bullet back to you, it's a bit rough. But it's also something that Ganoras has kind of not enabled, but has made a little bit easier, is that in previous strategies, back when I made my video kind of discussing the strats for this dungeon, the way that people did this is you would have one guy res, but they wouldn't die, and 2 people would transition to boss, and the final person would not get a flag. But these days, all 3 people transition, because it's kind of clever actually, because you know how some objectives they automatically revive everyone in the fire team. So for example, a big one is when an encounter ends, right after you kill a boss, it auto reses everyone in the fire team, right? So the way auto reses work is they kind of try to res you in place, but because you died in those crystals, it tries to res you in the crystals, realizes it can't, and then it sends you forward to where your teammates are. So that kind of circumvents the problem before where you would have 2 people transition and the third guy was kind of just stuck behind joining, or was stuck behind just kind of walking his way there. Now you can have all 3 people do the transition, because Toast, what he would have done there if he successfully managed to die, is he would have res his teammate would have hit that checkpoint that he got DSM to, that would have auto-res Toast after he died, but then it would have also warped Toast forward because his body is like in those crystals. So kind of an interesting kind of tight timing there. Carav is that Carav that I just saw on
we are
on
now
Ando?
officially in overtime too. This is now overtime, so we are at the 0-minute mark. We got nothing left,
And
so let's see.
Team Frog did end up getting a time
They
on the
did
board.
get time on the board. It was a 10-minute.
It was a
some
10
change.
minute and I think 17.
Yep.
But
Here we go.
Team Frog got the time on the board. The Lorpid has to beat a 9:31.
9:31. This is gonna
maybe
this is
they
gonna
do
be
it
good.
here. Potentially they do. Possibly they do it here.
There's a chance.
There's a
There's
chance.
always a chance. But this will be tight again.
This is gonna be tight, ladies
what do you
and gentlemen.
Think?
I don't want to say anything.
I don't. I think
no.
it's a 35.
It's a wrap.
I think it's a 5.
It's a wrap. And that.
Yeah, it's a 6 or a suspend or a not. They wouldn't have. Oh, that's just pain.
No.
That's just some of the unfortunate parts of speedrunning.
That was so close. Phantom 1 is going. Oh, okay. They
Were sweating there, but their time survived just barely. I mean, the difference between 5 and 6, and now there are Lil Pekka's still running, so we'll see. But I mean, I think everything's solidified at this point. But regardless, all I'm gonna say is 5 and 6 was a 1 second difference.
That is insane. And there you go. Those are the teams. That's
There's
the
our top
current
3
leaderboard. Alcetti, Minions, and Go are your top 3 right now.
Man, what an incredible
That was,
round 2.
That was a pretty convincing and go there. That was
And go.
good. I like that one, yeah.
Yeah,
You know, there's
I mean,
you know, judging the quality of a speedrunner's and go call is like it's an important thing. You know, it is discussed behind closed doors. I will tell you that.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
some people are known for having a good and go call, and some people, not so much. So, I think you'd be, you're kind of a natural.
I'm making my way. Listen, I've watched enough Levy speedruns in my day to know a good and go.
Oh yeah, of course. Right length, right tone.
Yes.
There's subtleties to it.
It's the whole art just to and go.
And with that, we are now pretty much done with our second round, I would say.
Yes, I don't see any teams running
I
right now.
don't either. It was interesting, the top 3 teams all at sub 9s, and then 4 and 5 were above a 9 minute, so that was the difference between top 3 and everybody else, kind of on the inside versus outside looking in. What an amazing round 2. Guys, we almost got the $3,500 raised. We're about to be starting the final really, really soon. Everybody behind the scenes will be setting everything up and getting that ready. And yeah, this is gonna be where it's worth all the marbles.
This will literally be everything that we have remaining right here. So this is the final hour, ladies and gentlemen. And if my leaderboard is correct, then these are the teams that are remaining. So we have Team Minions and Talsetti, Lil Pekka, and Phantom 1. Those are your teams that are remaining. Unless
And you could always bring somebody from, the grave.
could bring somebody back from the dead.
You could have a res token and you bring your teammate back.
I'm just saying, teams can absolutely be revived. They can be brought back. So guys, !donate. Check out the charity link. We're already well over $3,000 raised. That is insane.
It is.
We want to see that 4.
Yes, we do. I do want to see that 4, and then ultimately I want to see that 5, which means we need to go crazy this last round, which I know we can do. But overall, this has already been insane, guys. Thank you so much for all the support. I'm not sure how long the break is going to be in between this round, but it does look like runners are getting ready here.
Runners are very giddy to get back in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you think everybody, at least they've gotten to a good groove. They know what's working, what's not working. Obviously the pressure is higher now that it is the final round.
Yes.
But we'll see, how everybody deals with it.
I'm excited, man.
I am too. Oh man.
I'm gonna figure out what this image is on Lil Pekka's screen on the bottom right here. What is that? Is that
It's a Pekka.
That's a Lil Pekka? Oh my god, that is Lil Pekka.
At least I figured. That's what I guess. If you would have, I guess.
That's a pretty good guess.
I wouldn't have any other guess.
I gotta give it to you. It's pretty good.
Oh man.
Alrighty, guys. So again, while we await the final round of the tournament, everybody in chat, what do you guys think so far? Show some love for some of these runners. Show some love for the charity, people behind the scenes, for Aegis, for everybody, man. Show some love.
For real. And Aegis, thank you for being here too. This has been so cool getting all of this insight that, just pretty much if you're watching a run, to a certain degree just go unnoticed if you don't really know fully some of the intricacies of some of this.
Yeah, of course.
Aegis, I won't lie to you, so far I felt like you've been not only very helpful, but like a bottle cap on a Snapple of like amazing facts about speedrunning.
I remember those
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
I
yeah.
used to flip it over, you'd see the thing,
Yep.
and then you'd press it too, and
You
it make a
press
little
it, yeah,
noise.
and make a
That
little
was like
pop
the
sound.
original like fidget toy.
It was, yeah.
To be
That was
honest.
great.
Oh
Alright, we
man.
are off to the races.
Yes,
Here we go.
are, and also we're off to the races with donations. Talls Andy with the $10 donation.
Let's
Thank you so
go.
much. I appreciate it. Let's keep this going, guys. Let's keep this going. Here we go.
Let's go. If you noticed, I just saw what you were talking about, Aegis, from Fogelman down there on the bottom right, using that catalyst skip, I guess we'll kind of call it, right? The must-have catalyst to do speedrun tech over there. So we'll
Yeah.
we'll throw up good old Tausetti on the comms, but you guys are going to see every single POV, and it's nicely displayed which team that we're watching, because there's a nice little microphone, little speaker right here.
Also,
right
I
next
just
there.
noticed too that was Tall Sandy.
That is
You
Tall
read,
Sandy.
read it too fast. You read some
Tall's
of these names
Andy.
so fast.
Tall Sandy.
I was like, wait. I actually looked at that back. I was like, oh, that's Tall Sandy.
I was just
we
gonna,
got
I was gonna
Sandy.
let,
Sandy's very tall.
I was gonna let
Thank
you continue with that, because then maybe Tall Sandy's like, maybe I am Tall's Andy.
Maybe it's just a very plurally tall Andy.
Yeah, maybe it's just a really
Maybe it's just multiple
Yeah,
Andys.
it's
Maybe
multiple
there's
Andys that are tall.
that are just happen to both be tall. With that being said, though, thank you, Tall Sandy, for the $10 donation. A very, very tall donation. I appreciate it so much. And with that being said, guys, we had another.
Whoa,
Speaking of
whoa,
tall donations,
whoa,
we have from
whoa,
Classic Designs
whoa,
a $370 donation,
whoa,
getting us
that's-
to $3,700. We are now less than $300
What?
away from the big 4,000.
Oh my god, dude, let's go.
That's a heater. That's a heater right
Is
there.
that top?
Yes, it
is
is.
that top dono of the day?
I believe so,
That's
yes.
top D of the day. Let's go.
Classic Designs, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That is beautiful, guys. We are super close from the 4,000 mark. Insane. I mean, it's absurd. It's an absurd amount of
It
money
is.
raised. So good job done, everybody, pitching in as a community from whatever community that you're mainly from. Thank you. And here's some more. And hopefully here's to reviving a team.
Yeah, I mean, some team is, I'm assuming, probably already being pulled back from the grave.
I'm
Is it
hearing that it's Glorpin.
Or is it Glorpin?
I'm hearing that it's Glorpin.
All right, there we go.
Glorpin,
All right,
Glorpin,
got him back.
get your shot. It's
All right.
time. Glorpin's
Oh
like,
my
oh god,
gosh.
oh god. All right, we gotta run. All right, it's time to run.
And guys, at 4190, we have another teammate that we can revive. So we'll see if we make it to that next one.
All right, again, comms are up on Team Tausetti, top right of your screen. But we have minions and go Tausetti, Lil Pekka, Phantom One, and Glorpin all fighting for that prize pool, fighting for our entertainment, and fighting for a world record.
Yeah. And I think speaking of world records, I'm just going to pose the question to both of you guys. Do we see another, and even if it's not the
unofficial.
Yeah, well, not the unofficial, but do we see another, at least, let's say, tournament record today? What do we think?
I think so.
I'm thinking so as well.
You think so as well?
I think at
Okay.
the
I
very
believe.
least, Tausetti is
Okay.
like right there. They're on the cusp of it.
Hey, I mean, I want to see it too. I believe.
I
I'm a
think
believer.
I think just based off of the times that we saw from Tausetti last round, and even Minions, I mean, Minions had a great time in the first round too. So I think those two teams are the most likely, but based on what we've seen. But it's anybody's, it's anybody's RNG circus in the first one. It's anybody's good transitions going into 2 and 3. So I think it's very possible. And so long as the boss doesn't melt you going into damage or run away full speed.
Yeah, we've
right.
seen a few heartbreaks for sure so far, but I mean, we have also seen some insane level of consistency. I mean, especially from the top teams, we've seen such good times, especially early on. Usually it's like, okay, really good time, and then kind of to a certain degree kind of coast
Yeah.
through the rest of the
Absolutely.
round.
No, absolutely.
So we'll see where this one kind of like leads.
And we'll see what the first time gets posted. What's your guess on the first time that actually gets a run completed? What do you think that time is going to be? 8, a 9, a 7,
850.
850. Okay.
I'm guessing an 8. Yeah, definitely not a 7.
You know, there's
Just
a
7,
7.
I
seven
will.
off the rip.
I will.
Seven off
I'll go
the rip.
bald. I'll go bald if the first
Well,
run submitted
I'm already
is a 7.
90% of the way there, Mr. Aegis. So hey, listen,
Okay.
I think it's very possible. All right. I can tell you, with Tau Ceti, I'm feeling 830.
830, okay.
I'll do an
Alright.
831.
See,
Okay.
I mean, I
Feeling,
am seeing some green splits.
That is true. That is true.
Consistent green splits, and you know, even though their comms are on our side, they're not talking. It looks like their comms are electric, locked in across the board. So maybe let me go to a different audio channel while you can see Alcetti's. Okay, so we're gonna go to Minions for the audio.
Sounds good. Hey, just what are we thinking first time?
I'm thinking an 8-4x.
8-4x, okay. 8-4x, I said 8-5x. What did you say, Evan? Evan said 7.
I
said,
I said 7 at first, but I said 831. I was pretty accurate on 831.
All right, 8-3x, 8-4x, 8-5x. We'll see where we end up. All right.
Let's see.
We're honestly, all three of us are playing Price is Right right now.
Yes, we are. And speaking
are.
of Price is Right, a price that is also right, Chris Leo Taku with the $250 says, bring back Glorpin. Thank you so much.
God.
Getting us to $3,951. We are now just shy of $49 off of $4,000. Thank you, guys.
I wonder, will we see a 7 today?
No matter how enticing it sounds, you should exercise restraint.
This even makes sense.
Will we see a 7 today, Magic Conch Shell?
Try asking again.
Will we see a 7 today, Magic Conch Shell?
Try asking again.
Magic Conch Shell, will we see a 7 today?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
You only had to ask her 6 times.
She kind of said that like
She's like, well, get you to stop asking.
she was like,
Guys, let's get to that big 4,000 mark. Unreal support. Thank you guys again. Another team's going to be revived in just a little bit more than $200, which is insane.
that is absurd.
There's emblems to claim, guys, and other goodies. You're donating to a great cause. We're super grateful. This has been such a fantastic tournament. And yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for coming together and really raising a lot of money for charity.
I have one other question for the conch. Will we see $4,000 raised today?
Try asking
come
again.
on.
All right, you ask. You ask. I'm done asking it.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, very nice and generous Magic Conch. That is probably tired of having Evan ask a million questions. Will we see $4,000?
Hard.
Yes.
See? If you're gentle and if you care and
There's
love,
no way you got a yes out of the Magic Conch Shell. What are the odds that you got a yes?
You take some notes.
Okay.
And there we go, $4,000 right there. Let's go. Let's go.
It's just that easy. It's just that easy.
It is just that easy. That's all it is.
Gotta ask nicely.
That's
you know?
all it is. Technician with the $250.
Can somebody
Let's go.
Can somebody clip that whole sequence? Because my God, what was it?
That
All
was
right.
me asking
Well,
nicely
Heroes
what it was.
going on to 8, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
One of us in our predictions will be right here. I said 830s. Who said 820s?
I said
I think-
8.5x. You said 8.3x.
It's looking like a 20s even.
Might
actually.
be a 2x. So no one was right. No
no,
one's
no,
right.
29.
No one's right. No one's right. No one's right. No one was right.
That's an 830.
Nobody was right. No.
I'm rounding.
No
it
one
up.
was right.
I'm
By
rounding.
Price
was
is Right
right.
rules, Evan does win.
You know, 100% Price is Right rules he wins. Evan literally is the one where it's like you see the shiny cabinet or whatever. I'm like $200. I'm just like 201.
201.
Yeah.
199.
And then it's like he wins and he's like, and
And the other person's like,
the other guy's like, really? And then that one guy happens to win a brand new.
new car. I'm Bob Barker.
Oh wait, Bounty.
We got-
Lil Pekka with a
it's gonna be,
9. Hold on.
2x.
But Lil Pekka getting a nice run here.
Oh man, and also a brand new car.
2x, 9, 2x.
Then we got
Lil
another
Pekka.
one too, a low 9 from
And Go.
Team and Go as well.
All right,
Things are really
901
starting
from
to heat up
and Go
here.
right there.
Things are
Guys,
really starting
the
to heat
top
up.
3 times should be on the board now. I haven't seen another team do a clear yet. But here we go. Here we go from minions on the top left-hand corner of your screen. I'm going to full screen them for a second. Going for a nice Zoetic clear here. Let's see. It's nice and pretty of a Zoetic. Can they get good ball RNG falling out of the lock set? Let's see. Come on.
Ooh,
That looks pretty
that's
good.
Yes, it
That
does.
looks pretty good.
We got
Yeah.
a little bit of a pacer
Let's get
here.
in there.
Guys, this has been an insane start. Let's just start
nuts.
off. And with that being said, guys, one more final push here. I know we're at 49 minutes. This might not even be the final push. But guys, how much of a ring to it would it have if the speedrun tournament raised $5,000 for charity? We're about $800 off of that, guys. We have about 49 minutes. Let's hit this original goal that we had, guys. I know that we can. I believe in everybody in here. This has already been
Oh, look at
insane.
that, too.
Let's make that was beautiful, by the
That
way,
was.
too. But thank you guys so much for all the support so far, and let's keep this going.
Let's
Man,
run it, guys. We're actually like the 5,000 is looking very, very doable in this hour. So again, exclamation point donate.
yep. The
Check out the
pinned,
charity link.
pinned comments. Make sure to click them. Thank you guys for all the support. Remember, there's emblems to be able to claim. There's there's teams to be rezzed. We have another one at 4,690, which is about 400 and some change away. And then on top of that too, guys, it's for a great cause. And
Yes.
that's the number one thing. We're raising money for charity. It's super cool to see a bunch of amazingly talented players showing what they're able to do and being able to raise some money while we do it.
By the way, I want to just say that Minions is on an insane run right now. This is
Oh, yeah,
impressive.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is.
let's see him get the damage. Hopefully it's looking good.
They're
Alright,
going into
yeah.
damage at. I mean, do you count going into damage when you activate it or when the shield is down? Because either way, this is insane.
This is
Yeah,
looking good
it's looking good.
regardless.
Yeah, it's looking like a mid-8. Definitely gonna put them on the board.
Yeah, now the big question though, is it an 829? That's what we're gonna be looking out for here. Here we go. They
let's
won an
see.
829. We'll
This is gonna
see.
be close.
All right, come on.
We need good Karev RNG. Karev, do
829.
not run away, please, man.
829 is what they're shooting for.
Come
here.
on, Karev,
There we
do
go.
not
Come
run
on.
away,
Come on.
Karev.
Come on. 815 mark.
No
Come on.
careening around the room, Mr. Karev.
820 mark. 825. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so.
7.
I think it's second place.
Eight,
It's second place.
9.
Oh man, the difference between
10,
first and second is 3 seconds.
832.
832, a fantastic run.
832.
But unfortunately, the difference between round 1, round 2, and this final round is that there's no consolation right now
There's
for
none.
being second. That there's no next round to get into. It's win or go home now. So we'll see if they can get a sub 830 on the board, as that's the new bar. That's a really high bar
That's a
for
super high bar.
15 minutes in. That's a high bar.
We're going. Oh,
Because
looks like-
essentially at this point, just to like put it, I guess, in the simplest of terms, the bar for winning the tournament is getting the submitted world record.
yes.
That's basically it.
That
That's
Yeah,
the
that's a
bar.
pretty hard bar to clear.
That's the bar.
bar is-
The bar is world record.
the bar is world
The
record.
bar
right now.
is go get a world record if you want the tournament crown.
It's crazy that we've seen, in terms of the official world record, we've seen that time already be broken.
I know.
I think that's really cool. So does that make all of the events that we've done have a world record
Yeah.
contained within them?
I think
An
every
official
single one, like the submitted world record was
Submitted,
broke.
yes.
I think it was broke in Salvations and in Crota, and the 2 we did prior. And so now we're 3 for 3. So I mean, we're just gonna have to keep that, streak going. I mean, that's a high bar streak
It's
to
a very,
keep going.
very strong streak.
Yeah, just world record.
Just
just the best
in
time
order to
ever.
win, you have to do the best time that's ever
just set
been
the fastest
done.
time that's ever been set ever. No big
Yeah, no big
no,
deal.
no high stakes.
No,
Anything hard.
Nothing like that.
Let's talk a little bit about being on world record pace, Aegis. That's something that you know very well. How does
Yeah.
it kind of go, like, as you start getting a little bit closer to that final boss, that final split, as you're starting to see your time saves grow, things are getting more and more green. Maybe you get a gold in there. You start realizing, whoa, we're on a pace that we're not usually on. What's the kind of thought process to bring some of those home versus, you know, crumbling?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of raids, because I primarily run raids. A lot of raids, the final encounter is pretty low intensity. So, like, I'm trying to think here. Like, okay, Last Wish is probably an exception. Queen's Walk can be make or break for sure.
Yeah.
But like Garden final boss is like pretty chill. You know, DSC final boss is one of the most chill encounters in that raid when it comes to speedrunning. Vogue, Atheon, for the most part, pretty chill. Vow, Rolk is mostly chill. Yeah, I don't know. Like most of the final bosses in
What
raids
you're
are,
saying,
like,
it's almost like backwards. So
Yes.
by the time
Yeah, it's
that
weird,
you're towards
yeah.
the end of, you know, I guess like getting a world record, you've kind of already done all of the hardest things.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of a raid where like the final boss is like legitimately like you start sweating because like you're like on pace. I'm
Right.
trying to think like King's Fall. Ooh, Oryx. Oryx is
Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
That
yeah.
sounds
Okay.
yeah. Because the thing about Oryx is that if you get a top Oryx versus a bottom Oryx is just 10 seconds of time loss, and there's nothing you can do to prevent it. So yeah, it's a bit of a clincher when you get to Oryx on face.
Why is Oryx on bottom so much of a time loss?
They have to wait.
Is it just waiting?
Yeah,
for
he
him to
takes
come
longer.
back
He takes
over?
longer to get
Yeah,
for him
yeah,
for
he
him to
takes longer.
scooch his booch over.
Because he stands by that
Yeah.
first one and he's
Yeah.
like, all right,
And then
I'll
he's like,
move.
well,
He's like-
what if I went over
he's
here?
like, I'll just move.
Yes.
That's 10
Yeah,
seconds.
he comes from top and then he takes longer
That
to.
10 I didn't even realize it
yeah.
was a full 10 seconds. But
Yeah, and well, he takes longer to get to final stand too to go up top.
one thing that I often think about is just the mentality of, I mean, obviously it's a speed run, it's going to be a race here, but the mentality of thinking that you're doing a lot worse than you may actually be by maybe not looking at your splits, maybe not looking at other streams, maybe not looking at anything, and just going with the flow of what you're doing. Has that situation ever popped up for you, Aegis, where you're like, I think this is a bad run, so I'm just going to be trying to catch my time that was like my normal pace here, but then you actually end up being way ahead without even realizing it? Has that happened to you a bunch?
So some people prefer to run without splits or to run with very minimal splits or to have someone else tell them the splits, so that they can focus on just like running. I am very much not like that. I'm like extremely hyper aware of like what the time of the segment is at the current time. So I definitely know teammates and friends that are like, they would rather not see the splits and just like focus, and like maybe they think they're behind on pace, and then they realize that, oh my god, wait, this was actually, you know, a pretty good run.
Yes.
So it definitely depends on the player. It definitely depends on the runner that you ask.
That's true. And then I guess the other side of it too is, I guess it almost depends if you're streaming it too, right? Because that then lends itself much more to the viewing experience to have it up, versus, you know, kind of if I'm watching something being a little bit more, are they on pace? Are they behind? Or,
Right.
you know, so there's like that element as well.
Oh,
Yeah, for sure.
and it looks like Tau said he missed their first ball, so they're going to be a little bit slower going into the
Oh.
next one. They get the second ball, though.
I think that was a bogey.
They didn't get eagle. They got just birdie, or bogey in this case.
A water hazard.
Water hazard came up.
I was thinking about the Wii Sports. Oh.
Oh.
All right, we do see some decent paces though here. Decent start
on a
for
reset,
minions,
yep.
yep. And then obviously Talsetti is a lot closer towards the end. We have lock set for Lil Pekka on the bottom
one's
left.
about to go into lock set.
Yep.
Bottom middle. Lorpin, I can't tell where they are because they're in a load zone right now. But Tau Ceti looks like they are going into Karev with about 7:15 maybe going into Karev.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Oh, here we go. I think that let's go ahead and maybe full screen them here too. I mean, they've been absolutely
they're
killing it
definitely-
this whole time, and here we go once again.
Oh,
So they're 11 ahead, comparing on an 8:45. We don't know how much time they have to save here. We can't really tell from their splits, but they're shooting to try to lower their 8:29 right now. So it's 8:28 or bust for them at this point.
Man, I love the timing of that heel clip too. Just barely being able to survive those threadlings because you time the heel clip, take the little extra damage, but hey, your health is all full, so it doesn't really matter.
All the little things.
All the little things that
Here
add
we
up.
go. Very quick into damage here. The big question is, do they have time to get a lower 8-2x? That's gonna be what they're shooting for. Let's see it. Remember, the bar is submitted world record or bust.
go.
Here we go. Honestly, a pretty
3,
good start
4,
here, I would say. But then,
5,
oh, and then why did I say that? He started
Karev.
running right when I said that. I'm just gonna watch.
Yeah. We're just
You-
gonna.
you-
No, I
cast.
believe in them.
Yeah, here we
I'm
go. All right.
thinking
All right, here we
it's a
go.
28.
Yeah,
I'm thinking it's a
this is-
28.
This is-
28?
This is
Come
feeling
on.
like
No, no,
the
it's definitely
best-
better. What am I saying? It's definitely better. It's definitely
This
better.
is better. This
This
looks like a
is-
24.
I think
25.
26. I think 26. I think 26.
25.
26. 26. 27. 6. Okay, I got
Wait, you called it after like 10
Wait,
other
okay.
goals.
I
Yes, you
said,
got
the
it.
first thing I said was 6, and then I raised it. But then I did raise it after. Wait, so is that the tournament best?
I,
That
'Cause I
is,
think it was
yeah,
27 was the best before. I think that was the best one.
For some reason, I remember hearing 824 being the best.
Was it 824?
I thought
It might
last
have been
round
24. Was it 24?
I could be wrong.
We have to
but
check.
We're gonna have to check.
So
but that's
many
definitely the best
amazing.
time of this
It's
round.
the best of this round for sure. Yeah, let's get some fact checking on round. I think was it 2 that it was set?
On round 2, yeah.
Yeah, we'll double check. Regardless, I mean, if they submitted that time right now, it would be the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, and Lil Peck is going into damage with less than 8 minutes.
Uh-oh.
This is actually. This is
wait,
crazy time.
Wait, what is? Whoa.
Lil Pekka
Holy.
is like.
Wait, they're already
Actually
half.
about to-
Wait,
Yes.
This has
This
a chance
is-
to be
this is
tournament
best time of
best.
the day, watch.
Wait, as long as they don't slow down here, you can always tell that it slows down a little. Now they're keeping their pace up. This is good.
This
I think
is
they got
Thunder
this.
Crash.
Yeah,
Thunder
they
Crash
gotta
now.
do it, though.
Thunder
They gotta
Crash
crash right now. They gotta crash right
now. It took too long. Wait,
825,
I think.
825?
825.
I think that's best.
As long as it's timed properly, that is going to be best time of the day.
Yeah.
It is coming down to the wire.
Oh
here.
my
That
gosh,
is-
dude. What the?
Best time of the day.
It says
from-
it was 828 before.
828
So it was the
before.
best. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
Wait.
So-
Lil Pekka going from 4th
Oh
with
my
a 924 to an 825.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Dude,
wow.
The bar has
Wow.
been set.
Glorpin
Oh my
going
gosh.
into damage right now on Karev. Darth Vader coming out full speed, swinging.
I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Aegis, as we're watching this, it felt like that Thunder Crash was a little late.
Yeah. Honestly, I think if they T-Crash a bit earlier, they could have saved the second. But
That's
you know,
what I was
it's-
thinking. Yeah,
pretty
it's
good.
still the world record as of now. It's insane.
And this
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
to show for anybody who's trying to do a damage rotation on Karev, maybe you're farming for that shotgun. Maybe take some notes on when to Thunder Crash because these teams are all doing it at a really good time. I noticed that in my runs, that myself included in here, I Thunder Crashed a little early sometimes.
It felt like it was a kind of a perfect storm though, because it looked like Karev kind of backtracked a little bit. He kind of backpedaled them, so it took him a little while to get there too.
Yes.
So it was kind of a couple things
906 right
to be
there by
honest.
Glorpin, which would put Glorpin
Still at number 5,
in
still number
5,
five.
but
Yep.
but saving quite a bit of time from their previous submission. Okay, well we can tell you right now, Lil Pekka
Oh
is
my
the
gosh.
honestly the unexpected leader right now, and that is insane. Congrats so far to Lil Pekka.
You got
but the
Phantom
time
1 now.
is still ticking with the glaive.
Oh.
Yes! Yes!
There we go.
Yes!
Up close and personal.
Oh my god!
Give him-
Tractor cannon, glaive. Don't get
Oh
moved
my
in the air.
gosh.
Let's. Oh.
Oh, he's moving away a litll bit. And time 920.
920,
Very nice.
which would put them at 6th
Number
place.
6. Number 6. We're getting the time on the board.
That is
Oh man.
impressive.
So we are not even at the halfway point yet, and we have a 825, an 826, and an 832. How are we feeling, y'all? I feel like this has been
That's
an
hype.
insane
That's hype.
first half to this
Yeah, that
final
is-
round.
Like compared to SE and Crota, like the time spread between the top 3 is like that's crazy. Actually.
Yeah, this is
It's actually crazy.
this is mind blowing, y'all. This is insane. And I mean, we still have another 35 minutes to go of this. So I mean, so much more could happen. Once again, though, as we mentioned, the bar to come join the party is a world record. So
Yes.
So if you want to join the party, they're gonna have to really come to play here. So we'll see how the second half goes. Thank you guys again for all the donations up to this point. We're almost 300 away from 4,500, guys. Let's see if we can make this final push. All of these racers are putting on a show, so let's definitely make sure that the donations also live up to that same high bar that they're very much delivering for us today.
Yes. Guys, again, exclamation point donate. Click the link in comments as well on both streams.
Yep.
Exclamation point donate though. And yes, let's get this thing going. Let's try to hit the big 5K. At least let's revive a team before this timer ends, you know?
Yeah, and I think from Talsetti top right, I think we're seeing 13 ahead. I think if my eyes aren't deceiving me, it might be 15 or 13. Yeah, 13. That's what I thought. And so that's a really, really good start here.
Yes, it is. I mean, they're feeling, they know that Lil Pekka, they're like, whoa. I was expecting minions, and then Lil Pekka came out and went, We're gonna prove our time by a whole
it did very much seem like it was like, okay, it's Talsetti. Okay, now it's minions. Okay, now it's Talsetti. Now it's minions. And now Pekka just in the final rounds, like, no, we've kind of just been chilling, just waiting.
We've been waiting. For
Right. It's kind of like in almost like track meets. If anybody is familiar with track, you know, you kind of have your first few races where it's just your heat. You're not necessarily trying to get your best time. You just want to make it to the finals. It's like Lil Pekka's just kind of cruised through the first 2 rounds, and they're like, okay, now we're gonna sprint. And now they're, you know, showing what they're really capable of.
Yes. And here we go. I mean, this is the last 34 minutes to get a run at least started. And then there's, if you're on a run, or if you just started a run within like the last minute, then you have an extra 10-minute window to get your run completed. So there's a little bit of a grace period after this 33 minutes is done. But here we go, guys. Come on. Let's go.
Let's see if we can get a good locked set here from Talsetti.
Yes,
this
the
is
furthest
really,
along is Talsetti right
we
now,
go.
so we'll stay on them. Their audio is up. They're just not really talking right now.
Locked in. Oh, we got a little dance show.
That was
I mean, we'll
beautiful.
take it. Yeah, there we go.
And I love this because he just times the thunderclap. If we didn't already, yep. Bam.
Oh man.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Zoetic lock set. I mean, this is an encounter that on day one and in the hearts of everybody was pretty cool, pretty unique. And now you're seeing it get absolutely obliterated now that teams know exactly what to do with it.
Yep. And here we go. We're seeing the chunks happen here. We're seeing the cooks. We're seeing T-Crash is ready. We're going to see our best golf swings here. We're hoping for like at least a birdie. Like we need something decent here. Okay, let's see. They're 14 ahead. Let's see the
Save it.
Oh no, a water hazard. A water hazard. He hit the my dude. Yeah, like literally we need the Wii Sports sound. Dude. How that was a time bleeder. Oh, that sucks.
That probably
Man.
lost them about 10 seconds.
Imagine, you know, an absolute heater of a run ruined by a golf ball.
A bad round of golf.
Yeah. Oh man. You play any golf, Aegis?
I actually used to, yeah.
Oh.
I did not expect to be asked that question, but I did used to.
I am the worst top golfer in history, so this would not be my encounter, but sounds like Aegis would be the one. Evan's got a pretty decent golf swing.
I don't even golf, but I played enough baseball to transition some basics over to
I've
golf.
played
I
baseball
mean, you just gotta
too,
aim
but
the bat downward, you know? It's
Yeah,
it's
aim
not
the
that
bat downward.
And Evan taught me that too, but I played baseball too, but it just doesn't translate for me. That's like the one, like, it's just like, that's what's so frustrating to me. I'm just awful. Just absolutely awful.
You just need like one other time at like Top Golf to get that swing down, and then you're actually gonna be really good.
I'll just think about the sundered edge, or excuse me, the sundered doctrine. Dude, I just merged two.
Salvation's
Oh
Edge,
my
sundered.
gosh. Honestly, that kind of sounds sick though. The sundered edge, but this sundered doctrine golf balls, and maybe that'll make me swing a golf ball better. Oh my gosh.
I bet like cricket players are also very good at golf.
Dude, I don't even know, because the thing is, so I'll give you an example. Like, so I played tennis growing up, and then I was also really good at ping pong too.
Yeah.
But baseball does not translate to golf for me, or maybe it does for y'all. Aegis, do you play baseball?
No,
Okay,
no.
so you're just a golfer.
I'm not. I wouldn't even call myself a golfer.
No,
My,
you are. So
I
Aegis
just-
is literally when he's not
being
when he's
humble.
not streaming and when he's not making like the absolute top tier metas for you guys to play with, he's literally out golfing.
Yes.
I'm
So
out on the green,
the
yeah.
secret's out. I'm outing him now. I'm sorry. Like I know that was something you were keeping secret. I just the cat's out the bag now.
He just didn't want to tell us that he's also
If he's-
a PGA scratch golfer.
If he's not live, he's usually out golfing. So,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
cat's
on the
out the
tour.
bag. You might as well just tell him
And
now.
we're about to see a time of
This is very respectable time.
from
very respectable.
Tauceti, 8:35. 8:35 from Tauceti. So not their best of this hour, but
No.
still a really good time. 30 minutes remaining. They still got some more in them. Listen. I know that baseball inherently is very different than a golf swing, but there's something about doing this where you rotate your hips and then
it just doesn't
transitioning
work
it
for
to
me, man. I just
to transitioning your hips again. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
so the
It
real
just- it
question
works.
is when are the baseball swing like videos? Just so I can like start working on my swing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
When are those coming?
Hey, just when are you taking the
Yeah,
trip to
you
the
know.
batting cage?
When the
And
Destiny 2 servers go offline, I'll be sure to make
Okay.
a
any
baseball bat tier list.
percent.
Dude, that would be sick. Oh man. Yeah, baseball DPS spreadsheets, right?
Baseball
Bog?
DPS
Literally.
spreadsheets. I'm seeing you also set your feet in golf and you don't in baseball. Yes, you do. You have to get squared up in baseball. You have to squish the bug when you swing and everything.
Yeah, I don't.
Squish the bug.
Squish the bug.
With that being said, guys, with that little golf intermission out of the way, we are now halfway done with the final round. We have 28 minutes left for these teams to get a world record or bust. That is the bar that's been set for anybody who's just joining us at home. We'll see if we see any more records. Also, guys, this is the final round to continue donating towards charity. We are $400 roughly away from being able to revive another team. And we're $800 away from our final goal, which was $5,000, which I'd love to see us hit, guys. We still have half an hour to do that. Click on those pinned comments on both chats, whether on the Twitch side or on the YouTube side, and let's see if we can hit that final goal.
What's the money raised say? 4,201.
Yeah, $4,201.
So you're saying it could have been 420 if Luckstruck didn't donate the $1 there. So we're saying that.
Essentially.
So we're saying that, chat, we need to get it to another funny number. So we at least need to get it to 420.69.
I was
At
gonna
the
say
very least.
469.
I mean, that would be
Let's go,
beautiful
let's
too.
go,
I'd
yeah.
love a 4.690. Why not? That's what's right there, ready to go for reviving a teammate.
No.
4.69.
All right. Let's see. Most teams here still, for the most part.
Yes, we're gonna go to a different audio just because Tauceti isn't really talking too much here. See if we can get some other teams pulled up. Maybe Lil Pekka. Lil Pekka is like really surprised everybody by taking the best time of the day.
Is Little Pekka holding a baseball bat? Is that what the Little Pekka's holding?
Yeah,
Or is it a golf club?
it looks like it's.
I'm sorry to go back to.
It's a baseball
He
bat.
said Little Pekka's
That's a
holding
baseball bat.
Where did that
Wait,
graphic originate
but he's
from?
holding it like a golf.
like a
club.
golf. Yeah.
Wait, so
So literally, he's a golfer also.
he's a baseball golfer.
Clearly, this is why D2 was never. I was never cut out for D2 because I never played golf.
Yeah,
Just
you need to
learn.
we need to get you out there for the basics. Because the CB will swing like, I guess the best way I could call it is like skating. If for anybody that skateboards, it's almost like
I skateboarded.
it's almost like skating goofy but in a swing.
I skate goofy.
Okay, so that's what you're
I
doing. You're
skate-
treating
I skate
you're
goofy.
treating your stance like swinging goofy.
Yeah, I was always like, I mean, I played a lot of sports growing up, pretty much everything I could get my hands on, but the only thing that just never translated was golf. It just makes me feel so uncoordinated, which is just like,
Golf is hard.
yeah. But now I'm waiting on the Aegis video,
Yeah,
so
now,
it'll turn
Aegis,
around at
Aegis
some point.
tutorial, Aegis golf lore would be beautiful.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry.
All right, so we have lock set bottom right from Glorpin right now. We also have lock set from Team and Go on top middle. So we'll see where things go. I mean, do we mean, let me see. No, we don't have any other teams right now. It's just those two.
It looks like
Okay.
Glorpin is on about 6 minutes in lockset right now. That's unfortunately not going to give them the place that maybe they're looking for, but if they can get a little bit of a better time than their original, then they're pretty happy. I think they might be fighting for that top 3 spot at the very least.
Right. And I would say now, oh, there's the golf. But what I was going to say, beautiful. At this point, Aegis, I would say for at least the top teams, if you're not getting like an extremely good start, it's probably just reset, right? With the bar at the level it is now, you kind of, can you even afford to not have a good beginning at this point?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not.
That's kind of how I was feeling. So it's pretty much good start or bust.
Bottom right RNG needs to be in your favor.
Yep, that is correct. That is correct.
Looks like they might be resetting. Maybe that was an intentional death.
Something that the Lil Pekka team actually mentioned in chat earlier is that they got bad RNG on their 2 wheels in the transition. So that team could actually afford to get some slightly worse splits in some of the other parts of their run, because it is likely that they will save at least a little bit of time on their 1-2 transition.
Gotcha. And for anybody who might be a little unfamiliar with the RNG that is involved with that, do you want to explain that for people who might not know as much?
Yeah, for sure. For those of you that are kind of like new to watching, because we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the stream, there are 2 wheels that you guys may be familiar with between first and second encounter that kind of give you the intro to the wheel spinning mechanic in the second encounter, and you either need to spin one of them twice or 3 times, and the other one twice or 3 times with some knowledge dunks, right? So obviously, if you need 6 knowledge and you have to spin both 3 times each, then gonna be an issue, right? You gotta spawn more wizards. That can be like 10-15 seconds of time loss, and there's not really much you can do about it because it's just RNG.
Right.
So because the Meso team, or Lil Pekka, the team in the lead right now, their time actually currently has a 3-3 wheel in it, which means if they were to get a 2-3 or a 2-2, they just automatically have 10-15 seconds of free time save between their first and second encounter, which means they can afford to have slightly worse splits in maybe before and after that 1-2 transition section,
Right.
compared to some of these other teams.
Gotcha. Compared to maybe a team that has a 2-2 as their best time.
Right, exactly.
At that point, they're pretty much at the mercy of RNG to a certain degree, not fully, but
Indeed.
all right. Well, we're seeing damage here.
This is from Team Glorpin.
Yes.
Team Glorpin going for a nice. They're trying to beat a 901. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but Team Glorpin is going to retain their 5th place position right now. So, I mean, hey, listen, at the very least, it's fun seeing Karev clears and maybe some good god rolls here.
Yeah.
Some good times to be proud of in general. I mean, 9-10 is nothing to ever feel like,
No. Yeah, it's crazy when the bar is so high that insanely, fast times. I mean, it's sub 10 minutes still. It seems slow.
Yes, and like there, you
As you
have to
just
get
heard,
2 X's
2
and
X's
1
or
X's
1
in
X's.
first.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I think we expected one more world record. I know when I asked you guys, you said we expected it, but to see 825 and 826 is pretty insane. Like, this is
Both times past submitted world record is pretty. I mean, the 832 isn't far off either.
right.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really
pretty-
not. Top
yeah,
3 is a
pretty
tough,
crazy.
tough scenario for all these guys. We have 22 minutes left on the main timer. 22 minutes left on the main timer. So, almost there, guys. Almost there. And little Pekka doing a little reset, little resetta. No big deal. Yeah, okay. Well, a lot of teams right now are kind of in the beginning, some transitions. I don't really see a lot of teams that are further than that, but maybe it gives us a chance to check in on minions and just see kind of what we've been talking about with that RNG, and hopefully it works out to their favor.
Right. And I think we will see a lot of people at the beginning for the rest of this, because at this point, teams are going to take a look at their splits, as we've kind of already heard, and be like, maybe we could have ran with this last round, but this just isn't good enough.
Yes.
And so you reset it.
And I personally love that this encounter has so many like cool little ways that you can see exactly where certain things go. Like, I always love the mirror maze of it. I always love like being able to see, like we just saw, the symbol through the wall because of the little window that opens up telling you which room, so you can play it really smart as a full team that knows exactly what you're doing the whole time. It makes it really easy. And minions almost just wiped right there. It looked like it's an unfortunate Huss, probably my least favorite enemy of the Dread. You know, I'm not a fan of worms coming out of your chest after I kill you, but it is what it is. They're gonna reset.
Yep. I mean, that's gonna be the story of this. I mean, as we now are about to be under the 20-minute mark, teams are, you know, it's either great beginning or bust.
Yes, the great beginning.
Great beginning.
Great beginning. We had the great equalizers on Salvation's Edge. Now we have the great beginning on Thunder Doctrine.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, we'll just kind of watch some of these racers and see who kind of gets out ahead.
Yeah, and Aegis, since you were in a scenario like this for a raid, what are some of the things you'd be telling yourself at this moment if you're these runners? Are you just saying, oh my god, please just RNG? Or are you saying like, hey, we need to just be laser focused the whole time? Are you shot calling for everybody, or are you letting just RNG take the wheel?
Like me personally, I tend to like over communicate when I'm like worried about things just like being tense, I guess, or like being in a high pressure environment.
Yeah.
So I tend to, maybe like to a fault, like micro a little too much, but you know, I mean, it really depends on the runner. Again, yeah, it kind of depends on the team. I know for SC, I think we got our time that ended up being the tournament record like pretty early on.
Yes,
like I think it was.
I remember.
Yeah, I think it was pretty early on. But yeah, after that, I think it was a little bit more relaxed, and we were obviously still trying to go for a time, but definitely a little bit more relaxed. But until then, I mean, yeah, people were pretty focused, people were pretty concentrated. But I feel like with a dungeon, especially, you know, a dungeon of this length, you know, it's going to be a lot shorter than something like SE. I feel like people are just like, they know what they're doing for the most part. Most of these players that I've been watching, you know, they play like they have a pretty level head, and they're just kind of getting their reps in, and, you know, they just know what they're doing, and they know what they're doing wrong, and it's you know, it's just kind of just putting your nose to the grindstone, and that's it, you know.
Yeah, because I would agree. I mean, we've had a lot of these teams' audios on, and we don't hear that much.
No.
It sometimes sounds more like a library. Like you don't hear anything.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe to a certain degree that's because you have half the players, which means half of what you would normally need to communicate if this was a raid. But
it's partly that, and also like, you know, dungeon mechanics are generally like more simple than raid mechanics, and there's like less comms needed. Like I gotta say, like, even if you're generally like a quiet kind of person, if you watch a Salvation's Edge run and you watch what's happening during Verity, like the entire team is talking.
Right.
So so it really kind of like depends on the activity sometimes. Like in this activity in particular, obviously entrance, no one really needs to say anything. And then you have first encounter, there's a couple comms being made in terms of like what the central wheel is saying. The top left Titan reads the center wheel. And then, but during second encounter, during like third encounter, you got the middle callouts for, you know, Karif. But besides that, it's kind of just, you know, everyone, you know what you're here for. I know what I'm here for.
Right.
Let's get it done,
Everybody just do your job, basically.
Yeah,
do it well and do it fast. All right, so we have Phantom 1 in the bottom, starting boss around 7-4x. Top, it looks like everywhere else is still
Everybody else is more or less in the first encounter still. We do see Glorpin trying to do a DSM, so see. And it's going to be tough at this point to take over that time. To take over number 1, it's going to be really tough. Yeah.
Yeah, even to crack top 3 is you know, it's an accomplishment. Yeah. So honestly, I was worried when I was first looking at this tourney and asking the teams like how the tourney worked and stuff, because I typically don't run dungeons, so I had to like study up to like learn what all the strats were for this dungeon to make the guide video for the runners. And like I was worried that this tourney would, as a viewing experience, just be first encounter simulator. But I'm kind of pleased to see that a lot of teams are making it past first a lot more than I thought.
Right.
I've heard from some of the teams. I actually talked with I think it was Team Tau Ceti, if I'm not mistaken. I think I talked to Team Tau Ceti right before the event started, because I wanted to make sure that there were no like new strategies that I wasn't aware of since the last time I was like doing my studying of this dungeon.
Right.
And they mentioned actually that they have some like better routing for playing around worse RNG. So they rib or they run it back, they restart less, and they play more RNG in first encounter because they have better planning. So I think that's definitely helped with not seeing as much first encounter as I thought.
Gotcha. Yeah, because outside of like this last little bit, which I understand there being a lot of first encounter, because at this point everybody's trying to get a world record.
Yes.
But outside of that, you're right. I mean, it's felt like either Lockset or Karev pretty much the whole tournament is all we've been watching.
Yeah. There's always a kill to be watching, you know.
Yes,
Right.
and that is definitely a good feeling. We did just see another reset though. Not for us to Caster's Curse or jinx it, but we did just see another reset from minions. It looks like if you're going for that number one, if you're in that top 3 group and you know that number one is just, right there, if you can get the good RNG, you're resetting as much as possible because we are under 15 minutes now.
Yes, we are.
Under
final
15 minutes. And
Baguette
Sherman just
is
put Baguette is
restarting.
restarting.
Oh,
Baguette
okay.
is restarting PC.
Sorry, restart of the PC.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see if they can get back up and running here quick.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Sherman, for letting us know. Baguette is restarting PC. We appreciate you.
Yes. And with that being said, guys, we are $299 off of $4,500. I know that we can get there, guys. Let's see if we can keep pushing and make one final push, like these runners are going to make one final push. And let's see if we can finish out this tournament
Come
strong.
on. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Man.
I mean, we've talked about most of this dungeon's mechanics and most of the strategies going on so far. But if you guys are curious about First Encounter, I gave a very, very short explanation of how First Encounter works. But it is, when I say it's like complicated between all the players and what they're doing, it is pretty complicated. If you're curious though about like how the strategy works, I have like a 3-minute long explanation of how the strategy for this encounter works in the speedrun strat breakdown for that these some of these runners were like watching to try and learn how to do the dungeon. But yeah, it's pretty complicated and it's very hard to understand what's going on just watching one POV. But there's a bunch of stuff that they can do. But essentially, since we have some time here, we have some dead time.
Yeah.
What's going on is the hunter is like a floater. So they're in the center of the entire encounter. And they're kind of just chilling there and picking up the lenses that the Titan kind of brings to them and gifts them using duping.
Right.
And using these lenses to fill this triangle of 3 central sockets. So there's 3 sockets in the middle of the encounter that basically branch out to the 4 possible corner rooms. And these 3 sockets are used in almost every single lens path. And so keeping this triangle stocked up like a vending machine is very important. And so the hunter's job is to kind of float and keep this trifecta of sockets filled as much as they can, but they don't actually go into the rooms. Now you might be wondering, so how do the Titans read 4 rooms in a timely manner while also killing subjugators? Well, there's these pathways, as you've probably seen, these little tunnels between the top left and bottom left, as well as the top right and bottom right rooms. And you can see the Titans are kind of making their way in between these little tunnels. But on top of that, there's these little windows that actually allow you to read the top left room from the bottom left room and vice versa. So what the Titans are doing at the start of every round is one person is reading the central wheel, they're going to kill a subjugator, and they're going to read their room, and then they can look through this little window so that you have all 4 callouts in order to determine what the possible symbol sequence is going to be. And on top of that, there's a lot of memorization in this dungeon as well, because if you guys are not familiar with, the first and last encounter, you are kind of creating a phrase that's either a truth or a lie, right?
Yep.
And so, for example, in the final encounter, you're like exposing the lie by burning it away, right?
Yep.
And so in the first encounter, there's a bunch of strings of these symbols that are possible truths/lies that you need to be aware of in order to fill up the wheel in the middle. And so instead of seeking out that, that Grim, the truth speaker, right? Which would take a lot of time and would be even more RNG, because imagine you have 2 people in 2 of the rooms and the truth speaker doesn't spawn in a room where players are,
Yeah, if you
right?
had to depend on
Then
it.
you'd have to go look for the
Right,
bat, right? Which would be terrible.
Yeah.
So the way the people are doing this, the way these runners are doing this, is they're watching the middle wheel and they've memorized every possible string that can be on the wheel. And by memorizing this, they know automatically which rooms contain the symbols, which they've called out to each other, in order to fill up and correctly fill up the wheel in the middle with the lenses. So,
completely
there's
eliminating the
memorization
grill.
involved.
Yes.
Exactly, yeah. So there's memorization involved, there's clever routing involved, there's communication between your teammates involved, because let's say it's like a top left room that needs to be filled. The top left guy is a subjugator, he puts a lens in one of those sockets, and then he calls like, hey, can you help me fill out the rest of my lens pathing? It's kind of different from a lot of speedrunning encounters where either there's no RNG or everyone is kind of just doing a set list of actions. In the same way that you might run like an individual level or like a single star in like SM64,
Right.
there's like a set path that you take. There's no communication or dynamic thinking involved.
Right.
Whereas First Encounter and Sundered Doctrine, there's a lot of dynamic. A good team is prepared for any sort of RNG. So they're talking to each other and they're figuring out, how can I best use my downtime? Maybe my room doesn't need a lens at this time. My teammate
Right.
does. I'm going to go help him fill this out. So there's no set kind of like flow chart, but everybody is kind of on the same page and everyone's kind of thinking about the encounter at a high level. If you're on a solid team that has a lot of experience. I know it's a lot of information, but like it's not really something you can pick up from kind of just watching individual
Right,
videos.
yeah. But I think
Yeah.
that's the beauty of this dungeon. I mean, that's so different than pretty much any dungeon that we've had up to this point. Everything that you just described there that needs to go right just seems like more raid-like, to be honest. And even still, even if we compare it to raids, there still tends to be a flow, kind of like what you were describing. But to need to memorize however many combination that ends up being, and then being able to kind of very dynamically respond to whatever is happening is very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's only one other dungeon encounter that has like I think this much depth when it comes to routing and pathing, and that's the cube encounter in Prophecy, which you might not think is like a crazy planning encounter, but in speedrunning there's a lot of intricacy that goes into the cube as well.
Yeah. There you go, guys.
There we
what
go.
it takes
And-
to be a top level runner.
And we just saw what I think is the first team in a long time that has moved past the first encounter. That would be Lil Pekka.
Yep.
That would
With that
be
being
Lil
said, we
Pekka.
are in the last 10 minutes. We are 8 minutes, 48 seconds left, guys. We are at the final countdown. We'll see if we see any more world records.
Just keep trying.
We'll see. I mean, this
Is there going to be a 10-minute extension after this as well, or
I
for, like,
believe so.
runs in
I
progress?
think that they have 10 minutes.
As long as the runners are about to begin their run right when
Yes,
the time is
yes.
over. If everybody's done and they're like, yeah, no more runs, then that's
Right.
it. So it's dependent.
Yep, and we just got another $1.32. Excuse me, 132 from Et Codes. My laptop died, so I don't have my notifications up anymore. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can you put that up? Oh, it's
Oh, yes, they donated enough to get it to 422.69. I respect it.
oh, that is
Wait,
crazy.
let's go!
I respect it. I respect it. Yeah.
I really go on that best possible.
Oh, Lil Pekka unfortunately hitting the reset there because I think they missed their DSM. But, not too much of a loss. I think they also accidentally restarted their timer in the middle of the run as well. So, a little bit more comfort now.
Yeah, I think at this point you take the last 7 minutes to just completely just farm beginning until you hopefully maybe get on pace. And what time do you get out of first on a good split? Let's just call it like a roughly decent.
I guess it depends on what your timing is the end of first. If you use like the third truth, like the pyramid accepts the truth, I think based on the splits that I'm seeing, like a 3-1x, like a low to mid
low
3
three.
minutes would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they might have a few more resets total. I mean, we'll see.
I don't think it's gettable.
Yeah, anything that's like, 310, 315, 320, it should be on pace, I think.
Okay. That's what we're looking out for, guys. We're trying to get out of this room very, very low 3.
Yes, if we can get out of this room at a low 3, then you guys will see a potential boss clear. But also, these teams are going to have to realize that even if they don't get the perfect RNG, they might have to make up some new time saves that we don't even know about because the time is ticking. We're at 6 minutes and 35 seconds left. So it's either get the RNG or reset is what it sounds like.
Yeah, my biggest curiosity would be with Team Taucetti and Minions. I would love to know what their RNG was. Like if they got 3-3, 2-3, 2-2, and knowing how much time they have in that section, because we already know Lil Pekka has a ton, right? But I don't really know on those other 2 runs how lucky or unlucky they got.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see for sure.
Yeah. 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I want to remind everybody, ! Donate if you do want to go ahead and donate to the charity. At this point, like, I don't know if we can, I don't know if a team can get revived, now would be the time. If there's
crazy.
a team that gets revived right now, they could still do it.
They could run.
So if there's a team you guys want to revive right now, go ahead and start reviving.
Oh man.
It is time! ! Donate. Donate in, man. Get
Let's at
yourself
least
some
see if we can get
goodies.
to that 4,500 mark, guys. I know we can do it.
All right.
Oh man.
All right, we have Minions audio up right now. Again, a lot of it is going to be spent in this first room. This first room, one giant puzzle to even get out of right now.
And the bar is just so high.
Yes.
It's just so high.
Old Pekka just had the run of a century.
Yeah, edging out first place by a second, and it's the submitted world record.
Absurd.
Is crazy.
And
Absolutely
saving a
crazy.
whole minute of your previous time in the process.
Oh man.
Insane. Absolutely insane. And go. Looks like they're about to enter in. Looks like Lil Pekka might be resetting again. Again, 4 minutes. Tick, tick, tick.
Nope. I think it's just gonna be reset simulator for
It's
the next
gonna be
4 minutes.
resets.
Get the best
Resets.
Pretty rough third round from Team Minions. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're running it back. Yeah, pretty
one.
rough.
So yeah. This is one of the
I
things
just realized
What would you say?
Team Minions are dressed like minions. I just realized that.
Really?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
they are.
Oh,
They are dressed like
my.
minions.
They came down to the dungeon, said bello. They said bello.
That is what they said.
Team
Oh,
Bob.
my. Dude.
Okay. Team Tau City is like
Tau City looks like
it's
they're about
maybe
to get out of
doable.
here.
Yeah,
Okay.
317 first end is like I think it's tournament bestable.
Okay.
All right. So maybe we'll go full screen to Tau City. Let's hope that they can get the DSM to work.
Come on.
Let's hope.
Oh man.
Need to get a couple more things going for them. Need to get everything just right if you're Tau City.
Yeah. I mean, not a good enough start where a lot more can go wrong, but a good enough start where you can continue.
And we can definitely say that looks pretty good, right? That looked good.
Let's maybe go to. Do they have audio on theirs? We can go to there.
Yep. Also, I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but is am I mistaken, or is Team Phantom 1 is the bigs on Phantom 1? Is that not world's first underdog?
That is
That
world's
is.
first,
That is.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That
Mr.
played
World's
with
first.
the Mario brother,
Mario
Mario and
and
Luigi.
Yeah, Mario and Luigi. Yeah.
No.
So this is a familiar stomping ground for him then.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And
That's,
Luigi won the solo tournament. So
Yeah,
that
wow, look at
team
them.
has been. They've been
They're-
really
They've been
popping off.
Making moves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
making moves.
Yep. All right, so here we go. We're headed to lock set. Let's see if we can continue this pace. Unfortunately, they're 17 behind now on lock start. Really don't know how much wiggle room they have. Like we said, we don't really know how well or how bad their RNG was. So I
Yeah.
guess we'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think
gonna be-
anything else
it's gonna
goes
be
wrong,
rough.
and they've got to reset in the next 2 minutes or so.
Yes,
Yup.
it's gonna be rough because, like you just said, Aegis, 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Oh.
2 minutes. Tick, 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 tick.
No, we'll know real soon. I would imagine that even like once they beat lock set and when we get to the RNG portion, if it's bad, I'm sure they
And-
just instantly.
And it is very
Yeah.
fitting for this timer that those lock sets happen to look like clocks themselves.
Right. And I think they should have time to complete this, get to the point with the RNG. If it's bad, reset and still be okay.
Yes.
They still have time for that. Not a lot of time. They do have time.
They do have time.
Yeah. Let's see if they can put together
Hooray
their.
for RNGesus.
I was gonna say, and now let's see if they can put on their best Aegis golf swing here. We'll see how this
Come
goes.
on, classic Aegis
That's
out
what
there
I'm
on the...
coining it now. That's just the new term. That's just what it is.
Classic Aegis swing.
And
Look, looks good.
Okay, not bad. Not
Yeah.
bad.
They got it. They got it.
okay. All right, they're just, coasting. I mean, didn't save really any time, but didn't lose any time. Let's see how it continues here.
Come on. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last minute.
All right,
As long as
55 seconds. They need to see, and then they need to instantly reset if not. This is,
oh, okay, they got it.
okay. 43 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. 43 seconds. I'm gonna do all that.
34 seconds.
34 seconds.
33.
Are they going to go for a reset? Do you even reset here? I mean, reset.
Ages, what do they do? They got 23 seconds. Do they?
It's gonna be very, very close.
I think this is.
I don't know how
definitely-
good their boss is.
Let's
at
see
this
where
point.
everybody
Yeah,
else is. Just 'cause
I would
we're
honestly
coming down.
reset if I was.
I think
if
you
I was,
reset. I
yeah.
agree.
Especially because they're not first. But
Yeah,
it's up to them.
I think they're running with it.
They are going to run.
I think they're just gonna.
They are, and
Wow,
that's it for the being able to
All
reset.
right, yeah.
These are the last
These are the runs. These are the runs.
These are the last runs. Phantom 1 is starting fresh. Lil Pekka
Okay.
starting fresh. Tausetti, Glorpin, that's it for them.
I'm really shocked.
Tausetti is
They're running
Going
with it.
for it.
Talsetti,
All right,
they're
we'll-
going for it.
we'll
Let's
go
start
full
with this.
screen.
Go full screen Talsetti and
full
see where we
screen
start.
Tausetti. Come on.
Guys, we still have a little bit more time to donate if you want. Click those pinned links. Let's see if we can get to that final goal, and let's see how they finish here. I mean, they're gonna need some super bakes. Come on.
Be some insane
I don't know. I don't know.
They got to beat an
825.
They're starting at 8.
825.
They're starting at 8. Come on. Come on.
810.
Do you have it in you? Do you have it in you?
I don't think so.
Oh,
819. 20.
20.
21. No,
Thunder, Thunder crash.
No, it's no.
It's not there.
And so Talsetti
reset
will be
will cost them
yeah, so
832 to end
832.
their runs.
the Talsetti is done.
Tausetti
Who else
is
do we have
done.
still
All right,
going?
We're
Is there
taking
anybody else that
Tausetti
can-
off the board.
Yep.
Glorpin off
Oh
the
my
board.
gosh.
These are your runners remaining.
Oh my gosh. All right, so
We have minions.
and Minions, they've put up really great times the whole tournament. Can they come from, behind and win this? It'd be crazy.
It would be insane.
And then-
I think it is a thing here. I think it's possible that possibly they get through this third round just fine.
Okay,
It
it's
looks like
25.
Okay.
a third round RNG is fine. I think
All right, I think
Lopeka's
Pekka's done. I think they're done.
Lopeka's done as well. So
All
I'm gonna
right.
update this again.
Okay. So now the only team left that can we'll see. We got and Go. They have a 901. They would have to jump extremely far. They're comparing against I think this is what we were confused about the last time, Ages. I think they're comparing against their 854, even though we see their
Yeah.
sum of best on the right. So I don't know if they're on pace, but
Yeah, it really depends on how much time they lost in the rest of their run in their 54. So we'll
right,
see.
exactly.
They had a really bad boss or something. It's doable, maybe.
yeah.
Right now,
All right.
Lil Pekka and Taos.
We just got a $100 donation from Anonymous. We're now less than 200 away from 4,500, guys. One final push. One final push, guys.
Let's
we can
go.
do it. Come on.
These are your last runs
Come
right
on, y'all.
here. Can we
Hey.
get the last of the goal hit?
45, guys. We can do 45.
We
I
can
know
hit, we can hit 4,500.
Come on.
Come on,
Okay.
everybody.
It is. Yeah, Team Mango is. Yeah.
Team
I don't think they've
Mango.
done that.
It looks like
Okay,
it's
that's it.
over for
And then
them.
there were two. All
And
right.
then there
Can
were
Team
two.
Minions come from behind and take first? This is gonna be good. 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 I mean, they're doing well enough right now. This is okay. They're only 1 second behind.
Where can they save the most time here? Where is the biggest time save? Is it golf ball?
We're
The
gonna have
Aegis
to
golf
see.
course?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see.
Yeah.
I don't know where their PB lost the most time, so we're
True.
gonna have to watch.
Okay, so the
Find out.
guesses though: Aegis Golf Swing, the 3-2, 3-3, or 2-2, and depending on how well or maybe how bad their DPS phase on Karev was. I guess we'll see. All right, here we go.
Come on.
Come on.
Walter, show us right here.
This would be an insane
This would be a
moment.
crazy
Imagine they
finish.
come from behind. All eyes on you.
At the very least, maybe grab number 2.
Yeah.
And at the best, you grab number 1.
Yeah. At the best, not only do you grab number 1, you grab the world record.
You do, yes. That is true.
Come on. Here we go.
Okay, I don't think Phantom has a good enough first encounter to.
It looks like they're just
contend
kind
for
of
number 1.
running around now. Maybe. I mean,
All right, hold on.
Oh, the checkpoint should have updated by now.
Yeah, I think that we go full. I think
Yes.
I think we go full right here. Here we go. Let's see. Aegis golf swing is in.
and
Oh,
Aegis
that
Golf
is
Swing
that is
beautiful. That's a
straight from the
beautiful,
video. That was classic.
Classic Aegis.
Right from the guide.
Yeah.
That couldn't have been executed any better.
That's a classic
Oh
Aegis
my
if
gosh.
I've ever seen one. Oh my
Dude.
goodness.
Clearly an Aegis viewer. All right, come on. Here we go. Come on. Come on.
Here we go. He's got
This is crazy. This is.
his nade is ready
Look at
to
them. They're
go.
all minions. This looks so good, dude. So, all minions coming in and just coming in. Can we get a good? Here we go.
Yeah. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Here we go.
Res through. Perfect. Yeah.
Come on.
that's looking good.
How's the RNG gonna be?
Come on.
Come on,
Fast the
minions.
Q3.
Come
Fast on the
on.
transition, guys. Let's see it.
I think that'll do it. Looked okay.
That'll work. That'll work.
Dude, come on. Come on. Come on.
Let's go.
I don't know how good their boss is. I really hope it was bad in their PB, so they have a lot of time to make up
Yes.
here.
Yeah, we'll
let's
see.
hope.
Here we go.
Let's hope.
Oh my gosh, they are
Going into boss
at what, like about yeah, tenth of a second.
little
We'll
bit
take
of
a couple tenths.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take it. All right.
Okay. Here we go.
Here we go. This is gonna be good.
Is this
This is-
currently?
It's living up to the bill.
Is this currently feeling doable? Maybe it's just the one thing that they need here. Like we said, it's not too much of a difference in this encounter with the puzzles, but every little bit counts.
Everything is going to count here, but this is living up to the ticket. The final run
he
in
fell.
overtime. Yeah, that was a little bit
fell,
of a
he
blunder
fell.
there, Ken.
It should be fine. It should be
Yeah.
fine. I don't think he's gonna be the one to. Oh, actually, maybe. We'll
They had
see.
to rotate. They started DPS a little bit later because of that. He has to go back.
No, I don't.
No.
No.
Maybe a bad comm. I don't know.
Something. It just now responded. They're starting DPS.
I don't think so.
It's
Yeah, I don't
not
think so.
looking doable.
Oh.
It looks like it's gonna remain how it was, and it looks like Lil Pekka
Lil Pekka.
is gonna come out of this one with a big dub. Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see.
Yeah, we'll see how they finish though. Dude, that was still insane.
That
I mean,
was
we
intense.
got it in
That was
intense.
intense.
And, yeah, that was crazy.
We will see a little Karev
Oh,
clear
man.
here.
Yep.
I think had that. I'm like counting the time in my head that took.
I think that was at least 10.
I think it's at least a 10 second
because he had to
save.
back all the
Yeah.
way back. Maybe even more.
Maybe
What do you
more.
think? That was at least 10 seconds, though, right? At least.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty
Yeah,
rough.
that was rough. Oh my gosh.
That
Still an amazing run,
was
though.
a
And I
great
mean, it
run.
was an awesome show. That was an
Yes.
awesome show. And
Yeah.
that, ladies and gentlemen, that is our tournament.
Well, we
And
got
our
yeah,
champion.
that'll be it. Yes,
yeah, are
yes.
they still?
They're running, but they're not. But they're not.
Okay,
gonna
we'll
be,
keep
yeah.
them up. We'll keep them up.
We'll keep 'em up.
But yeah, but with that said, Lil Pekka, Team Lil Pekka came out of nowhere. They had a 9-minute and something
Yeah, I
change
think it was-
time before.
yeah.
And then they shot up
pushed a
825,
825.
and they are your tournament champions.
Let's go.
Yeah. Congrats.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can get them up
Yeah,
for
let's
an
see if we can
interview.
get a word in with them
yeah,
real quick, guys.
That was unreal. How are we feeling, Aegis, overall now? I mean, we just finished the final round. Like, what do we think overall?
Definitely a great show. I mean, it was back and forth. We had an underdog story, a comeback story, a minute PB, which is pretty insane to be honest in the final round. And honestly, much more consistent performances across the board than I was expecting. Lots of mid-8 runs, which is just above my expectations, broke my expectations, made it a lot more fun to watch. And we got to see a lot of teams just going at it with mostly the same strats. So yeah, it was pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it was. And that was Larry, Henrik, and Meso that comprised that team. They had the second place for Sundered, for anybody who might not have been familiar with them. So very, very, very qualified team to win this tournament. And they came out of this no longer in second.
Yes. So, guys, let's see if we can get. You know, maybe times need to be verified and stuff. I'm not exactly sure, but
that's true because it's so close.
Yes,
so
it
maybe
is very close. But as soon as we possibly can, we will be getting an interview with the team themselves. So get ready, man. This is exciting.
Yeah, that was an insane show, an insane tournament. Was awesome. I mean, this was really cool. This was the first installment of this that was Dungeons versus Raid, and I think it still completely lived up to the hype. It was really, really cool. I think this was a very cool new addition to what was already going on with the speedrun tournaments. I don't know if you had anything to speak on Aegis between we've seen now 2 raid ones with Salvations and Crota. This was obviously our first dungeon one with it. I thought that this was really cool.
Yeah, I thought that was really fun.
Hey,
I'm throwing up what we know as right now to be the podium.
Oh yeah, that's Mesa for sure. That's me on first input.
I'm just going to mute the audio real quick, but those are our top 3 teams that we had on our leaderboard. Again, we're just going to wait until it's...
Oh yeah, I think they're getting their times to double check.
Yes,
it's like,
they are.
yeah, let's see it maybe. Imagine.
I mean, to be fair, it is down
it's
to the
that
second,
close,
so
like
we
have
see,
to. We have to. You literally
we could
have
see
to.
Tau City claw it from the.
Can you imagine?
That would be
Oh my
crazy. A
gosh.
little VOD review clawing
Dude,
back. Maybe,
yeah.
oh no, I didn't hit my space bar isn't working.
If they somehow got at 825 also and ended up
man,
that would
the
just be
ultimate tie.
Yeah.
What do? You do one more run. You see who gets the best time. You do maybe a little Aegis golf out there, and you start going for the lowest score.
All right, well, we're gonna see. I mean, they're going down to the start screen, so we'll see what happens here. All of the tournaments that we've casted, which has been quite a few now at this point, we've never had one where we've had to go down to the frames and see just exactly what time 2 teams got. We've never had anything between a second. I've never seen anything this close before. Never.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's that 826 we see right here.
Okay.
So literally trimming the exact frames down for when this thing started, maybe? So he's looking for any time where splits could have gone awry at some point. We'll see. But I mean, this will be the determining one. I mean, this is everything right here. Will there be new time? I wonder if this is just yes, classic
Okay, so I think we'll be able to see the duration once it's saved. So
I'm looking for the duration right now. Actually, this is
because I can't see from his timeline, so I'm wondering if he's just going to take a look from the render. I guess I don't know what he's doing, but I'm just gonna assume that's what he's doing, and we'll see.
Yeah, to time these, we really just need whoever was the first player to make an input at the start of the run, and then we need someone who can see the boss dying, which is all 3 of them. So it's probably the hunter that you'd want for this. The hunter is usually the person that moves first.
Yep.
Because they are the person that gets the first encounter first, so they gotta move first. And then you got those 2 things. He's gonna plug it into our lovely frame counter here.
Yep.
And we'll see what time it ends up showing. But yeah, because the times on the board are probably just what the people have shown us on the time. What is he rendering out? Does he know he can? Someone tell him he can just drag the clip into the frame counter. We'll see. Maybe his file is incompatible, but it should work.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. I guess we'll see. Okay, file's too big. Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Oh, is the file too big? Okay.
Yeah, this is unprecedented.
This is definitely down to the wire.
We've never seen anything like
files
this
too
before.
big is pretty great. I don't think I've had like 20-minute runs that the file hasn't been too big to fit into the.
I wonder if it's
counters.
the recording, like I
wonder what he's recording in, and that's the only thing I could think of. But you would still think, unless he was recording in 4K, which those file sizes are ridiculous.
Oh yeah, if you're cropping your video, you could use a lossless cut.
4 hours. Oh, must have been recording before any of the
yeah.
And then chose the right run. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I would. Yeah, a lot of speedrunners like using lossless cut. Shout out lossless cut. If you guys don't know, if you are a person that likes like cropping videos and just clipping them really quickly and exporting a new version of your video with like just a certain timestamp clipped, lossless cut is insanely fast, and like every speedrunner uses it. So shout out lossless cut.
Maybe that'd be good for a certain guy that I know's all exotics challenge to get some clips down. Lossless cut,
Yeah.
just have something ready to go.
Dude, I'm losing 2,300 hours of highlights. I don't even want to hear that on May 19th. Don't even.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I have 2,300 hours of VODs getting yeeted in 6 days. Not 6 days. What's the date today? Today's the 10th.
It'll be the
and so 9 days. I got 9 days left. We're like, oh,
Yeah.
you just took me, and I wasn't even in that brain. Like, why'd you send me back there?
Well, I was just saying that there's a new alternative in the future to
Ugh.
save you even more space from Twitch VODs.
Dude, I'm still so just sad. You just, I'm just sad. Sorry, you just took me to a whole different place. Yeah, this was so fun though. This was really, really cool. Yeah, Walter, GG's. This was a ton of fun. Like a ton of fun. I'm excited to see what this comes out to. Where it's 60, almost 9%. Nice, done with this. There you go. 30 more percent, and let's see where this ends up going. Guys, also thank you for $4,300 donated to charity. You are still able to if you'd like, but that is an insane number. So we just want to say thank you to everybody for just coming up strong. Like, this was really, really cool.
Thank you everybody behind the scenes who worked hard to make sure that this went as smoothly as it possibly could have. Thank you to everybody who participated across the board. Thank you, Aegis, again, for being here and honestly, like, teaching us and everybody else a lot of things that we didn't know about this dungeon in particular, and some speedrun knowledge that, we definitely didn't have all of the little tiny intricate pieces. And especially thank you for teaching us about your golf swing. We really
he didn't want to tell us about that.
I was a little reluctant.
You guys some unknown information we got access to.
That was
that was not teaching.
Content.
You guys got that out of me.
I was like, hey, just you golf? He's like, actually, I do. I was like, literally,
I don't think I've ever been asked that before, but I think I do. Yes,
that is the first time I think I've ever been asked about my golf swing.
Hey, that's what happens. You end up in the booth, man. And you never know what's gonna get brought up.
And again, everybody who watched today and was a part of this today, just in the community, cheering everybody on, thank you so much. So yes,
it was rendered.
It was rendered.
Completed. All right. Moment
All right,
of truth.
drop it in. Let's see it. Drop it in.
Drum roll, please.
I assume verifiers are taking care of the Tau SETI time as well. So, let's take a look. Untitled.mov. Okay. What's your start frame? Okay, you can see Conrad on your screen. Oh, okay. You might have been start frame, actually. I don't know who does the go call. Go frame by frame. Yeah, +1. Yeah. Nice.
It's a long drum roll. Still drumming.
Okay, it actually might be a lower time, because he started his timer before anyone moved, so it actually might be lower than a 25, but we'll see.
Okay.
What is he setting his start frame to?
My hands are getting tired.
My hands are. I'm pit-patting my desk right now.
Yeah, and then what the verifiers are looking for here is a health bar flash.
There it is.
So
and flash.
Okay, it looks like is 8:26 to 17.
It might be a 25. Whoever is doing this on screen right now, I'm not sure whose stream is on, but they set their start frame before I think anyone started moving. So I'm not sure. Like
heroes right now.
Yeah, heroes. I don't know if you I don't know what your start frame was based off of, but you should do it like on your first input or on the hunter's first input. Yeah, just click the go button next to start frame. Actually, yeah. Just like as soon as you see Conrad move, or as soon as you shoot your mountaintop, is what you want to use. I don't know which one of you moves first.
We're going frame by frame right now. Oh, that looks like a movement right there.
Oh, okay. So you're using your movement. Yeah. Okay. It's probably accurate then. Yeah. It's probably a 26 point.
All right. So there you go. There you have it.
There you go. 8:26.
There you have it. roughly 217 or 167, so an 826.
Yeah.
I'm being told the Meso team's time is an 825.634.
Wow. So
Wow,
that was the
that
difference
close?
between not even a second.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
even a
So,
second separates
half a
first
second.
and second.
So now
Oh
that
my
that is
gosh.
confirmed. Let's see if we
Yeah.
can get them in the VC real
All
quick,
right.
guys. That is officially confirmed. Let's see if we can get some words with the winning team. Congrats.
That
wow.
was something else. That's
And
insane.
Aegis, if you have questions as well, feel free to jump in whenever. Don't let us be the only ones that's asking questions.
Yeah, of
You've been a
course.
part of the caster's desk all day.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Jeez. Oh my gosh.
GG's. That was insane.
All right. So we'll see if we can get them in. In the meantime, though, guys, thank you guys so much for all the support on the tournament. We're so excited to see, the future of where things continue to go. And just thank you guys for letting us be a part of it. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes who has been doing all this verifying, putting together all these pretty things we've been seeing on the front end of this tournament, all of the planning, all of the promos that came out, everything else, just everything in general. Big shout out to everybody that made this tournament possible. This was an awesome event. And I think we're about to get them in here right now.
About to get them in.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Maybe not yet.
Maybe not.
Soon.
Not
soon,
yet,
soon.
not yet.
Okay, that's okay.
I'll let you know when I see them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, because we don't have it up, so
Yeah.
we're kind of just guessing.
I
really.
got you.
Like, are they here? Hello.
Oh man.
Oh, there's one.
Oh,
Okay.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you so
You
much.
guys played amazing
Yeah,
today.
what an insane.
Yeah.
Oh,
What a
thank
what
you.
a crazy run on the well, I guess what would be the submitted world record.
Right.
The roller coaster
Yeah.
of emotions right there.
Yeah.
Do we have
Really
everybody
close.
in now too? I don't want to, because I just wanted to make sure. Were you all in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we have
we're
all.
all-
Yeah, what a finish from you guys, especially, and I don't know if you guys if you realized how well you guys were doing in that moment in that run, but with you guys before having a 9-minute time and then being able to jump all the way to not only just tournament best, but also a world record, at least submitted world record, is insane. How'd you guys go about that? And
I want to be real. We were kind of throwing first half of the tourney. Like
Yo.
it was.
Nah,
it
he's
was-
right. He's right.
No, it was not good because we consistently were getting like 8 threes, 8 fives in our practice, but that was our best run that we've ever done. So yeah, I mean it was crazy, just insane RNG on top of actual execution from everybody on the team. So
And there was
Yeah.
bad RNG on the wheel too. We had the 3-3
Oh,
wheel,
yeah.
which
right,
is
we
like
heard about
50.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah, so it could have been like an 8-1 potentially.
So, well, I guess you guys kind of in a way have answered my first question, and that was going to be, what was the biggest time save? And it just sounds like it was getting the right scenario to finally work out for you. But was there any other like major things other than, oh yeah, we were throwing? Like, what does that exactly mean for that run that was the best run of the day?
So for that run specifically, what the most time lost that we had was just wheel on my part, because I burgered a little bit, if I'm being honest, and the 3-3 on top of that was about like 17 seconds of time loss.
Wow.
But our
that's
kill was
insane.
pretty good.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
compared to our previous runs, our second half of our run was really good. We had a good second encounter and third encounter, which saved us quite a bit of time there.
Yeah.
What I'll say is you answered the question too by saying that you guys were throwing at the beginning of the tournament. And in terms of being able to turn that around and then ultimately winning, like what kind of went into being able to kind of, I guess, to put it simply, stop throwing, but more so like come together and really, clutch up?
It's vibes, at least for me.
Yeah.
It's just vibes, just like being able to have fun with your buddies.
It's mostly a vibe thing. We started getting very, I guess you could say brain rot in the chat a
Okay.
little bit. Yeah, I think you noticed like the weird little guy on my screen.
Yeah, I was
I
about to
did.
ask you about that.
Evan said, "What is it?" I said, "I think it's a little Pekka." That's just what I said. I don't know what it is.
no,
but-
so no, it's an Italian brain rot character on
Oh.
TikTok called
Oh.
Tung Tung Sahur, and
Okay.
We've kind of just made him our mascot of the team.
Oh,
that's
good.
My Titan drip for interest.
Oh,
is
that's
supposed to
beautiful.
look like him.
Oh, I just thought
Titan.
I just thought it was a little Pekka with the baseball bat. That's what it is. At least what it looked like.
I guess we're getting tongue Sahur lore right now, but
yeah,
I can tell you that we were like, because every time we were watching, we noticed that like every team was going for what we called the golf swing. You know, as Aegis famously taught the entire world about his golf swing, but we noticed that Tung Sahur also happens to have a baseball bat positioned like a golf swing. So I think you were blessed by Tung Sahur, personally.
True.
Yeah.
We like to say that when we get a good
blessing.
run.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, no, honestly, such an insane performance from you guys, though. It was awesome to watch. Did you guys realize just how close things were? Like, I know we have the overlay of the score, but the fact that this came down to, I think, about 0.5 seconds. This is the closest by far any tournament that Evan and I have ever casted. We've never seen anything like this before. This is the closest anything's ever been where anything's need to be VOD reviewed. That's like completely new. So, I mean, it being this neck and neck is insane. I don't know if that added any pressure. I don't know if you guys realized it was that close, but it was insane.
Yeah, there was definitely pressure. Yeah, we knew, but we know what we can do as well. So like we were pressured, but still we knew that we could do it.
You guys proved it.
Yeah, I mean, low-key kind of thought we lost and got second right there for a little bit while I was retiming. Like I was like, oh shoot, did I time it correctly? I didn't expect it to come down to this.
So, well, guys, I actually, you go ahead first.
I was just gonna say too, because when we were reading your guys' bio out to everybody, just we were giving some information on every single team. So you guys had second place Sundered Doctrine at the time. What was your time going into this that you guys had versus what you performed today?
So going into it was an 8:31.
8:31
was our
okay.
best. So about 6
tournament
seconds.
PB. PB in the tournament.
Oh, that's
PB in the tournament.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
And going off of the performance and some of the things that we were reading up on, I actually want to know, was there any like game day remedies that you guys did like beforehand? Did you have a certain meal? Did you do any like other things outside of this that like got you mentally ready?
I had butter and milk, so I had to go to the bathroom like the entire time. It's pretty bad.
Okay.
There you go.
Butter and milk.
I think Larry tried to order Chick-fil-A, but he couldn't get it in time. Wait, you got it in time?
Actually ordered.
No breakfast.
Well, how about some celebratory Chick-fil-A? I mean, with the prize pool, you can get some
now
Chick-fil-A.
with the prize pool, yeah. I was gonna ask you, what are you gonna do now that you have the prize pool? It sounds like Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, start with some Chick-fil-A. We're going to Disney World.
We're going to Disney World. We're going to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Butter and milk. All right.
Just anything from your end?
No, not much really. I mean, were you guys watching the like the leaderboard like while you were running? Was that like a big factor in your mind, or were you guys just kind of focused on PBing?
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of focused on what other people were doing a little bit.
Okay.
I was trying to push our team a little bit.
It was like it helps strategize because like you know what you have to go for and what you don't, what you need to rib or not.
How much risk you got to take? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Also, why do you guys split against Saab? I saw Mesa was like, "Are you splitting against Saab?" Like,
I am.
Splitting against Saab?
I don't understand live split the best, so I just have.
Yeah, that's,
that's a completely fair answer.
Pain. That's like I
we
just
just hold
thought maybe
ourselves
you
to
were
high
like a masochist and like paying us. Like maybe you just like seeing red splits. Like
I gotta say, bro. Yeah, like seeing red splits the whole time, it does something to you, bro.
Seeing red makes me go crazy.
Hey, but maybe that made you immune to once you saw green. I mean, you already are below, so you were already ready just to perform.
Oh yeah, I think we got a gold split in there too.
Yeah. Just mentally trained yourself, so you were just already ready.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we didn't even realize you guys were like on pace to get like the tournament record because your splits looked so red that like we looked over and we looked at the actual timer and we're like, oh shit, they're about to kill, and it's like 8:25. So yeah.
It was awesome. Congratulations,
congrats,
guys. Seriously, like, congrats on the closest victory we've ever seen. An absolutely great show that you guys put on, and we're excited to see hopefully this record taken further. I don't know if you guys have plans to keep pushing it. We'd love to see it get closer to that maybe one day 7 mark. But what are your guys' plans for the future?
Yeah, we'll probably keep going for it.
Definitely going for record.
But yeah, I think Team Tau said he already has like an 810 that they haven't submitted, so they're definitely cracked. And so is those Triggs team
Minions.
Minions. Yeah, Minions. They both have better times than us. It's just RNG kind of screwed them this tournament. So yeah,
Right, but-
shout out to those guys.
And that's really
Gotta give
nice of you to
everyone
say.
their
And you
credit.
guys are definitely super humble, and that's really kind. But you guys also performed well when it really mattered. And so definitely want to make sure we give you your guys'
That's true.
flowers too.
Yeah.
You did very
I mean, you guys
well.
had a 3-3.
You did.
You
You
guys-
did very, very well and performed with a 3-3. So
Yeah.
just wanted to give you guys your
Mhm.
flowers. You did fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thanks for
Really
casting,
appreciate
guys.
it.
It was an amazing event.
Thank you
Yeah.
guys for participating.
That's
Seriously.
so much fun.
Shout out
Yeah.
Shrouded Souls. Shout out all my homies.
There you go.
There you go. Shout out his homies. Well, GG's. And
GG's.
We'll be watching and hope to see a race to sub 8 at some point. I think that'd be super cool.
Mm-hmm.
I would love that.
For sure. That'd be awesome.
All right, y'all. Well, have a good rest of your day and congratulations and enjoy the butter and milk and Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. See you guys later.
Later, guys.
Later, guys. All right.
There you have it.
There you have it. There we go. Any last words before we want to go ahead and raid them? Because that's what we're going to do right after. So stick along for the raid to Misa versus stream.
I think the only things I would say is one, shout out to everybody in chat for making this such an awesome experience. On the Twitch side, on the YouTube side, hearts to everybody. You guys made this fantastic, cheering on all your favorite teams, donating to a very, very awesome cause. Shout out to Mr. Aegis with us for adding so much insight and honestly just making it a way, way more elevated experience when it comes to getting to watch this and learning at the same time. Shout out to the whole speedrun community behind the scenes for making this into what it was. It's always so. Oh, what are you gonna say?
Just continue.
I was gonna say it's always so easy to see the end product of something and kind of just be like, oh, that's cool, but not realize how much went into these things, months and months and months and months in the past that ultimately lead to these experiences. Shout out to Travelers Chosen for being able to have prize money.
Yep. Shout out to Travelers Chosen.
Yeah, all of the runners, and thank you for allowing once again Evan and I to cast something like this. It's always really cool. We enjoy getting to dress up and get really excited to watch so many amazing people in our communities do super amazing things like we saw today. So always a pleasure for us to get to be a part of it. Thank you for allowing us to.
Yep.
I think
and that's it.
Me.
Yeah, that's
me,
it for me too. You hit every single mark. Shout out to everybody, and again, stick along for the raid. We're gonna go raid Misoverse on the Twitch side. On the YouTube side, we're gonna end it up, but go check him out still.
Anything on your end, Aegis?
No, that's it. It was a pleasure casting. Thanks for having me, and I'm excited for the next tournament.
Yeah, it was cool. This was our first time in the booth together, and it was honestly a lot of fun. I really enjoyed getting to just joke around and laugh and learn a bunch of stuff at the same time. So hopefully looking forward to doing it again, and be on the lookout for the Aegis Golf Guide.
Yep.
And I think that's it.
Aegis Golf Guide.
I think that's it. With that, we'll see you guys in the next one.
We'll see you guys.
Thank you
for
guys
hanging out
so much. And
Oh.
One more thing. I think we got one more.
What?
Oh no, I was at the raid. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Meso. Yeah.
We're headed there.
We're
yes.
sending everybody over.
We're
to you.
headed over.
Oh shoot.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're headed over.
Stay alive. Go do some
Yes.
more runs if you want to. Order some Chick-fil-A.
DoorDash the Chick-fil-A. Don't
DoorDash
just
Chick-fil-A.
just DoorDash it. Stay on the screen.
Stay on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you guys so much.
Yep.
Once again.
100%.
100%, bro.
Later, guys.
All right.
Later.
Later.
All right, see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Love. Thanks, guys.